Imagine being kidnapped by a goddess, ripped from your normal life and thrown into a world full of monsters, magic, and heroes, only to discover that you were the only one rejected. Here begins an adventure where no one is safe, and everything can turn into tragedy or luck out of nowhere. Our protagonist is thrown into a deadly forest, deceived by deities and surrounded by hungry creatures, but that's when he decides to survive in the most insane way possible. Betrayals, massacres, forbidden magic, dangerous encounters, and revelations that change everything. You will feel the tension, the adrenaline, and the sensation of walking alongside him in this cruel world. If you think you've seen a dark fantasy story, this one will prove you wrong. The story begins with a goddess kidnapping teenagers. She reveals that they need to save a world where the Demon King has resurrected. Everyone panics at the kidnapping and forced labor. However, the goddess tries to calm them by explaining that there is a saint to help them at the start. Meanwhile, some ask about systems, knights, and heroes. Soon, the goddess confirms that everyone will be heroes and will only return after defeating the Demon King. Moreover, they will gain special powers. When the explanation ends, the MC asks to leave. Surprisingly, the deity creates a portal and releases him from that world. However, upon crossing, the MC finds himself in a dense and dangerous forest. In addition to fear, he realizes he was deceived by the goddess. Meanwhile, his classmates arrive in Progena. Immediately, they are greeted by the saint and Prince Alsus, Swordmaster. Next, the princess responsible for magical support appears. Soon, Oh Han Woo discovers blessings and curses in the system. Later, the saint explains that each god observes a different hero. Then, she states that she doesn't care about those without blessings. Meanwhile, Kang flees from the werewolves. Despite the despair, he analyzes his blessing and curse. Thus, he concludes that the goddess wants to kill him. When he tries to communicate, he is treated like food. Finally, fairies appear and arrows fly. Additionally, Kang notices a god watching and cries for help. Then, he believes he has been kidnapped by a goddess and fears revealing the truth. Moreover, he suspects that the deity is her friend and avoids detailing. Consequently, the system warns that the god is confused, and so is Kang. Soon he asks if he is an excluded one, and the god doesn't understand the term. Thus, he explains that excluded is like a lone wolf impressing the deity. Therefore, the god accepts the meaning and decides to help. Next, a green energy envelops the arrow and the pain disappears. Finally, Kang thanks and questions the blessing of the excluded. Meanwhile, the blessing resets his conditions and warns about leaving the forest. Then, he escapes silently while the wolves attack. As he flees, he steps on a twig, and the monsters chase him. Later, he remembers that he won't feel fatigue and keeps running. However, a stone hits his head and he falls, but quickly gets back up. Now, he runs calmly and surprises the monsters. Upon reaching a cliff, he asks for wings, but doesn't receive them. Thus, he promises food, and they all push him. During the fall, he laughs and hugs the monsters. After the impact, he awakens alive among the bodies. Finally, he notices that one of them survived and sees the name Blue Moon Butcher. Therefore, he comments that the level increases with experience and stronger enemies. Additionally, the saint explains that blessings and levels strengthen the heroes. Thus, it is possible to level up with monsters or divine blessings. While some pay attention, others find it boring. Soon, the saint states that the gods are always watching. When asked about intimate moments, she confirms, startling the group. However, the gods say they have no interest in humans. Suddenly, Jang Mi-yeon receives the blessing of charm. Then, she demonstrates the power and leaves everyone confused about its utility. However, she discovers a punitive curse. Therefore, the saint explains that gods also curse those they dislike. Soon, the curse causes pain and increases damage for impure acts. The princess encourages Jang to overcome the curse with levels. Meanwhile, Kang finds it strange that his level isn't rising. Consequently, he blames his own curse. When calling the god of the excluded, he realizes he cannot help. Even so, he tries to survive without the world's rules. Preparing a trap, he uses a dagger and vines. As he spins a stone, he applies knowledge and activates his blessing. Thus, he regains control of his body and attacks the monsters. While fighting, he states that he won't die without being killed at once. Despite this, the monsters throw stones and try to tire him out. Then, he counterattacks and defeats them all. Finally, he sighs, and the god admits to having expectations. Therefore, he orders the survivor to stop and asks where the humans are. Additionally, the knoll points in a direction, and the protagonist decides to confirm later. Thus, he asks the monster's species, threatens, and gets answers. Soon, he falsely thanks and kills it, remembering he never promised to spare it. Meanwhile, he reflects that he still hasn't leveled up and blames the curse. In the temple, the prince announces training in swordsmanship and magic. Consequently, the students can choose either of the two. Choi claims he will not give up, and the prince believes in him. Then, Ohanwoo asks if he can leave the temple and receives permission. In his room, he reflects that training is optional for those without talents. Deciding to follow his own path, he plans to explore ruins. The next morning, the prince separates the groups and comments on the princess. Meanwhile, Hanwoo sees in his system the blessing of the protagonist. Smiling, he states that his answer was there and heads down to the city. Upon arriving at the guild, he decides to register as a mercenary. However, a redhead confronts him and says that many die. Thus, he believes this is part of his blessing. Inviting her to accompany him, he gains her attention. During this, monsters crawl in the forest. Then Kang confirms the location of the village with several gnolls. Believing he has talent, he fights, kills, and grows stronger. Finally, the god watches him, and he admits he only evolved thanks to the blessing. Therefore, he asks how much further he must walk, and if the god wants to see him dead. Additionally, a gnoll appears and is quickly defeated with the dagger. Consequently, more monsters emerge, but he cuts them down at once, frustrated for not leveling up. Soon, Kang hears friendly voices and approaches cautiously. Then, he finds 3 adventurers. The archer quickly notices his presence and shoots an arrow as a warning. The group talks, and the MC kneels asking for calm. Thus, he decides to accompany them, even without understanding the language. From their posture, he realizes that Gary is the leader, admiring his sword. Meanwhile, the deity complains and comments on the strength of the group. Kang continues observing, pretending to understand to escape the forest. Suddenly, gnolls attack, and Gary and Cole advance to protect him. Misa quickly shoots arrows, forcing the monsters to retreat. Then, a huge gnoll appears behind the girl, and our protagonist easily defeats it, leaving the group in shock. But the 3 find the MC's change in behavior strange and feel he has been lying all along. Feeling threatened, Misa aims at him and shoots an arrow hitting his heart. The boy falls, realizing the danger of that world. Therefore, the group comments that he was stronger than he appeared. As they decide to take his belongings, they discuss selling the dagger. Finally, they agree that even if fake, it can still fetch money. Thus, upon realizing that even dead he didn't drop the weapon, Misa warns that the shot didn't hit the heart. Moreover, Cole tries to finish Kang off with the sword. Suddenly, the blonde sees the MC's status window, leaving him in shock. Surprising Cole, Kang explains that one must be alive to show status and attacks him mercilessly. Gary and Misa arm themselves, believing the protagonist is a demon. While Gary hesitates, Kang attacks him too. Even hit by arrows, the MC smiles and yanks the weapon from his chest. Misa steps back, frightened by his incomprehensible words. Then, she pleads for forgiveness, crying before Kang's psychotic expression. Soon he looks at her and she begs for mercy from a monster like him. Consequently, Kang changes clothes with Misa, saying it is the most suitable. With the money and the crossbow, he decides to head to the village. Still not understanding why they tried to kill him, he thinks about Misa's blessing. While the god doesn't care, Kang confirms he will follow the initial plan. In the temple, the princess begins the lesson explaining the origin of magic. Additionally, students comment that calculations can make them archmages. While the nerd claims to keep purity for magic, another mocks him. However, a girl says that magic is chemistry and promises to demonstrate. Yet, others remind her that without talent it is impossible, making her uncomfortable. The princess intervenes, drawing everyone's attention. She declares that talent is indispensable. Moreover, as this aptitude is the foundation of magic, knowing the history of the founder becomes equally essential. At this moment, the group appears confused, trying to understand the meaning of her words. The princess reinforces that, among all qualities, talent is the most decisive. Shortly after, she creates a flame in the palm of her hand and clarifies that it depends on lineage and magical education, asking them to memorize this principle. Then, she states she is the legitimate daughter of her family and, at the same time, a product of her learning. She reveals her name, Athena Archmazing, descendant of the founder's 3rd husband. She carries both the heritage and the connections and assures that this group will have great potential as heroes and disciples. At this point, Yubora raises her hand, asking a question. The doubt is whether someone, without noble origin and without education, can still become a mage. The students murmur that it is a good question, but insist it makes no difference. The princess remains silent for a moment and smiles, excited, confirming that it is possible. Then, she holds Yubora's hand, promising to explain later. Next, she announces that Yubora is a heroine, and she agrees. As she closes her eyes, Athena declares that the young girl will be under her tutelage. A magical breeze surrounds Eubora. Then, a luminous circle appears behind the two, and the princess officially proclaims that Eubora is her first apprentice. The students are left speechless. Some fall back, demanding a magical oath. With her eyes half closed, Athena makes the vow. An intense light courses through her body. Eubora remains with her eyes closed. Upon opening them, she receives the princess's congratulations. Athena states that she is now a full-fledged mage. Eubora is surprised, trying to understand what just happened. The system confirms that she has acquired the rank C magic blessing. The princess, euphoric, explains that early apprentices develop even more talent. Yu realizes that after the learning pact, the blessing appeared, and Athena confirms that it is her gift. It seems that without relatives or a master bearing the blessing, it is impossible to become a mage. The pink-haired girl comments that this is why talent is so decisive, and the heroine understands. She closes her eyes and returns to the first question. A flame of fire appears in her right hand. Athena explains that the founder, now a goddess of magic, left a blessing for descendants and disciples. As she enlarges the fireball, she says that any common mage would conjure that easily, but with the blessing, it is called white magic. The students are even more impressed, although Athena has more to demonstrate. Raising her slightly trembling left hand, she creates a small floating purple flame. Strangely, her fingers tremble as the fire grows, until the gloves disintegrate and her skin cracks. The students recoil, frightened, asking what that means. The princess, also shaken, questions if talent has always been indispensable. Eubora covers her mouth, surprised. Athena explains that in her right hand is the white, magic with blessing, and in her left, the black magic without blessing. Someone screams, heightening the general fear. A maid reaches her, pinching her cheeks and reminding her of the rule never to use black magic. A priest rushes over, and Athena tries to justify, saying she did that just to facilitate the hero's understanding. The maid threatens to tell the queen, and the princess begs for forgiveness. She pleads that they do not reveal it to her mother while the priest heals her left hand. Eubora apologizes for causing that, but Athena assures her there is no blame, and she says she is happy that they now understand the risks of black magic. The princess regains her composure, and the students soon ask about this type of power, wanting to know if it is evil. But Athena clarifies that it is not a malice, but rather the force of nature itself. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu arrives in the city. The guard says something to him and extends his hand. Thus, even understanding only part of the language, he hands over 4 silver coins, receiving thanks in return. As he walks through the city, he observes several armed people, probably due to the forest and carnivorous plants. He finds the indicated location at the entrance and is grateful for the visual sign. During the night, he comments that the money is excellent, and concludes that it is possible to make friends with anyone, even without speaking. The god appears uncomfortable, and Kang smiles slightly. He also feels uneasy and asks about the deity's gender, making her even more embarrassed. Soon after, he rubs his arm, trying to clean a bloodstain that won't come off. The god shows concern, and Kang questions him, but the system reveals that the deity holds a secret. Suddenly, he hears someone speaking from the other side of the door and is startled. The voice thanks someone, stating that as mayor, he will take responsibility. Kang and the god remain still. He shouts that he is taking a shower and asks them to wait. The person, aware that he did not speak the language, ignores him and says they understood. Kang quickly gets dressed. He grabs his dagger and warns that someone capable of communicating with him is behind the door. He positions himself as he walks over. With that, he realizes there is only one explanation. The person behind the door is not human, but a hostile race. The voice assumed he did not master the language. Kang concludes that the creature on the other side hates heroes, and considers that it could be a gnoll or a demon. Breathless, he stares at the door and unlocks it. The god watches attentively as the protagonist sits on the bed and gives permission for entry. He hides the dagger behind him. The person asks for permission as they open the door. Kang remains still, analyzing. He imagines what kind of monster he will see and asserts that it does not matter the race. All can be dangerous. What matters is being able to converse. He asks what happened, and the visitor says not to worry, as he is the village leader, and came to check on the traveler unable to speak the local language. Kang understands and wonders if he is a human or a disguised monster, noticing that he seems young. The man observes his status window and comments on the peculiar name, leaving Kang uncomfortable. Advises to hide his window, surprising him to learn that this is possible. The old man expected to find a bold fairy, but sees only an insignificant boy, and Kang notices his disappointment. The village has a bad history with fairies. The gnolls, expelled by them, migrated to human territory. Many who lost their families took refuge there, seeking revenge. The god looks at Kang with frustration, saying that people no longer remember the grudge. and that most of the town are newcomers. Before leaving, the man asks a question. He shows a potion and claims to have dined with a paralysis potion, and wants to know why it didn't work. Kang raises the dagger immediately. He advances against the visitor. The man smiles, seeing the blade so close to his neck, and says it's impressive. Kang is startled to see his arm trembling. The man explains that fairies have high resistance to potions, a type of magic he developed. That's why it wouldn't help to resist just with immunity. He pulls the dagger from Kang's hands, who asks how. The visitor says it wasn't his fault, just pure bad luck. The god states that he tried to warn him, and Kang remains silent. Elsewhere, the leader comments that people hate the gnolls for killing and stealing their families. He reveals that, in fact, they were also victims. Kang, tied up, stares at him as he states that the guilty ones are those who dominated the gnolls' territory. In front of the two captured people, he declares that the fairies are the true enemies, and asks Kang to check his own status window. There is the name Crimson, level 16, a lunatic's blessing, and a fairy's curse. Kang wonders about this curse, realizing it targets the enemies of fairies, intensifying their hatred and damage. He asks if any god did that, but Crimson clarifies that it comes from the grudge of the fairies he killed. Kang forces a smile, reflecting that every curse carries a meaning. He comments that he shouldn't reveal this to a stranger, but Crimson points a dagger at his face, and states that he also doesn't intend to talk much. However, upon seeing the weapon, he inquires where it was obtained. Kang thinks he got it from a gnoll called Butcher of the Blue Moon, but, seeing the prisoners, decides not to tell the truth. He looks at the dagger and thinks that survival is a priority. With the blade at his throat, he says he obtained it by killing a fairy that attacked him, claiming they have the same enemy. The old man is impressed that he killed a royal fairy and asks if he knew that. Crimson laughs, questioning if he really didn't know. He states that the more he listens to Kang, the less he wants to kill him, and the boy begs to be spared. The visitor laments that he saw his status window, and reveals he is a mage without a blessing. Kang doesn't understand, and Crimson comments that he truly is unaware of that world. The old man declares himself an outcast, saying there are no people or gods merciful enough to teach him. Crimson asks what that means, and Kang replies that he is a lone wolf in the vast forest. The old man laughs, finding the expression curious, even though he can no longer run through it, leaving Kang confused. The deity prays that Kang has a better next life, and he wonders what is wrong with that place. Crimson lights several candles with a green flame. One of the chains comes loose, and a woman falls. The old man steps on her. With the candle in hand, he declares himself a dark mage who needs to sacrifice lives to prolong his own. Smiling cruelly, he says the curse corrodes him, but he can resist by sacrificing even more. Looking at Kang, he states that for having killed a royal fairy, he will be sacrificed without pain. Kang comments that he is very kind for that, and begins to devise an escape plan. He calls the leader. Crimson stares at the boy, asking if he wants to plead for his life. Kang shouts that obviously not, and the mage decides to listen to the last words of someone about to die. But he hears a noise and complains that the insects are annoying. With a whip, he begins to strike the fallen fairy. Kang watches. When Crimson finishes, he says it is now quiet. Turning to the protagonist, he asks what he wanted to say. Kang thinks that something about him is not normal, and perhaps he wants to show his own sense of justice. Then, he states that his journey must have been difficult, especially since no one recognizes his effort. The old man smiles, asking if he really understands him. Kang says yes, because he is also an outcast. Crimson concludes that this means being a lone wolf in the vast forest, and believes he is also an outcast. The god protests, and Kang agrees, but at least he managed to gain empathy. Crimson is happy and says he liked Kang, but states that, as an outcast, he must remain alone, and Kang realizes that he wants to kill him to maintain that title. Oh God, he laughs non-stop, and Kang complains that it's not the time. Crimson expresses contentment at finding someone who understands him and insists that Kang watch something important. The protagonist agrees, although he feels that everything has gotten worse. Meanwhile, Crimson observes the fairies around, searching for something specific. He suggests to one of the prisoners to accompany him, as he hasn't been feeling well lately. The blonde murmurs something, irritated. The old man refuses, saying that a good comrade needs to survive to entertain. With bloodied hands, he holds a chain. He frees the fairy in the center of the magic circle. Smiling, he announces that he will begin. He calls upon the Mother of Life to allow him to receive the remainder of that fairy's life. Kang questions the glow of the circle before him. The old man stares at the prisoner. He orders her to give her life to him. The fairy, frightened, frozen, kneeling, Crimson promises to send his friend to be by her side soon. With a cruel smile, He grabs her hair and warns her about the price of refusal. The fairy cries and seems to accept. Crimson declares the pact sealed. Kang wonders what is happening with the leader and himself. He imagines that Crimson is rejuvenating with the fairy's life and raises his face, questioning if he has failed. Stepping on the fairy's body, the old man asserts that his magic has succeeded, but Kang observes and comments that he doesn't look any younger, and Crimson laughs, revealing that he is not human. Approaching, he says that he not only prolonged life, he asks if Kang knows how many lives of fairies and travelers he has taken, claiming that the curse has become repulsive. Kang acknowledges his determination, but rejects his methods. Crimson explains that upon receiving the curse, he became sick and aged. A traveling wizard suggested an experiment. He opens his shirt. Kang watches, perplexed. He realizes that on the old man's chest there is a knoll. Crimson confirms, revealing that he is a knoll. Kang asks if it is a hybrid race. The old man bellows that it is the fusion between human and knoll, a race that hates fairies. Kang questions if he will do everything alone, and the wizard assures him that his dark magic is enough to hunt them. The protagonist says he is not a fairy, and Crimson responds to ignore the details. He squeezes Kang's shoulder, thanks him for helping him find his true identity as an outcast, promises not to forget him and, as a gift, will use his life well, and Kang starts to sweat, imagining he will be killed. Crimson confirms, because he is an outcast. Kang becomes serious, recognizing the risk of facing a true outcast and accepting his fate. Princess Athena Archmazing. She is a prodigy of the magical kingdom, admired by all. Though it is a secret, her life is almost completely occupied with duties and talent, without needing to strive for results. Eubora comments that magic is born from imagination and asks how to make it more efficient. Striving to impress the princess, Eubora is chosen as the first apprentice. The pink-haired girl praises the question and suggests following the tips from the teacher or magical relatives. Athena creates a white light in her hand. The students are impressed and ask if it is a new magic. Soon after, the princess shapes an ice rabbit. Eubora is amazed by the ice magic. The Archmazing family inherited ancestral talents and usually manifests unusual fire each generation. Although Athena explains that her unique magic is ice and offers to try, you cannot. Embarrassed, the princess admits she lacks teaching skills and says that with experience everyone will succeed. Eubora thanks her, and Athena downplays the importance. Someone calls the princess, diverting her attention. Jang Myeon asks what happens to those who do not receive blessings. The others identify themselves and ask for equal treatment. Athena smiles, holds the rabbit and brings it to her mouth, startling the group. Then she asks who will be the second apprentice and everyone shouts to be chosen. The heroes call out Athena's name, but she silences them with a word, asking them to notify her when they decide. Yu asks if she did that on purpose, but Athena, impassive, asks what he meant. He lets it go, and the princess ends the class. The heroine comments on the unique magic of the ice rabbit, acquired through much training, and Yu asks if it is like dark magic. Athena, startled, asserts that dark magic is different because it requires sacrifices. Meanwhile, Kang is in the magic circle. The old man demands that he give his life. Kang reflects on the weight of sacrifices. Crimson insists, but Kang asks to see Misa one last time. Surprised, Crimson wants to know why, and Kang states that he is her boyfriend. The old man laughs, saying that Cole is the boyfriend. Irritated, Kang asserts that Cole is the ex. Crimson asks for proof, and Kang suggests he smell her. Convinced, Crimson apologizes and says that Gary and Cole would be suspects if Misa went missing. Kang agrees with the reasoning. Crimson asks if Kang has another request, and he asks to be released upon reuniting with Misa. The old man agrees, and Kang declares the pact. Crimson joins his hands, and Kang feels an absurd pain, remembering that he promised it wouldn't hurt. Kang bows, and Crimson bids farewell, saying that Misa has gone far away. Then the old man hesitates, and Kang takes advantage, landing a hit to his chin. Crimson stumbles, furious, and accuses Kang of deceiving him. The protagonist claims he was deceived first. He almost went insane from the pain. Kang comments that feeling would turn friends into enemies. The old man asks how he survived. Kang prepares and says that in hell he will know, as his magical restriction has ended. The blessing of the excluded even restores life expectancy. With his hand against the wall, Crimson considers himself a beginner who barely survived. Kang points at him, reminding him of the promise to let him go if he survived. He grabs the dagger and says it's time to fulfill the agreement. He thinks while touching his chin. And looking at one of the fairies, he declares her the winner. He raises the dagger and cuts the chains. She is startled. Kang holds her by the arm, saying he now has a witness. As she is weak, he places her on his shoulders. She screams something, but he ignores it and runs to the exit. Crimson turns, shouting to where he thinks Kang is going, saying that it is forbidden. Kang remembers the pact and thinks he is safe until he finds Misa, but knows he cannot find someone who has died. The old man, serious, recalls the promise, and says it can be annulled if he regains what he lost, casting something black. The shadow settles on Kang. He realizes it wasn't a bluff. The old man shows frustration, saying he should have accepted a peaceful death. Kang asks if he is serious and asserts that it is still too early to give up. Suddenly, Crimson feels his body give way. He starts to spit blood, confused. His eyes widen. Life is drained from him as he screams. He falls to his knees, feeling his strength vanish. Kang asks what that is. Both look up and see a red glow, and Kang says it is the old man's strength fading. Crimson, even more wrinkled, says he doesn't believe it and claims that no one would leave alive after stealing so many lives. Then he asks if Kang is some immortal vampire. Calmly, Kang reflects on his identity. The god tells him to stop thinking so highly of himself, and Kang thinks that this god is being annoying. But then he decides, and declares himself the apostle of the excluded. The deity writhes in shame, and Kang smiles satisfied. The old man spits blood. Kang says that defeating someone of level 16 would give a lot of experience, but decides he needs to escape until he hears someone swearing revenge. Surprised, he looks at the old man. The gnawl in his chest threatens to kill him for destroying his dream. A red aura runs down his arm. He lunges forward, shouting that he will kill him, and Kang throws the fairy. He receives a blow to the chest. Kneeling, the gnoll praises his resilience, and explains that this is the gnoll fighting style. He saved this power to hunt fairies, and Kang laments. The gnoll is surprised that the protagonist survived. He asks how he is still alive, and Kang admits it was risky. The old man grits his teeth, powerless. He tries to flee, but a hand grips his leg. He looks down. The fairy holds him, and he insults her while she says something. He screams for them to let go, but Kang is already behind him. And when he realizes, the blade is already cutting his head. The fairy is startled, but Kang knows he cannot stop because there is one more left. The gnoll, weakened, calls for his daughter, lamenting that he cannot take revenge and saying that he loves her. Kang wishes him to rest in peace and finishes. The god laments, and Kang agrees. Turning, he raises the dagger over his shoulder. The fairies are freed. He releases them and calls the villagers and the militia to check everything. He prepares to leave, thinking it is all over, but they start to scream. He turns around smiling. Everyone watches him with grim faces. Not understanding, he replies that it was just minutes ago. Now, he is running. He stops at the edge of a cliff and asks what those fairies are saying. When the sun rises, he looks into the abyss. He promises that one day he will reach them. He takes a deep breath and leaps, fleeing from them and claiming to hate that fantasy world. A long time ago, a conflict arose due to learning relationships. However, everything was resolved when several wizards wanted to become masters. Among them, some aspired to the title of Hero's Master. The princess explains that it is necessary to visualize magic with focus. With that, the boys manage to conjure fire. Someone asks about math and magic, but Athena doesn't understand and says it's a merchant's topic. The boy insists, and the princess interrupts, saying that magic does not depend on that. Embarrassed, he is left without an answer. A girl comments that they can use fire magic because her master can too, so math is unnecessary. Embarrassed, the boy thought he could become an archmage just with modern knowledge. An old man corrects the girl, stating that math is applied in magic. Excited, the boy regains his confidence. He gives an explanation using the fireball. The princess only studied theory, but they started using math to increase efficiency. In battle, it's vital to conserve mental energy. To cast, the angle, direction, and wind must be evaluated. The mage casts the fireball, causing an explosion in the air. The bearded man asks if that's what the hero meant, and he confirms. The old man asks excitedly if he can help with the lessons. With discouragement, Athena agrees. The students approach the mages, asking questions. With the master's help, the heroes learn magic quickly. Some gods observe the group. Meanwhile, a storm falls over a quiet city. Lightning strikes the surroundings. A woman tends to the wounds of a young fairy. She says she's done and asks if she feels better. The princess fairy's maid, Espresso, responds arrogantly, and the human girl apologizes. All they managed was to reduce the pain with medicine. Only a saint could heal her, but neither of the two in the world would do that. They would never help a common fairy. As she leaves, the girl says she will capture the human and asks the fairy to rest. Furious, the girl knows the culprit is the village leader, but the townsfolk allowed it, so they are complicit. When she returns to the kingdom, she will report everything. An unexpected knock interrupts her. Outside, a voice says it's someone familiar, and the fairy opens the door. The pink-haired girl enters and informs that the mercenaries lost sight of Kang. The blonde asks why they should care about humans. She reminds that it was the protagonist who saved them from the evil leader. The girl says humans are treacherous and that one carried the princess's dagger, but the other replies that he still saved them. The girl falls silent, as they received no order to kill him, but says humans are beasts that kill each other. The other scolds her for calling them that. Another fairy appears and questions what that remark meant. They call her advisor Celebless. The redhead asks if everything is all right, and the blue-haired one demands an answer. Celebless is a royal fairy named Holy Sun, and despite being eternal, ended up serving as a toy for Crimson and remained trapped longer in the basement. Espresso says everything will be resolved when they tell the kingdom, but the fairy screams that it's not over yet, because, even fleeing alone, Kang freed her. Convinced, she believes Crimson was only seeking her eternal life, but the advisor says the savior used dark magic. Hansu broke the pact, and when that happens, everything acquired must be paid back. That's why the leader self-destructed by underestimating Kang. Smiling, Celebless recalls Espresso running carefree through the palace. Crying, the blonde vents that the young one doesn't understand the depth of her despair and the humiliation she feels. The other agrees, but insists she needs to find the protagonist. Still, the fairy warns her of the risk of going out in that situation. Irritated, the young girl asks not to be called advisor the next time they meet. According to her, that title doesn't suit a lady who loses her patience easily. From the wall, the little god watches everything. Little by little, he moves away from there. In the forest, the deity observes the boy from above, wondering if he is still alive. Tired, the protagonist calls out to the god, questioning if he needs glasses. Meanwhile, the prince leads the aspiring swordsman. As they enter the hall, they show surprise and excitement, asking if this is a tea break and not a fencing class. The banquet hall shines in the eyes of the young ones. Soon, everyone settles at the table. Smiling, the blonde raises his cup and proposes a toast to the heroes who chose the path of the sword. On one side, the veterans shout, "Hooray!" and their enthusiasm frightens the newcomers. With his cup in hand, the young man explains that the idea they had of training is quite naive, and that here they will be shown true fencing, ordering the knight commander to make a demonstration, a request the man accepts as an honor, then climbing up to the arena. First, the boy shows the version of fencing they imagine, telling the knight to fight without using his own technique. Smiling, the prince charges, executing sword movements worthy of a video game. A girl comments, impressed, that it's amazing, and another hero emphasizes that, despite everything, it's still fencing. Then, the knight, serious, disarms the prince with a single sword throw. The blade falls beside the young man, who praises the commander's dance of swords, leaving him flattered. Next, the prince picks up his weapon and announces that he will now show the fencing style that heroes will truly learn. Soon after, the blonde asks the commander to use all his strength. The prince's wish is law for the man, who begins to emanate aura through his sword. With the same aura, the little blonde prepares to receive him. Then, the commander advances and the blades collide with force. In the clash, the knight's sword breaks. Kneeling, he admits defeat. Satisfied, the young man praises the evolution of the man's technique, who thanks him deeply. At the table, the heroes exchange glances and ask what that was. Directly, the prince explains that true fencing is the power to penetrate all of the enemy's defenses with a single strike. One of the boys, impressed, finally understands the importance of efficiency. With the concept clear, the blonde announces the start of fencing lessons, but first asks them to finish their tea. As they drink, they notice something strange in the flavor. Everyone complains that it is horrible. To learn fencing, they need to take that medicine and receive the warrior's blessing, so the prince warns that they will have to get used to the taste. Warrior is the title for those who have met the requirements to become stronger and must now defeat enemies with justice and love. Choi Kangmin, brave, downs the contents in one go and even asks for another dose. The blonde suggests he eat something and asks the commander to bring more tea. Thus, the knight serves him another steaming cup. The gods, curious, watch the scene and let out some laments. In another part of the world, Kang Hansu comments that the place is dangerous, but at least there are no monsters in the forest below the cliff, recalling the pursuit by the village mercenaries. If the guard hadn't opened the gate, the protagonist would have already been captured. High up in a tree, the boy observes some gnolls. Upon noticing his presence, the leader talks about the meat up there. The gnolls greet him in a polite manner, and it is ironic to realize that he trusts monsters more than fairies and humans. Smiling, he considers the situation perfect. Then, he jumps from the tree. As he falls, he already thinks about what question he will ask the creatures. One gnoll is caught off guard by a knee to the head, another receives an elbow to the mouth, The leader has his throat ripped out by the protagonist. Soon after, the boy lands lightly on the ground. Although the three were easy to defeat, the small deity analyzes the boy, who feels his body lighter and wonders if he leveled up. Checking the status window, he notices that only his dividend increased to 3.43, while his level remains at 1. Intrigued, he asks what this dividend means, and the god laughs, saying that the higher, the better, but the protagonist cannot thank him. For the first time, he gains something truly useful from the god, and then approaches the gnoll that took the knee. Hansu comments, still confused because of the fairies, and the gnoll, excited, asks about fairy meat. The boy confirms that he has tried it. He recalls the solution created by the former leader and begins to inquire about gnoll fencing. Despite still being weak and knowing that even reaching level 2 won't make him powerful immediately, he decides to learn some techniques. The monster, drooling, speaks of the power that comes from meat, and the young man asks how the eyes turn red. The gnoll replies that it is thanks to the power of the meat, requiring a huge amount of food, and the protagonist says he wants to see this transformation. In the end, Hansu realizes he didn't gather much useful information beyond power of meat, concluding that he will have to study the gnoll ecosystem if he wants to take his revenge. Meanwhile, Prince Alsos comments that magic requires talent, but fencing can be mastered with time and money. He shares various insights on the subject, but the young ones show little interest. With a tired expression, the blue-haired boy asks for more tea, and the blonde explains that the effectiveness decreases if they drink too much. Choi Gangmin, irritated, thinks about how he needs to strengthen himself and stand out. The prince suggests cleaning the mouth with honey, emphasizing that consistency is essential and that 2 cups a day are sufficient. Confident, Choi decides to maintain this routine, but the blonde warns that the warrior's blessing will not appear immediately. Intrigued, the boy asks how long it will take, hearing that it could take up to a year. Before he can complain about the time frame, a light appears before him and he receives a new blessing of courage. Euphoric, he realizes that it strengthens him the more he fights, but the effect resets if he is defeated or gives up. With his hand on his face, he finds it incredible, making the battle god proud and annoying a martial god. The blonde congratulates him, placing enormous expectations on the fact that he received a blessing so early. Right after, the prince teaches how to hide the status window. In another area, a gnoll screams for meat, while Kang watches him devouring a wild boar. In silence, he reflects on having followed the monster for 2 days just to learn about this so-called power of meat. During the meal, the gnoll notices something strange and attacks the boy, who remembers how he is always assaulted as soon as he lets his guard down. Until that moment, the monster had not managed to hit him. After a kick, the boy tells him not to get up again, and the defeated gnoll thinks that the human is still weak. Kang asks if he is really level 6, and the excited wolf confirms, showing fairy hair tied to his arm. Curious, the young man recalls that gnolls usually rip the heads off fairies and asks how he managed to hunt too. The monster replies that he is strong, while the protagonist is the strange one. The boy wants to know if the monster can see his level, and the wolf says no, but is sure he is level 1, calling him easy prey. Irritated, Kang punches the gnoll in the head, concluding that he must feel this by instinct. After a while, the monster screams, indicating a path, revealing that there are many fairies in that direction. Smiling, the boy gets excited, as it is precisely the side of the fairy village that ambushed him. The gnoll comments that fairy meat is not good, leaving the protagonist confused. In a single bite, the gnoll swallows a whole rabbit, saying that this meat, yes, is excellent. Kang realizes that his strength increases the more he eats and considers this much simpler than resorting to dark magic like the old leader did, then asks if the gnoll is satisfied. However, the monster screams that he is full and his muscles grow along with his body. His fur turns reddish and he concludes that he needs more meat. Salivating, he calls the protagonist talking meat. Then, he lunges forward claiming that the boy will be his meal. But the young man gathers a red aura in his hand. Thanking the gnoll, he reveals that he discovered the power of meat because of him. In a swift motion, the protagonist attacks the creature's abdomen. Cutting the gnoll's body in half, Kang observes his own hands. On the ground, the monster asks how that meat can be so strong. Smiling, the boy thanks him for the time they spent together and says he is powerful, thanks to him. The gnoll questions if the boy is also a gnoll. Contradicting, he states he is just human. Looking at himself, he finds all of this incredible, while feeling an intense, empty emotion, but close to the desire to always be sated like a gnoll. The aura spreads throughout his body. Impressed, the god concludes that this is the true power of meat, but the young man believes that no one else will be able to use this ability. Without the blessing of the excluded, he would probably have died when his life force was drained. Thanks to that blessing, Before the energy runs out, it regenerates, forming an infinite cycle. Excited, he says that this power is truly fantastic, but the god scolds him, telling him to stop acting like a child. Sometime later, Kang darts through the forest at night. The other monsters smell fresh meat. Manically, he pushes them out of the way. After knocking down two, he continues running, and leaves the deity stunned. Even stronger, he is not happy to be running when he could be under the covers messing with his phone. Still, he crosses the forest filled with creatures that devour people. The young god points to the left, and the boy thanks him for the warning. Upon reaching a wall, he smiles and pulls out the dagger, planning to take revenge using a bit of this new power. Two guards are talking nearby. Hidden in the bushes, Kang intended to sneak in from behind, but soon realizes that the security is stricter than he expected. In his mind, he feels relieved to have memorized the village map. The little god tells him to go ahead, which confuses him. He says it is very sudden, but the young man insists on the idea. He is suspicious of the deity's attitude, but his instincts agree. Upon reaching the wall, he prepares to jump. He drives the dagger into the wood. With a push, he climbs and passes to the other side, landing softly on the ground. Relieved, he thinks it is good that there are no guards at that point. Excited, the god tells him to be grateful, and the boy promises eternal gratitude. However, the moment has come to start his mission. One of the guards leaves the bathroom. He is startled to feel a presence behind him, but the young man drives the dagger into his throat. The man still tries to say something. However, he soon dies and collapses, making the boy realize that there is no difference between killing humans and monsters. Dragging the body, he imagines that there are people who will miss that guard. Still, he thinks that he also has a family he couldn't say goodbye to. With a heavy expression, he declares that he will not be trampled by any of them. The deity watches him with a provocative gaze. After a while, the young man sighs, exhausted. After killing so many, he questions why no one has noticed yet. He becomes curious and wonders where the fairies are. The god looks at him with disdain as Kang tries to understand why he can't find any of them. Ironically assuming that they are all in the bathroom, the small deity mocks the protagonist's late realization. Suddenly, he hears human voices. He sees some people walking through the streets and talking, while carrying figures with bags covering their heads. The boy observes the scene, finding it curious. In the room of the fairy Espresso, behind her, a hand approaches. Covering her mouth, it prevents her from screaming. Ordering her to stay quiet, the man places a bag over her head. Another asks about the injury, and the first explains that the young woman bit him when he tried to gag her. The older one asserts that the fairy must accompany them. They command her to keep walking, and she thinks that the other fairies are also being taken. By the echo of the place, the girl realizes she has been taken to the old leader's basement. One of the women present admits that they knew what Crimson was doing, but they only wanted to protect their way of life. Under the bag, Espresso recognizes the voice of the healer from before. All the fairies are gathered there, and the woman declares that this is their punishment, the retribution for having left the leader to fight alone. One of the villagers claims to have heard that the fairies despise humans, that they would take their homes and kill their families if they survived. For this reason, a knight orders everyone to stay home, as something is about to happen, and even the mercenaries should not remain outside. The young woman stays silent and suggests they start at once. With a psychotic look, they decide to act in Crimson's name. They attack directly at the chest of one of the fairies, causing her death. The knight is the one who signs the final sentence. Then, they say goodbye to Espresso. They all advance and exterminate the remaining fairies. They claim that only one is left. Then they begin to discuss the fate of the last one. The fairy herself warns that their goal will not be achieved while she is alive. They hesitate, as she is at the top of the hierarchy and they fear reprisals. The young woman understands the conflict they feel, but she remembers that they tried to kill their own savior. Only to keep a secret, which fills her with rage. One of the boys suggests sparing her if she swears silence, but she states that this kind of oath is impossible. The blue-haired girl asks why she refused, since she could lie. Smiling, the woman replies that a fairy does not lie, not even to survive. With no alternative, they decide to do it in the least painful way possible. The knight prepares himself. With her eyes closed, she does not see the blood flying, until she feels splatters on her face and instinctively opens her eyes. Before her, the head of the executioner is in the air. Confused, she tries to understand what happened. Kang is right in front of her. She recognizes him, surprised. The fairy says something that the protagonist does not understand. The boy is impressed to have found her again. But, before any dialogue, he needs to deal with the survivors. Thus, he charges at the men, as he had planned from the beginning. One of the young women panics and kneels. Crying, she cries out for help. Surprised, The boy realizes he understands the language and is happy to finally grasp something. But, unfortunately for her, he eliminates her right after. Soon after, he notices another girl trying to escape and calling for help. He simply throws the dagger, hitting the fugitive's head. He watches the body fall, lifeless. Everything happens even more easily than he expected, and he concludes that his best strategy was to take down the most dangerous one first. Then, Celebless tries to talk to the protagonist. He wonders what she is saying, until he notices his own status window. She approaches, implying that she is showing it on purpose. Kang notices that she has 3 high-level blessings. Seeing the Tamer blessing, he considers it useless without animals nearby. Still, he imagines there must be some reason for her to display that window. He asks if her name is Celebless, and the young woman confirms. Seeing her smile, he feels nothing special, probably because of his own blessing. Even so, it is clear that there is something more there. The god appears uncomfortable and encourages the boy to continue living as an outcast. Bending down, Kang sighs, saying he will be punished if he stops being an outcast. The young fairy does not understand, and the boy concludes that she is lucky. The initial plan was to exterminate all. However, he decided to spare her precisely because she had an experience similar to his. To survive, he made sure to spread his name to the people of that world, but he realized that it served no purpose. He orders her to turn her back and thinks it wouldn't be different from the villagers if he eliminated all the fairies from that place. The young woman tries to rise with difficulty, but, without strength, she collapses. Quickly, he supports her. Complaining that she shouldn't irritate him, he holds her while she reacts strangely happy. He is surprised to notice that she knows how to say his name, and she seems to confirm it. Sometime later, they walk side by side, and he wonders why everything is so quiet, even after so many deaths. Then, he decides to ask the god, but the small deity refuses to talk. The young man understands that he will need to part ways with the young woman to calm the god's anger. He cannot trust anyone in the village, and the forest is filled with gnolls. Before anything else, they need to get out of there. So, they run among the trees, and the young man carries her in his arms. At one point, the young woman calls him and says something that catches his attention. She points up and speaks a few more words. He raises his gaze, confused. Frightened, he sees a huge phoenix cutting through the sky above them. The creature lets out a cry in their direction, and lands right in front of the two. The young man thinks he will be fine thanks to its blessing, but estimates that the fairy in his arms would be reduced to ashes. The young woman tugs at his shirt, saying something he interprets as a request to be put down. He asks if she wants to stay behind so he can escape. However, she takes a few steps toward the flaming bird, seeming capable of conversing with the creature normally. Kang wonders if, by any chance, she has become friends with the phoenix. Then, Celebless calls his name, saying something more, with his name at the end. She approaches. The young man was going to ask what she was saying when he receives a sudden kiss. While the small deity is in shock at the scene, the boy, blushing, questions the reason for that gesture. The girl, however, just smiles at him, while the phoenix watches the two in silence. Confused, he sees the fairy mounting the creature, which rises and takes flight, leaving him standing, watching the departure. Soon after, the god accuses the excluded one of a crime, and, irritated, the young man pulls his own hair, equally furious. He laments having lost his first time as a reward for saving someone, calling it harassment. However, when checking the status window, he discovers a new fairy blessing, feeling satisfied that it is of high rank. The deity stares at him, bewildered, but the young man just comments on the ironies of life. The blessing extends his lifespan and prolongs youth, as well as making fairies more receptive. He can consume this blessing to increase his power, even though it burns part of his longevity. The god grumbles at the boy's happiness, but Kang is glad to be away from the fairy. With the atmosphere lighter between the two, the small deity hears him suggest that they venture deeper into the forest. Sometime later, new monsters appear, and the young man approaches, asking if everything will be all right. Kang proposes a tour of the house. In another scenario, the prince comments that they arrived there 3 days ago, and that now they will hunt to level up. The blonde reassures the group, saying that the Order of Knights will attract the monsters. The princess emphasizes the importance of blessings, whose value increases with rank and level. The young people get excited about the chance to evolve, while the girls comment on the physical changes. Suddenly, someone spots a slime, but before they can attack it, the prince and princess explain that they are useful. The princess says that these creatures prevent infections, and the young people, embarrassed, promise not to attack them. Then, the prince, clapping his hands, comments that they should deal with level 2 goblins, but that, on that day, they will hunt level 4 gnolls. The students become apprehensive, but the princess reassures them, reminding them that they can be revived by the saint. The prince guarantees that the group is even capable of facing level 6 orcs. When the monsters approach, the young people, still tense, advance to combat. A white gnoll attacks first and injures one of the heroes, who collapses. Then, others are hit, and a girl tries to cast a spell, but fails. Afraid, she cries as the creature gets closer and closer. Everyone cries for help, and the prince, exhausted, cuts the gnoll in half with a single blow. The novices, physically and mentally destroyed, cry on the ground. The saint appears, praising the prince for guiding the heroes. Kneeling, she offers a prayer and heals one of the young men with her luminous aura. As soon as the door closes, the young man stands up renewed, claiming that he has been revived. The girl, serious, encourages the group to give their all, promising to bring them back as many times as necessary. Everyone remains tired, reflecting on the persistence of that gnoll. Choi thanks for the time gained, and the young man approaches from behind, striking the monster with a precise thrust. The blessing of courage pushes him away, and the creature falls dead, leaning against the tree. Meanwhile, the gods discuss among praises and criticisms, and he realizes he has leveled up to level 2, celebrating the achievement. Thanks to the new blessings of acceleration and command, he looks at his two companions and acknowledges their usefulness. A distant scream catches his attention, and the others, deluded by faith, attack the monster in the name of their goddess, finishing it off together. The blonde girl thanks, happy to have reached level 2, while the others watch in frustration. She reflects on how wonderful she is, and a god stares at her intensely, causing her despair. Distressed, she denies being in an abusive relationship, at which point a god of beauty grants her the blessing, Color of Beauty. Excited, the young woman considers the blessing perfect for herself, and the boys promise to protect her, saying that this is a man's duty. Grateful, she decides to trust them, which makes some other boys uncomfortable. Two of them claim they can no longer help Choi Gangmin, leaving him confused, and they decide to support Mion from now on. Choi praises her strategy and joins two other girls to hunt, both of whom agree. The gods continue to observe the heroes while Yu falls to the ground, trying to rise after dropping the sword. The gnoll takes the opportunity to grab the weapon, but she convinces herself that she can win, casting a fire spell that incinerates the monster. Exhausted, she collapses, but upon checking the status window, she notices she is at level 2 and considers it a great start. The gods cheer for her, and she thanks them, analyzing her blessing from the martial god. A second monster approaches from behind, but she recovers the weapon and slashes the gnoll's chest, blocking the attack with the sword. Taking advantage of the opening, she conjures flames over the enemy, and with a decisive strike, brings down the creature. Tired, she feels her body recover and levels up to level 3, Radiant. In another part of the battlefield, Choi watches everything, impressed, while the blonde girl looks at him curiously, and each leads their group. Further ahead, the protagonist holds a gnoll and splits it without delay. The little deity questions how many have already died, but he prefers not to answer, knowing he has easily surpassed the mark of 1,000. Sitting on one of the bodies, the young man follows the window during the fights and notices another curse emerging. Looking up at the sky, he concludes that he cannot level up because of the goddess's curse. The hero's curse reduces his experience, and this leaves him distressed. The deity comments on the stars, confusing the boy, who thinks it is just irony. He returns to the status panel, questioning the curse that makes him instill fear in friendly races. Downcast, he feels even more excluded, something that pleases the young god. Looking down, he finds a gold bracelet, and with his pouch already full of coins, decides that he will also grow strong through the power of wealth. Other monsters approach, and several armed gnolls swear to kill the scary meat. Despite feeling confident, he is surprised to see so many gnolls gathered. Kang notices that one of them is level 9 and has the warrior blessing. Smiling, he realizes that the monsters have devised a strategy, as they cannot defeat him just by numbers. Filled with hatred, they all charge to devour him, but he dodges with a leap, and still, thanks. After all, he now has several teachers who sought him out of their own will. Upon seeing him, the gnolls ask if he is one of them, but with a single blow, the protagonist nearly splits one in half. Looking back, he thanks again for having learned to handle his own power. The creatures, cautious, feel threatened by the strength of that human. Proud, Kang asserts that, regardless of what they do, they will remain weak. Later, the young man accumulates a huge amount of gold, but faces problems in negotiations due to the language, needing a translator. Lying on the ground, he concludes that the gnolls are trustworthy precisely because they are terrible liars. Then, a demon appears from behind, asking who took care of the gnolls. Surprised, the boy sees the man confused for having called him idiot human, but the sentence is interrupted when the protagonist grabs him by the shirt. Excited, the young man comments that he finally got a smart translator and confuses the demon with a humanoid gnoll. The other, irritated, insists that he is a demon, not a gnoll. Confused, the young man thinks that demons would be very powerful humanoids. The kidnapper goddess had said they would need to defeat the leader of the demons, the king. If the gods asked for help, it is because the demons are strong, but that one didn't seem so scary. Furious, the demon complains that you don't hit someone and then ask for friendship, also explaining that not all demons are extraordinary. Blandly, the boy apologizes, saying he is weak, which almost makes the demon cry. Trying to maintain his composure, the man comments on the protagonist's strange strength, which, happy, he attributes all to his blessing. The demon, however, replies that he has more curses than blessings. Astonished, the young man discovers that the stranger possesses the observer's blessing, capable of seeing others' status windows. The protagonist understands, and the other asks to be released, but the boy says that this is just a different way of making friends, further irritating him. While staring at him, Kang comments that he is shrewd, and the demon explains that, being a dark mage, he really needs to be clever. At the moment, he was training to get married, which leaves the boy completely confused. In a mocking tone, the man asserts that he is old enough already. The little deity, excited, encourages the boy to ask more questions about the demon's life. Enthusiastic, he wants to know why he hasn't married yet, but the other, filled with rage, replies that he would rather die than become a toy for humans. Jokingly, the boy comments that it would be a shame to die without knowing the pleasures of the flesh. He explains that more powerful demons can have multiple wives, but, being weak, that one fled to avoid ending up as the husband of some random demoness. The young man feels pity, but the demon asks him not to feel anything. Then, he asks how he is still able to move, leaving Kang confused. The mage reveals that he used a paralysis potion that would affect even a fairy, but the boy, despite being level 1, remained unharmed. Upon seeing the vial, the boy immediately remembers Crimson. Gritting his teeth, he curses the demon, who looks frightened. Smiling in a disturbing way, Kang recalls something extremely annoying. He laughs while holding the demon firmly. A magic begins to rise up the boy's leg, but dissipates before reaching his head. Threateningly, he asks what the other is trying to do, and the mage, in panic, screams upon realizing that his sealing spell has failed. The young man remains silent, increasing the tension. Then, he asks what the demon's relationship is with the former leader. Smiling, the man considers the question absurd, as he has met several leaders. However, the protagonist specifies he speaks of the leader who had a gnoll trapped to his chest. The mage's expression darkens, and he remembers a human on the brink of death with a tragic story. As he begins to explain that he saved that young man from the curse, the protagonist interrupts him, filled with rage, recognizing the dark mage who helped Crimson, now standing right in front of him. Elsewhere, the heroes gather. The unhappy saint warns that the other boys have given up and returned to the temple. Resources are now directed to those who remained, which cheers the group. Alsus comments that leveling up 3 times a day is impressive, praising the saviors, although he knows that the true wonder is the hero's blessing. Soon someone calls for the young man. A knight warns about a gnoll feeding while the order is busy. The woman asks the creature's level, and he replies that it is 5. She reasons that there are 3 adventurers at that same level, and the prince confirms, considering it a good opportunity for experience. Thus, everyone follows him. As they approach the monster, the prince asks for silence, explaining that, although it seems foolish, it is strong and loves to fight. The princess mentions that a gnoll can use dark magic when satisfied, recommending caution when its eyes turn red. Despite the caution, the monster notices them, and she apologizes for being discovered. With red eyes, the gnoll roars. The princes step back, wishing good luck to the boys, who feel apprehensive. Using his command blessing, Choi tries to calm them, thinking of buying time. As the gnoll prepares, he asserts that the creature must be slow, but in a swift leap, it is already before them, frightening the young man. An explosion occurs, and one of the boys calls for the injured companion. The gnoll growls, charging at the heroes and throwing them away until a fire spell hits its face. Yu is tense but focused, preparing to attack cunningly. She lunges with her sword, but does not see something approaching and receives a knee to the stomach, spitting blood. With no time to react, the monster grabs her and throws her against the blonde. With the young woman in his arms, the girl trembles, unsure of how to act. Stammering, she tries to ask for help. The gnoll approaches, and her charm blessing activates as she pleads and cries. The monster catches the scent and extends its hand, licking its lips, until a cut opens its neck, splattering blood on the girl's face. The prince asks if the little heroine is okay. She still trembles with fear while an innocent god sighs in relief. An evil god shows frustration, and a water goddess washes her face. The prince looks back, praises the courage of the young ones, and wishes that the deities bless them. In another location, The demon bleeding on the ground claims that the protagonist is worse than a demon for swinging him like a rag. Frighteningly, the boy calls him, and he tries to say he cannot fulfill the request. The young man laughs and asks if he wants to die, leaving him terrified. The horned one then conjures a spell that heals him and cleans his blood. Irritated, the boy says that out of pity for the leader, he almost died. He wants to know if he will receive help, but the demon mentions a saint in the nearby town and says he doesn't want to die before getting married. Tense, he agrees to help and take him to another city. The protagonist smiles, as he does not want to stay where there are servants of the goddess. As they walk, the demon suggests a shortcut to avoid checking their identities. The boy sees no problem, since he would also have difficulties not speaking the human language. The god, for his part, finds it amusing. At another point, the redhead comments that Hanwoo might be useful, but it's strange that he doesn't know where a public bathroom is. The boy thinks that this kind of detail never appears in mangas and novels. Moreover, she has been paying for the lodging, armor, and even for his weapon. Suddenly, the girl stops and says she is bothered by the fact that he is staring at her intensely from behind. Convinced, Hanwoo says he likes walking behind people, thinking that a beautiful girl is taking care of him, a complete stranger, thanks to his protagonist blessing, as they get closer. She states that she was surprised when he tried to attack a slime and comments that he must not have a brain. Even trying to defend himself, the young woman warns that they are in orc territory, more dangerous than that of the gnolls, and asks for caution. He agrees, but she doubts his understanding. Smiling, he assures her that he understood, and they stare at each other. Even the gods gather to watch them, and he believes he will gain more blessings. The redhead, not understanding, tells him to stop laughing and stay alert, as that territory is dangerous for rank slime mercenaries. Excited, he looks at his ring, thinking he has gained a blessing that gives experience bonuses, despite the risk. Further ahead, he asks if they are in the right place, since there are no gnolls around, which she also finds strange. Hanwoo comments that things like this happen to protagonists, but she doesn't understand. She opens a scroll, certain that they could complete the mission of collecting gnoll ears. Confident, the young man suggests exploring more of the forest, but the girl recommends seeking more information at the guild. He asks her to trust him, and she, scared, questions his confidence. Suddenly, an axe flies towards him, but he dodges. Fallen on the ground, he watches in shock as the redhead encourages him to get up and face the gnoll. However, his sword does not pierce the creature's armor. She realizes it is a gnoll named by the steel armor and asks if he can stand. Others approach, and the warrior tells him to pay attention while she distracts them. He hesitates, worried about the experience, and she tells him to stop with the jokes. Before he can respond, he gets hit by a stone and becomes dizzy. As he falls, the young woman calls out to him, but he only thinks it's strange, being the protagonist. Suddenly, he wakes up startled and asks about the gnolls. The redhead, Dirty, says she took care of all of them, but he notices that she has lost an arm. Terrified, he asks if it was because of him, but the girl claims it was her own fault. With the weight of guilt, he wonders how he can continue as a protagonist. Desperate, he tries to use his blessing to heal her, but she asks him to calm down. Smiling, she says the fault is hers, while he realizes that his blessing only exempts him from responsibility. Up above, the gods laugh and punish him with a curse of limited vision. He does not understand what is happening, and the redhead, worried, wants to know if he is okay. She notices that he is acting strange and talking to himself. He realizes he cannot see her status window. Angrily, he falls to the ground, frustrated with the dream of traveling with a beautiful girl. Confused, she states that the forest is dangerous and suggests they go back before more gnolls appear. He agrees, remembering that the saint in the town can heal her arm, and promises to take responsibility. Elsewhere, Kang asks the demon's name. The man, irritated, says he is Kogmos, the 23rd son of the 348th wife of the demon king. Although royalty is determined by power, they do not value status. Kang laughs and describes him as an ordinary demon. Noticing the other's sadness, he apologizes and asks how he prefers to be called. The man recounts that an old friend, now the wife of the 7th demon king, used to call him Moss. However, he never managed to congratulate her on her son. The story irritates Kang. He feels pity for the demon but considers his own journey more tragic. Bored, the god tells them to leave the forests soon. Kang notices his strange behavior, especially after being aggressive with the fairies. Mos, looking down, notices something. He announces that they have arrived, leaving the boy confused. They are already close to exiting the forest, but the demon warns not to let their guard down. Ahead, they will enter the realm of the Swordmaster Knights, which intrigues Kang. Mos confirms that it is also orc territory, which surprises him. He imagines that there might be someone interesting over there. However, the demon warns that the orcs are stronger than the gnolls. Observing the cliff, the two spot the orcs. Kang is impressed to see them taming animals. Suddenly, an orc catches the scent of a human. Licking their lips, they become eager to feast. The orcs spot the travelers, and Mos blames the young one, who does not understand. The demon explains that his eyes shine in the dark. The boy admits he forgot, leaving Mos astonished. After disabling the glow, he asks if it's better, but the demon becomes furious because he didn't do it earlier. The boy just laughs, and Mos calls him an idiot. Soon, several orcs approach. Activating the glow again, the young man says he sees better this way. At night, he counts that there are only 10. Confident, he states that they seem relaxed. Mos explains that they are underestimating the boy because he looks like a tired mercenary. Kang jumps from the cliff and tries to talk. Mos sighs, allowing him to do as he wishes. With determination, he calls out to them. The orcs call him Piggy and demand his belongings. He gets irritated and says he is human. Surprised, one of the orcs comments that the Piggy speaks their language and warns the others. Kang thinks they are more communicative than the gnolls, but still hard to deal with. Preparing his dagger, he remembers that Mos said they are stronger. Pulling out the weapon, he orders them to hand everything over. An orc becomes furious and says he is an orc, not a pig. Then, the young man attacks him in the chest. He wonders if he will be able to defeat them, but remembers the blessing of the excluded. Smiling, he says he will show who has pig blood. Kang throws the dagger and hits one of them in the head. The orcs argue about who will face him. The young man stares at them with red eyes. He asks Mos if they weren't stronger, and he affirms that the bizarre one is the boy. Pulling the dagger back, Kang says they are not strong. After cleaning the weapon, he comments that it was easier than it seemed. Turning around, he complains that Mos should be more useful, until he notices something. Seeing the demon's legs burning, he asks what is happening. Confused, Mos just says it looks dangerous. He asks Kang to look at the sky. The young man obeys and sees a huge dragon flying. Curious, he asks where it is going, and Mos says there is a saint over there. Confused, the protagonist confirms, and the demon explains that it is expected for humanity's greatest weapon to detect from a long distance. The fairy kingdom is in that direction, so something serious must have happened. Relieved, Kang says he survived, but considers it bad luck to encounter it now. Although the boy warns about the burns, the horned one downplays it and states it will take time to heal, suggesting that the protagonist carry him. The young man refuses. After a silence, he reflects on his experiences and on helping a demon. The god comments that he should have been handed over to the orcs, but the protagonist disagrees. Mos says the situation is reciprocal, as his reputation would be at stake if they found out a demon accepted help from a human. Kang laughs and threatens to spread this, which makes the demon question his humanity. Kang claims he is not ordinary, almost becoming a hero, leaving Mos surprised. Confused, the protagonist mentions his status window, and the demon is astonished, as the hero's curse is usually imposed on demons. The curse prevents level increase, rendering a demon practically dead. The young man understands that the other's revenge is impossible. Mos wants to know how he became so strong just with the fairy's blessing. The demon has never heard of the blessing of the excluded and asks for explanations, but Kang warns him about the risk of falling. Mos is unaware of the blessing but recalls a similar curse. Irritated, the protagonist realizes that the demon does not understand the true meaning of excluded and feels uncomfortable with the observation of his status window. Thinking about the blessing, he questions if everything will return to the beginning. Mos concludes that the blessing prevents hunger or fatigue because everything resets. The young man agrees, and the demon says it sounds more like a curse. Kang notes that the accumulated experience also resets. Curious, Mos asks how he keeps getting stronger, intriguing the protagonist. Then the boy consults the god, who recalls the past, leaving him confused. In another location, an irritated young man asks about the hero's defeat. Choi Gang-min tries to calm him down, but a prince intervenes, stating that the gnolls are strong but will be defeated as they level up. The newcomers nod, disheartened. The prince reflects on the hero's levels and the scarcity of gnolls. A guard informs that the dispatched troop has not been found, suggesting the intervention of knights. The prince considers that only one person might have done the job but dismisses it. He orders the heroes to prepare to face orcs. Even during the investigations, a tired adventurer arrives at the temple, surprising the prince. Recognized as Oh Han-woo, he seeks the saint, and everyone is surprised that he trained alone. Exhausted, he asks about the saint, While the prince asks him to calm down, he apologizes, saying that the life of the girl he was carrying was at risk. Princess Rosina is surprised to see him. The mercenary dismounts from Hanwoo's back, stating she wants to retire, while the princess notices the absence of the redhead's left arm. Trying to disguise it, the mercenary downplays the incident. The hero smiles and asks to be taken to the saint. Upon finding her, she wants to know the reason for the confusion. The prince explains that Hanwoo has returned. Before he can ask for anything, 2 spears block him. The guard orders him to stop, and Hanwoo pleads to speak with the saint. She is surprised that he is low level and still cursed. He tries to divert by mentioning a great companion. The saint looks at the redhead, notices a noble blessing, and assumes she is the daughter of a duke. Still, she finds it lacking. The young man shouts that the redhead protected him with her life, so she is valuable. The saint asks him to look around and mentions Templars and level 30 knights who would also sacrifice themselves. She questions how the girl can be excellent in front of them. Hanwoo tries to argue about her pure heart, but the saint wants a concrete justification, he thinks, until he shouts about her potential. She understands, saying that in a few years, she will be a beautiful young lady. He agrees but insists on the redhead's talent. The saint reminds him that his friends evolve while he remains level 1, and says that this is true talent. Hanwoo looks at his companions, trying to respond, but freezes at the thought of mockery. The saint asks again if he has anything to add. Embarrassed, he tries once more. Using his special blessing, he says that Arya is a unique companion and pleads for her arm to be healed. The saint refuses, breaks his blessing, and demands that he prove his worth before asking for anything. She asks why she should pay the debt and, kneeling with a sarcastic smile, states that he underestimates the miracles of a saint. A priest reads a scroll listing gifts from the fairy nation for healing Celeblesse, impressing everyone. The saint says this is proof of worth and challenges him to do the same. Desperate, he asks to be considered an investment, promising to grow quickly. She interrupts him and says she will talk when he is strong, leaving him dejected. Hanwoo hears the laughter of his companions, who ridicule him. He hallucinates with mockery. Shouting that it's a lie, the gods call him an imposter. Suddenly, a student asks the saint to keep the red-haired swordswoman as a companion. The saint recognizes the girl's ignored potential and decides to make an exception. Smiling, she asks to see the redhead's arm, and the young woman agrees. A light envelops the limb, and the saint declares that the swordswoman will be the sword and shield of the heroine Yu, asking her to never forget that. Arya cries upon seeing her arm restored. The saint asks what she is waiting for. The white-haired girl tells her to go to the side of the heroine, and Arya understands. Sighing, the saint tells the prince that they have wasted too much time and asks to speed up the plans. The blonde agrees. The young people leave, wishing Hanwoo good luck, who stays behind. Even the prince hesitates. Outraged, the hero shouts and curses. However, someone extends a hand and asks him to lift his head. The princess says that he may not realize it, but he is not wrong. Smiling, she thanks him for bringing Arya and saving her childhood friend. Hanwoo is shocked. Holding his hand, she gives him a symbol of gratitude and asks him to be her second apprentice. A magic circle appears on his back and he receives the blessing of magic, but the title of second apprentice intrigues him. She bids farewell, wishing him the best, and departs. The young man looks at his own hand, not understanding. Blushing, he does not notice the princess's interest. The gods, surprised, applaud and sarcastically praise. Excited, Hanwoo starts everything over. Meanwhile, the orcs are defeated. Kang advances and kicks one of them who tries to talk. He says it's just another horde looking for trouble. The orcs do not call for reinforcements, but the flat terrain makes hiding difficult. Looking back, the young man notices something. A goat tries to eat the equipment on a cow, and he tries to stop it, thinking about the rewards from the orcs. Laughing, he offers something to the animal. Moss comments on the boy's animation. Kang is impressed, but the demon asks to be released, now recovered. The young man frees him, questioning the rapid regeneration, but Mos doesn't want to play. Kang notices that the horns are hidden, and he explains it's a magical trick to enter the cities. The protagonist asks why he didn't hide them earlier, and he says it would hinder his regeneration. Moss panics upon seeing the goat eating his clothes, while Kang thinks his concern is exaggerated, as he is smarter than a null. Even so, the young man gets irritated with the delay in reaching the city. Suddenly they hear sounds. A carriage is fleeing at full speed, chased by orcs demanding belongings. The caravans are surrounded, and the leader orders them to stop. The knights attack, leaving a lord desperate. He says it is dishonorable to face the orcs like this and orders the attack. The knights are decimated in moments. Kang observes, and Mos asks if he isn't going to help. The boy replies that, despite being a demon, he didn't want to marry a little old demon lady, and Maz understands. They decide to just watch, and the former horned one calls him heartless. The orcs surround the carriages and laugh. In front of the most valuable one, the knights try to protect it. Sensing the smell of a female, an orc informs the leader, who orders to take the food and leave. Suddenly, the door opens, and a pair of girls appears, surprising the orcs. They laugh, saying they would let them go if they weren't foolish. Speaking in an unknown language, one of them conjures fire, sending fireballs, while the other advances with a sword surrounded by a blue aura. She strikes from top to bottom, causing an explosion combined with the fire. The soldiers get excited. Kang comments on the strength of the swordswoman, but Maz downplays it. The young man says he didn't think it was cool, and the demon asks if he didn't like that the humans survived, but he denies it. Preparing himself, he laments not being able to avenge them. Observing the girls, he believes they are part of the elite, and that it would be advantageous to ally with them. Then he shouts about a pretty pig. He knows the humans won't understand, but the orcs will, leaving Maz confused. Smiling, he predicts that things will get more fun. The mage looks confused, and the swordswoman interrupts the attack. In the distance, a huge number of orcs appear, attracted by the shout. The knights and the old man scream desperately. The mage observes the approaching orcs and comments on something strange. Impressed, Maz praises the boy's cleverness in using his curse to attract the monsters. Pulling out the dagger, Kang decides to save the girls. The god suggests letting them die, but he asks for understanding. Surrounding the young women, the orcs claim they are tired. The leader, smiling, orders to kill the others and take the two. The warrior notices something, and the young man comments that it is impressive. Kang observes, convinced that they would manage, and that he should have waited longer. Distrustful, the mage asks who he is. The boy smiles, mocks, and says he is an apostle of an excluded god. Unintentionally, he throws an orc into the air, leaving the girls scared. Observing his fingers, he finds it amusing yet strange. Suddenly, a cut passes in front of him. The orcs charge fiercely, but Kang dodges various blows. Smiling, he notices space between the attacks until Mose warns him. An orc charges from afar and hits him. The demon shouts that he was reckless against a red orc, but the young man pierces the creature's chest. He sighs, admitting to being startled by the sudden attack. With his hand surrounded by aura, he asks what he should have been careful of. The demon says it's nothing. Observing the orc, he notices the sudden color and realizes he should have studied before killing it. The soldiers cheer and say something he partially understands. He realizes they are thanking him for saving them. He recognizes some words as he studied a bit on the way. The god, annoyed, says he should kill them all fairly, but the young man asks for patience. The orcs believe he is tired. Suddenly an arm flies towards him. Upon touching the hit spot, he realizes it is an orc's limb. Excited, he says that those who can turn red should raise their hands, and the monster asks how the piglet speaks their language. The young man tells them to be quiet since they can't. Sometime later, the last orc falls. Mose approaches and asks if everything is okay, and the boy confirms. However, the demon wanted to know about the others, who are scared. Embarrassed, Kang thinks he used too much null power and asks Mos to handle it. Advancing, the demon grumbles and introduces himself as the wizard Cogmos, while Kang is the swordsman Kang Hansu, who doesn't speak the common tongue. The protagonist thinks Mos is useful and invented a convincing story. Worried, the mage asks him something. Smiling, the demon explains that Kang has the hero's curse, but also a blessing from the fairy, a great symbol of trust. The boy thinks it was worth losing his first kiss for this. Filled with anger, he blames the goddess, while the girl approaches. The demon says she apologizes for suspecting her savior. Excited, he understands, believing he has found a good translator, and finally the trust of the natives. The god does not like the direction things are taking, and complains, saying that the traitorous apostle deserves death, and Kang was already expecting this. Then, he decides to reveal a secret to the god. Later, Kang watches the campfire. The god grumbles, saying that being impotent is not a sin. The boy blames the blessing, but is thankful for not being angry anymore. The blessing of the excluded is powerful and has a condition to strengthen, reset all statuses. He reflects that it means absolutely all of them. Depressed, he says he hasn't done much for some time. The swordswoman approaches and calls him. Kang remembers that her name is Julia, a noble who studies at the Fantasy Academy. Awkwardly, he finds it hard to talk since the translator is asleep. What catches his attention is the fact that she calls him and sits far away, thinking she is dismissing him. She calls again, startling him. Drawing her sword, she creates an aura around it and shows it. Then, she asks him to show his. Focusing it on his finger, Kang demonstrates, leaving her surprised. The young woman approaches, asking something he doesn't understand until she seems to notice something and apologizes. She bows, seeming to ask for forgiveness, and the boy doesn't understand anything. Thinking she didn't like it because it was small, he concentrates the aura on the dagger and asks if it looks better. Relieved, she says something incomprehensible and runs away, leaving him there. Awkwardly, he just smiles. Frustrated, he says it's hard to understand women's hearts. The god states that an impotent person doesn't need to know that. Returning to the temple, the boy is prevented from entering his dormitory. Oh Han-woo says he is a hero, but someone explains that he has failed, leaving him confused. A priest states that by leaving the temple, the young man lost support and now has 3 choices. The first is to receive an independent fund and give up being a hero, but if discovered, he will be executed, which frightens him. The second is to return to training without receiving anything until he evolves, but he refuses out of fear of humiliation. Then he asks about the third. The last option is to surrender his body to the temple and marry a noble, unable to leave until he dies. With his hand on his chin, Han-woo chooses the first option, as he doesn't want to live trapped. The saint extends a paper for Han-woo to sign, explaining that it is a contract to protect the reputation of heroes. Soon after, he receives the independent fund and a new identity, being surprised at how different this is from the novels he knows. The old man finds the comment strange and asks what he meant, but the young man disguises it, claiming he is talking to himself. In the stories he read, protagonists who abandon the kingdom are treated as hypocrites, yet for him, this situation seems like a great opportunity. Then, he smiles and asks if he can use the money as he wishes, receiving confirmation from the priest. Upon leaving the temple, he even considers marrying a noble, but ultimately decides to follow the path of a true hero. Thus, he heads to the slave market, accompanied only by an immature god. Elsewhere, someone runs to the saint and informs her that Oh Han-woo has deserted. She, although hurt, sees the reduction in the number of heroes as somewhat beneficial in a sense. There are 2 saints across the continent, but when the true war begins, she will have to face everything practically alone. The priestess comments on the drastic decline in the number of gnolls, and the nun mentions rumors about a mysterious order of knights. Then she questions whether a single order would be able to handle so many monsters, but the subordinate suggests the hypothesis of an elite squad. The saint dismisses the idea, saying that not even the fairies could achieve something like that, and begins to fear it might be the work of the Demon King. The nun apologizes for the hasty theory, but the woman claims that the real danger is judging without evidence. Still, she orders an investigation to confirm if there is involvement from the Demon King. Watching the nun walk away, she reflects that everything happened at the western border, far from the demonic territory. Soon, someone interrupts her thoughts, bringing a message from the academy, inviting the heroes to celebrate the school holidays. The saint is shocked that they know about the summoning of the heroes and asks how they came by this information. The old man explains that a student saw Oh Han-woo's status window at the Mercenary Guild. She laments having allowed him to act alone, believing he would end up returning to the temple. On the other hand, she considers it good that the fame of the summoned spreads, even though they are still weak. Thus, he instructs the old man to respond that they will take the Academy's suggestion into consideration. Suddenly, another person appears breathless before her, informing that they found a bag with a hero's belongings, leaving the saint intrigued. In another scene, Kang relaxes in a cart and asks if the girls hired mercenaries. Mose confirms, and a knight approaches wanting to know details about that group's training. Kang finds the approach rude, and the demon asks if he is uncomfortable with the man's greed. Although he doesn't fully understand the situation, Cogmos warns him that it's rude to inquire about others' training. The young man, curious, asks if mercenaries are always so shameless, and his companion replies that they tend to fight over silly reasons and end up dying young. Intrigued, Kang wants to know why they choose this lifestyle, and Moss reveals that the mercenary blessing allows gaining experience by completing missions. The boy reflects on this while discreetly observing another adventurer. Then he opens his hero curse window but finds no penalties preventing experience from missions and achievements, only from hunting. Moz, interested, asks what he is analyzing. In response, Kang holds the demon's shoulder and asks Cogmos what it takes to become a mercenary, believing he has found a way to get stronger. Later, already in the city, he smiles and shouts through the streets that he has completed his long journey, finally reaching his goal. However, the enthusiasm fades when the smell of the place invades his nose. The demon explains that many are travelers who haven't bathed in days, and reminds that Kang himself is even worse after the orc bloodbath. The young man complains about the rudeness, but hears that he is, in fact, the smelliest in the area. Then, he notices that the mercenaries have disappeared upon entering the gates. Cogmos comments that they probably went to drink or headed straight to the guild, but his partner gets distracted by fruits for sale. Happy not to see meat everywhere, he suggests listening to what the ladies want, and Leisha says something that Hansu doesn't understand. Moose translates that the two wish to stay at the same inn, a request the young man accepts without problems. The deity becomes annoyed with the carefree attitude of the excluded one, who asks the god to be kinder. The young man asks if they should head to the guild soon, but the demon recommends a bath first, due to the smell. Only then does Kang smell himself and admit that the odor is terrible. In another part of the city, a slime cleans the protagonist's clothes, and he smiles comparing them to washing machines. His companion warns not to steal a creature of that kind, and Kang asks how much they are worth, discovering that each one corresponds to its own weight in gold, making them even more adorable in his eyes. Moss urges him to change clothes, explaining that he has already set aside some outfits. Kang, nauseated, doesn't understand how his friend hasn't arranged a marriage being so helpful. Sometime later, he gets irritated for needing to wear different clothes while the demon chats calmly with two girls. Kang and the god observe the scene, uncomfortable. Then someone descends the stairs, and the young man sees the ladies entering, catching the attention of all the men around. Julia and Leisha appear stunning, saying something that Kang doesn't understand. Kogmo lies, claiming that they just arrived too, which irritates his companion and bothers the deity. Soon after, the young man suggests eating something special, and the horned one points to a good restaurant. Excited, the two mention Kang's name, and most translates that they want to go wherever the young man wishes. The swordsman smiles, determined to eat well, while the demon laments that women always choose the strongest. The boy fills with confidence, but the god behind him emanates a dark aura. Meanwhile, Oh Hanwoo walks in shock through a slave market operating in broad daylight. He hears compliments about the physique of a captive, but the displayed man is completely dejected. Next, another guy pushes his line of slaves with blows, ordering them to move. Hanwoo is not so surprised and tries to ignore the scene while the gods make bets up above. He observes the chains when someone recognizes him and calls his name. A young man asks if he also came to buy slaves, and Hanwoo feels embarrassed. Then he notices the huge man behind his colleague, imagining that both had the same idea after being dissatisfied with the training. Suspicious, he states that it is a secret matter and wonders how the other didn't notice his absence right at the start. The acquaintance, however, decides to share some information so that both can benefit. Confused, Hanwoo follows the explanation while the boy waves with familiarity. He reveals that by showing the hero window to the person in charge, he can gain access to the establishment's premium slaves. Then, he assures that he is not breaking the contract, as there is no way to hide the status, and Hanwoo understands the reasoning. Tense, the young man realizes the serious flaw in the clauses he signed. Therefore, he decides not to reveal which slave he intends to choose, as his colleague seems untrustworthy. The bowl-cut boy suggests they meet at the inn, should Hanwoo want to. He then smiles mischievously, admiring his friend's caution, but maintaining a good feeling. Disinterested, the hero says he is busy and separates from him. Still, the other insists, banging on the table, saying he wants to buy a slave. Immediately, the status window appears before the chubby merchant, who is startled to see a real hero. The merchant, grinning, starts calling him a legendary hero. The old man asks what kind of slave he is looking for. In his mind, he already plans to extract the largest sum possible, just as he had done with the previous client. In a burst, Hanwoo bangs on the table and demands a strong warrior, confusing the merchant. The man then stands up, shouting that he has exactly an extremely powerful warrior in mind. He soon asks him to follow him to the back, where he will reveal the special slaves. Hanwoo follows. Impressed by the lighting of the place, he notices that they even dress the captives to make them look more presentable to customers. The merchant points to a cell and suggests looking at one of the women, and the young man decides to take a closer look. He sees defined arms, a cold gaze, and a threat in every movement. The slave in question was a bandit who robbed villages until she was betrayed by her subordinates and sold. Hanwoo is shaken by the reality behind each chain. The old man praises the woman's strength and asks her to show her status window. She obeys, revealing the name Marasi and a slave curse. This curse is applied when someone makes an oath to a god, losing all rights, but also becoming incapable of betraying the owner, as long as the orders are reasonable. Hanwoo hesitates in light of this. The old man laughs, assuring that he will not charge a fortune, although the true price is not what worries the young man. In fact, he wants someone strong, with an imposing presence and a powerful body to protect him. The man insists that such a warrior will be a perfect shield, especially since the hero has the blessing of magic. Hanwoo prefers to choose on his own and starts to think about how his special blessing can help in this decision. The merchant, seeing the sparkle in the customer's eyes, becomes even more excited. Sometime later, the young man announces that he is already chosen, surprising the old man with his speed. The merchant nearly jumps for joy upon noticing that the hero selected 3 slaves at once. He agrees that all 3 have generous curves and are quite robust. He then tears up the old contract, nullifying all orders from previous owners. From now on, he declares that all serve the hero Oh Hanwoo. With the contract undone, the man warns that he must give clear orders as there is always the risk of them trying to kill him or escape. Handing over the payment, Hanwoo promises to keep this in mind, but firmly believes he will never be betrayed. The first stop after the purchase is a weapon shop. The 3 agree in silence. The hero lets out a mischievous smile. Meanwhile, the gods continue to enjoy the spectacle provided by the young man. Elsewhere, Kang is tense and struggling. Stuck in front of a form in a language he cannot write, he begins to sweat cold, regretting not having learned the local alphabet. He raises his gaze and sees the receptionist smiling warmly, which only makes him more desperate. With no one to sign for him, he nearly cries. Kogmo teases him, comparing the scene to mercenaries who cannot write their own names. He then slides a card and suggests that Kang just copy it. The young man finds all of this complicated and blames the hero curse for his embarrassment. 10 minutes later, he finally finishes and smiles, happy to have succeeded, despite his name being misspelled. The demon bursts into laughter at the human's foolishness. As he wonders why they are laughing, he sees the receptionist finalize the registration. Soon the status window opens, revealing a new mercenary blessing rank D, and he gets excited. Kogmos explains that this is a level equivalent to rank Gnol, asking him to be grateful to the 2 girls. After all, they were the ones who attested to his skills, and Kang asks to thank them in his place. The mage gets irritated, saying he should thank them personally if he could speak properly. Even so, Kogmos smiles and suggests buying a children's book for literacy, an idea promptly rejected by the young man, who refuses to be treated like a child. Soon after, the 2 adventurers appear calling for the 2. Mozart explains the mission: subjugation of orcs, with a reward proportional to the number of noses brought. Despite the nature of the task, Kang gets excited because he has 2 beautiful companions who can serve as bait. The god asks if there will be another massacre, but the swordsman assures that this time it will be a true annihilation. Further ahead, someone shouts Julia's name as she faces an orc. The swordswoman advances, but her sword is cut by the monster's attack. Even disarmed, the orc continues its advance and crushes her face against the ground. With effort, Julia lifts her gaze until a fireball hits the creature. Leisha runs alongside her friend, worried, but the wounded one says she is fine and assures that she can still handle the monsters. The orc, however, gets up again, surprising the mage, and soon another enemy charges, frightening both of them. At that moment, Leisha remembers the people she has met, and Kang Hansu stands out as the most special, massacring orcs as if they were nothing. The young man smiles while simultaneously using the hero's curse and the fairy's blessing, easily taking down the creature. The mage observes that, due to the curse, he could be mistaken for a demon, but the blessing makes it clear that he is someone trustworthy. An orc screams something unintelligible, and Kang exterminates it effortlessly. The young woman tries to motivate her friend, who agrees to keep fighting. Sometime later, the swordsman continues killing monsters, while the mage pleads for a break. Kogmo suggests a rest, and Julia thanks him, astonished by Hansu's endurance. When someone shouts her name, Julia realizes she was the first to ask for a break. Leisha jokes about how exhausted her companion looks, and the other blames her own outfit. Despite this, both recognize how extraordinary Hansu is. The warrior comments that the boy's sword technique is insanely heavy and should destroy him, but he sustains it all day. The mage doubts that this is possible, and the other admits she is not sure. Even so, the 2 smile happily as they see him approaching, hoping to rest. They notice the children's book in his hand and realize he is studying pronunciation. Julia celebrates reaching level 15, while her friend laments the level difference. The brunette reveals that she wants to reach rank B soon, and Leisha worries about the effort required. The warrior calms her, saying that Kang is focused on hunting and protecting them. The mage makes a comment about her friend's interest in the boy, and Julia blushes, saying she is focused on other things. Then the young man closes the book, announcing that they will continue the hunt, leaving both anxious. As a scholar, Leisha feels even more attracted and decides to help with the pronunciation of that strange language. Meanwhile, the saint, elsewhere, examines an object and asks if it is really that, receiving confirmation from the old man. Her eyes become cold and threatening. Inside a bag, the elder reveals items that clearly do not belong to their world. According to the report, they were found by a knight in the Knoll's forest. Then, the saint asks who else knows about the existence of the bag, and the man replies that only the commander of the order is aware. She also wants to know if Prince Alsis has been informed about the backpack. The guard assures that there was no chance for the prince to find out, as he was ordered to go straight to the temple. the woman decides that she will search the belongings of all the heroes, including those who have already left the sanctuary. She praises the soldier for his work and states that he can serve the temple for the rest of his life. The man becomes apprehensive about this unexpected honor. The saint then explains that if he wants to avoid a premature and dignified death, he must forget everything about the bag. Nervous, he promises to dedicate his life to the temple, and the woman tells him to follow the priest. As soon as the two leave the room, silence falls over the place. Soon after, she picks up a small plaque from the table. She asks if anyone else heard the entire conversation. A blindfolded figure responds affirmatively, and the priestess orders them to learn the hero's language to translate what is written there. She warns not to disclose such information to anyone, and the masked one assures that they understood. Then, the saint reflects that all of this seems like a divine mistake, and considers covering up the case. Another assistant enters to report a major murder incident in a village located in the hunter's forest. The saint is surprised, as she believed the previous occurrence had already been erased from the records. The messenger, however, informs seriously that new bodies have appeared, and, according to fairies and villagers, it is the work of a vengeful spirit. They say it would be the spirit of a stranger returning, which makes the priestess think. She wonders if this person, called a traveler by their clothes, would have attire similar to that of the heroes. After sighing, she makes a more rational assumption. Perhaps it is just someone seeking revenge, and for that reason, she orders the masked one to produce a composite sketch of the said stranger. In another part of the forest, Kang feeds the campfire with more firewood. He notices that everyone is already asleep. This makes the situation somewhat complicated for him. Now he needs to study with illustrated books made for children. The god observes the drawings and admits they are cute. Hansu asks if he liked them, and the answer is positive. Then, the young man questions the whereabouts of the other gods, but the little one says he doesn't know. Kang becomes tense, as he needs to know where they are to avoid them. The spirit points in a direction, commenting that there are several divine presences at that point. He immediately remembers that this is the side of the temple mentioned by Kogmo, where the holy servant of the goddess resides. Therefore, he concludes that he needs to head northeast quickly and get stronger before any encounter. The little god, sulking, says he wants to read another book, but the young man insists on memorizing the current one first. Even so, the deity keeps asking for another, until Kang finally gives in. At that moment, his eyes turn red as he notices something. He says they can continue later, as they have been surrounded by humans. Hansu declares that he will punish all who displease the excluded god. Then, he yells for his companion to wake up. Half asleep, the demon asks why, and the boy asks him to get up slowly, explaining that they are surrounded by several humans at the level of the girls. Gradually, he narrows his eyes, realizing they have fallen into an ambush. Mos asks how Kang knows the level of the people, and the swordsman replies that he learned this trick from the gnolls. Then, he approaches the companions, asking if they want to die, and Kogmo suggests speaking more delicately. The two stand up startled, still not understanding. The young man is unsure if he said something wrong. Soon after, he feels another presence and warns that the people have arrived. Several men armed with swords and spears emerge from the bushes. One of them approaches and says something. The protagonist doesn't understand. Kang just gives a sly smile. He asks Kogmo to translate, and the demon explains that they want everything the group took from the orcs, as they consider the area their territory. Moreover, he warns that if they resist, they will be killed, and only the girls can survive. Our protagonist is enraged by the machismo and elitism of those bandits. The adventurers say they need to kill them all, but Kogmo is worried about the number of enemies. Kang whispers that he has been angry since the day he was summoned to that world, leaving the demon shivering. Frightened by the contained rage, Mos realizes that the impending massacre will be brutal. The young man then notices he has more advantages than he imagined in that situation. He looks back, reflecting quickly. How difficult it would be to fight while protecting the two. He takes a deep breath and chooses the most effective method. Shouting that there are strong girls there, he catches the attention of the old leader, who orders the archers to shoot at the young man. Kang blocks the arrows with his fist and charges at the chief, delivering a blow to the man's stomach, who spits blood. One of the archers realizes what happened and screams, but a green hand grabs him by the head. The orcs smile at seeing so many little pigs humans, terrifying the assailants. The leader of the monsters declares that the women belong to them and kills the archer on the spot. The other people finally notice the orcs and try to prepare for combat. The girls are surprised by the appearance of the monsters, but Kang positions himself in front of them, smiling at seeing the place turn into a huge experience event. Hansu charges without warning, cutting down anyone in his path all at once. He licks his lips, and his massacre curse comes into play, making the friendly races tremble in fear. One of the victims drops his sword, screams in despair, and calls for help, but is pulled back into the chaos. The still-living human leader orders the protagonist's death, which only makes Kang more excited about having survived the first blow. Brandishing his sword, he tells the old man to get ready, but an orc leaps toward him. At the same time, two men attack the monster, thinking to take advantage of the confusion to hit the swordsman. Kang concentrates the aura in the blade and slices the nearest opponent in half. When he turns around, he realizes the chief has struck him from behind, receiving the direct impact. The main bandit laughs, convinced he has killed him. However, the young man responds with a wicked smile, saying he was just enjoying the new cloak. The man calls him a monster, terrified, until he is pierced by Kang's own arm. The body falls, and the protagonist observes the bloodied hand before looking in another direction. There, he sees the mage dealing with the opponents and the swordswoman facing both people and monsters with great skill. He scratches his face upon noticing the concentration and effort of the two. The god then taunts him, suggesting they return to the picture book, and Kang agrees to read more later. Later at the guild, everyone is shocked by the huge bag full of orc noses. The receptionist rolls her eyes, and Kang asks if that is enough for her. He complains that he could have gotten even more if it weren't for the maidens, but Most points out that the two almost died from exhaustion. Hansu calls for the young women and hands each of them a mission completion paper, surprising them and leaving them radiant. They thank him, as they leveled up 2 times for hunting alongside him, and even Kogmo gained a level, considering thanking him as well. Kang smiles, opens his status window, and wonders how much he has evolved. To his surprise, he remains at level 1, which leaves him in shock. He stares at the screen in disbelief, then turns his neck towards the god and demands to know why. The deity tries to disguise it and change the subject. Kang Suhu begins to formulate a suspicion and lets out a high-pitched scream that echoes through the halls. Then, the narrative rewinds to the beginning of it all. In the beginning, the universe was empty until a star appeared from nothing. Over time, life emerged, and from that story, a peculiar god arose. Someone noticed the tiny glow as a deity, and living creatures began to pray for salvation, turning that light into one of the gods. Seeking to help, the entity discovered the joy and meaning of existence. Little by little, new deities emerged, from innocent children to cunning demons, each helping in their own way, as if participating in a competition. Meanwhile, living beings evolved in distinct ways. However, these countless lives could not understand each other and thus entered into conflict, dying in vain and disappearing as time moved on. In a certain cave, someone wounded spat blood. There, a god found a life about to end. The dying man sensed the divine presence, and the entity asked if he truly wanted to live. Through tears, the man begged for his life, saying he could not die like this. Then, the little god decided to help him, transforming him into a newborn baby. The child cried, confused, as the deity turned away, heading towards a small wooden cabin. Because of this, the elders were convinced to head to the cave to the west. Thus, the deity saved the young man, just as he had asked. The entity was satisfied with the outcome. After some time, the god visited the child again, who had already grown. He asked if the young man was well, and the young man wanted to know if he was the same god as before. The little one confirmed and asked if the human needed help again. However, the young man exploded in anger. He cursed the deity for losing the woman he loved by being transformed into a baby. The god was confused, as the other had never mentioned any wife. The man insisted that he could have avoided the marriage if he had remained an adult. The entity apologized. Irritated, the human demanded that the god take responsibility, causing him to flee. In the mind of the little deity, only the doubt about what he had done wrong remained. Elsewhere, a sailor offered something to a god asking for protection on the journey, making the wind god proud. In another corner, a war god encouraged fighters in battle. Still, that little one did not understand where he was failing. As the centuries passed, he blessed countless lives. But in the end, all resented him, which only increased his confusion. At another moment, many years later, humans changed once again. People began to ask for strength and salvation, but saw the gods as mere tools. They created new rules like hero, demon, level, blessings, and curses. All the deities ended up adapting to this new system, except for our little god. Until one day, something different happened. A dying warrior cried out for a saint, but the woman beside him explained that the priestess had already left. He asked for at least a healing blessing. This man was Cain, a level 38 hero. In unbearable pain, he could no longer endure and questioned his own title of hero. Then, the god approached and asked if he wanted to be saved. The man accepted without hesitation. The deity warned him that he would lose everything, yet the wounded man preferred that to dying in vain. The little god became excited and began to laugh. Then he raised his hand to grant his blessing. As he was blessed, Cain felt that he still had some value in the world. He was happy to see his body fully recover. His plan was to return to the saint immediately, but he realized he had returned to level 1. The god merely commented that he had warned him. Still, Kang smiled for being alive and willing to start over. This relieved the little deity. Sometime later, however, the hero found himself confused. His former companions apologized for having kicked him out of the group since he could not level up. They told him to forget them, and the blessing began to sound like a curse. Oh, God did not understand the change, but the man no longer felt anything. Kang thanked the god who saved him, but left a piece of advice. The small entity listened attentively. He clenched his fist and said to never grant that blessing again, for it was a true curse. Thus, the ability that made a person return to level 1 became something he promised to never use again. This was devastating for the divinity. She realized she was no longer needed. Then, a long time passed. One day, the little god observed someone hiding behind a tree. He saw the protagonist wounded with an arrow in his leg. Thus, he found another young man about to die, starting the story of Kang. Everything happened because of the god's curiosity, who decided to bestow his blessing on someone who already bore the hero's curse. Even having changed the name to Blessing, he knew that resentment would return once the truth was discovered. Back in the present, Kang finally uncovered the secret. The divinity, as she had predicted, trembled in fear upon hearing the boy say that this was a terrible situation. He realized that even his levels were being reset and called himself an idiot for not noticing sooner. The little one was uncertain if the young man was angry. However, Kang merely sighed and suggested they buy another drawing book. Clenching his fist, the god began to pray desperately. This confused the boy, who thought the divinity wished for his death. The god, irritated, denied it. Then he smiled when the boy asked the reason for the prayer, and simply replied that it was a secret. Finally, in another place, Hanwoo stares at the sky, not understanding why he is lying on the ground. He suddenly realizes that the group is under attack. Just before, he had ordered Sarah to initiate combat. The blonde rushed forward with her sword, cutting a knoll with golden fur, and then commanded Kana and Lusa to attack, which they did successfully, throwing the creature. Hanwoo, euphoric, applauded the teamwork and encouraged them to keep it up. He imagined it would be easy to hunt with 2 girls stronger than the gnolls themselves, feeling that his investment in weapons had paid off. However, Sarah noticed that the monster was still breathing until it was engulfed by a hurricane of flames. The young man responsible for the attack felt a surge of confidence upon noticing the evolution of his magic. Soon after, Park Han-young appeared, praising the boy and offering help if needed. Still, Hanwoo warned him to hunt elsewhere, but Park refused. At that moment, the protagonist recalled the past when Park was a bully and decided to confront him, stating that no one would stop him in this world. Meanwhile, the girls prepared tensely, watched by the gods with excitement. Park's slave advanced, leaving everyone surprised. Hanwoo tried to organize a defense but panicked upon seeing his companions fall with a single blow. However, the girls got back up and Park explained that his slave had an extremely high level, demanding that Hanwoo surrender his servants. Back to the protagonist, he flipped through a random book. Nothing special, while his god suggested looking for another. The goal was to find a powerful weapon, but Kogmo warned that all had been confiscated. Kang mentioned ruins with forbidden excavations, but the Horned One warned that they were protected by knights stronger than Hanwoo. Frustrated, the young man stepped outside for air, thinking about his low level and the impressive strength of the knights. His god tried to cheer him up, but he felt on the verge of tears. Suddenly, an orc appeared to rob him, but Kang warned him that he was in a bad mood. The monster advanced, but Hanwoo, speaking in his language, told him to leave. The protagonist attacked the orc, hitting him in the chest. Kang prepared for another blow, causing an explosion and asking if the monster understood his anguish. Outraged, he shouted that there were no ruins to explore, losing hope in this world. As the monster was beaten, he begged the boy to stop. Desperate, the orc mentioned an unknown ruin. Kang halted the attack and began to listen to him. Crying, the orc admitted that there were several ruins and pleaded for him to stop the beating. The protagonist suspected it was a lie to survive, but the orc insisted on the existence of a great orc ruin. Kang ceased the attack and, smiling, asked to see this ruin. Still groaning in pain, the orc looked at the young man. In this fantasy world, monsters are used as a measure of power, knights with dragon levels and orcs placed among those tiers. For the boy, this was enough, and he called the orc his friend. The monster, irritated, asked not to be called that, but the young man reassured him, saying it was lucky to find someone who spoke his language. The orc shouted that friends do not beat each other, but eventually accepted the human's stubbornness. He decided to guide him to the location, but warned that someone as strong as Kang would not be able to enter. Kang questions the reason, and the orc explains that it has always been this way since he was born. Upon arrival, the boy and the god feel excited, but find only a grassy field. The young man looks around without seeing anything, until he notices something appear before him. The landscape suddenly distorts, revealing an abandoned ruin. The orc laughs at the boy's naivety, believing he had left. Kang, impressed, calls the monster, who is startled to see him there, as only people below level 9 can enter. The protagonist laughs, claiming to be level 1. The orc tries to call him a liar when something flies towards him. Kang activates his ability, dodging arrows that pierce his backpack. Other monsters scream that it's lucky a weak human has entered there and order to devour him. The protagonist wonders if the place is an orc village. They yell at him to blame himself for invading the sanctuary, but the accompanying orc tries to warn them. However, the orc is struck in the chest and bleeds violently. The young man warns that the monsters can either try to stop him or let him pass, but if they confront him, they will be beaten. Suddenly, he shoots forward with speed and jumps, hovering above the orcs with a threatening look. The monsters wonder if he is flying, while the little god prays for the souls of the orcs. Blood flies as they cry for help. With the sunset, 2 orcs search for the boy, as his scent is fading. They realize that half of the group has disappeared and swear revenge, running in a suspicious direction. Kang watches, wondering when this will end, reflecting on how many he has killed, while his god revels in the slaughter. His goal is to leave the place, but he seems to be walking in circles, assuming there is some condition to complete the dungeon. An orc atop the wall spots him immediately. Kang, seeing the monsters, runs in despair and realizes their urgency. They get stuck in the passage, questioning how the young man can resist so much. The protagonist smiles, provoking, who will win in the end? The monsters are confused until they receive a devastating blow. Over time, they realize they underestimated Kang for being level 1, but defeating them was easy. The boy believes everything is resolved and that it was a good idea to bring the slimes to collect the items. Upon opening his status window, he sees that his curse massacre has risen to rank C, and another has appeared, Annihilation. The curse causes spirits to torment him in dreams, but his god protects him, scaring away the apparitions. The young man sees no problem, as he cannot sleep, but the increase in the curse worries him. Although the god feels guilty, the boy states that it is just a curse. He is frustrated for receiving another after saving some people. During the massacre, he ended up rescuing victims unintentionally. Kang steps down from the pile of corpses, not understanding what they say, and laments not having brought Kogmo. He then calls an orc, who pretends to be dead, and asks about the exit. The orc informs him that it is in the center, and Kang understands why he hasn't found it. Heading to the center, he questions if that is really the way, wondering about the existence of a portal. Suddenly, something shiny falls before him. A muscular orc asks if it was Kang who destroyed his home, frightening the saved people. The warrior demands an answer, and Kang questions if he is really an orc. The monster insists, and Kang admits to having tried to leave but was stopped. The hairy orc, furious, mentions the massacre of 300,000 orcs. Surprised by the number, Kang understands the delay. The orc introduces himself as the guardian of the city and his people, stating that Kang will not be able to leave. The young man, intrigued, throws his backpack on the ground and concentrates his red aura on the dagger, preparing for the attack. The guardian raises his trident and their blows collide. Kang realizes the overwhelming strength of his opponent, who is far above his level. The orc tears off his arm in the blink of an eye, leaving him confused. The monster declares the fight over and envelops Kang with a green aura, throwing him away. The guardian acknowledges the boy's resilience, who avoided a fatal blow. Tired and bleeding, Kang faces the opponent, who notes that only an arm and an eye have been lost. The orc promises revenge for the 300,000 and says that Kang's death will be slow. The young man laughs as he shows his regenerated arm and eye, surprising the monster. They stare at each other in silence, and the guardian asks if Kang is immortal. The boy confirms, but the orc decides to imprison him until he dies of old age. Kang smiles as he realizes the problem. At night, in another location, someone calls for the heroine, Eubora. Arya enters, impressed by the girl's level 7. Eubora explains it's thanks to the hero's blessing. Arya comments on her noble rank B blessing, revealing her aristocratic background. Eubora is surprised, but Arya states that the blessing is useless without subordinates, complaining to her mother about not deserving it. The heroine thanks her for the advice, and Arya asks about the hero Oh Hanwoo, leaving Eubora embarrassed. The blonde laughs, uncertain about her feelings, until they receive news that the saint has come to visit. The redhead is startled by the time, but the saint apologizes and asks Arya for tea. The 3 moons illuminate the sky as the companion fulfills the request. The saint inquires if the heroine has trouble living there, but the girl denies it, leaving the saint pleased that she has adapted to the world, despite feeling tense. The woman comments that the other heroes are competing, worried about incidents, and wants to know of any signs, especially if there are indications of corruption. Eubora doesn't understand this possibility, and the saint explains that some may become corrupted by the blessings, perhaps some are already corrupted. The young girl asks about the fate of corrupted heroes. The saint explains that they remain heroes, so the temple cannot kill them, and corruption is a betrayal. Eubora remembers that Kang wanted to return to Earth because of his family, but something distracts her, leaving the saint confused. She wonders why she thought of him, imagining she made the right decision. The saint asks if the girl knows Kang Hansu, startling her. Eubora asks why, and the saint questions if he is her boyfriend. She replies that he is just an old schoolmate, piquing the saint's interest, who becomes eager to know everything about him, leaving Eubora lost. At the inn, the heroine ends up pressured to share gossip, awakening the curiosity of the gods. Later, in a dark room, the saint suspects the relationship between the two, as the young girl talked about him for hours. She sees Hansu's card and realizes he refused to be a hero, being sent back by the goddess. If the information spreads, the deity's reputation will be tarnished, so she decides to hide the evidence. The arrogant goddess of benevolence appears, startling the woman, who quickly leaves. Desperate, she notices that the deity cannot locate the hero, even being responsible for the blessing, suspecting interference from another god. Now, she needs to erase any trace of Kang and gather information, but she didn't imagine that the boy's little god was watching her, understanding her plan and leaving silently. Meanwhile, in the ruin where Kang was, an explosion erupts, and the orc questions if he doesn't get tired, saying that everything is useless. Kang, fallen, begins to rise, laughing at the question. Confidently, he states that he will fight until he defeats him. The young man prepares to advance, and the monster, irritated, also charges, attacking with his golden trident, but the image fades. It was just a drawing on the ground. Kang thinks silently, analyzing the sketches on the ground and realizing he should have acted differently in the previous attack. While reflecting, someone approaches from behind, asking if he is okay. Kang recognizes Bruce, a level 9 mercenary and temporary leader of a group of natives. Confused, he doesn't understand the reason for the man's visit, who introduces a girl with brown hair. She bows in reverence, leaving Kang bewildered. He punches the old man on the head, making him run away asking for help. Kang asks if the girl is not leaving, and she replies that she will leave soon, while he turns away, indifferent. Startled, she notices the drawings and that the young man has been planning for hours, but remains silent. After a long time, Kang stretches and notices that it is already day, convinced that his strategy against the Guardian is ready. Upon noticing the girl sleeping, he questions why she stayed with him. He then realizes that she simply fell asleep. Jealous, the god demands that the young man stop paying attention to the woman, and he understands. Determined, he keeps in mind the need to defeat the orc. Soon, he calls the excluded god. He asks him to pay attention to something, imbuing the dagger with intense red aura. Concentrated, he opens his eyes. He demonstrates a fencing technique aimed at defeating the Guardian. He slides on the ground. He concludes the demonstration and asks the deity's opinion. The god is stunned by the technique. The young man comments that he practiced the day before and asks the little one, who is impressed. The boy smiles, proud to have learned after being beaten by the Guardian. The god states that he is a maniac for having fun with this. Suddenly, the status window opens. He sees that a blessing and a curse have evolved, believing he has received a good reward for the training. Excited, he is pleased to see his blessing rank up, convincing the deity. However, his expression soon changes to anger. He realizes that the goddess has increased the curse's rank. He understands that this proves the divinity is likely watching him. Aware that he did not die to the gnolls, he smiles and decides to confront the orc immediately. The Guardian, arms crossed and serious expression, asks if he will flee again, but the young man assures him he will not. The monster sighs, doubting the words of a human. Confused, the boy hears the orc invite him in to show the ruins. Climbing the stairs, he imagines that the orc is setting a trap. He insults the orc, who claims to never resort to traps, as he is a great warrior. Kang laughs upon realizing that he is trying to kill him inside the ruins since he cannot leave. He follows the monster, admiring its cunning. Impressed by the view of the ruins, he asks what is missing there, and the Guardian explains that it is a training ground for heroes of the past. Kang gets confused, thinking of hero orcs, but discovers that there were never heroes among them. The arrogant humans left the ruins filled with blessings. When he asks, he learns that this serves to restrict the entry of the strong. Angrily, the monster declares it impossible to reclaim his city with the young man alive. He spins his weapon and positions himself, assuring that the boy will die there. Serious and silent, the young man smiles darkly. He quickly asks a question to the Guardian. The orc responds threateningly. The young man inquires about treasures and weapons. The orc reveals the existence of weapons for newly formed heroes in that field. Startled, the protagonist questions how he will face a goddess with a beginner's weapon. He thinks he is in trouble, potentially dying with a single blow. With a strong stomp, the Guardian ends the conversation. He declares that he will kill the young man for the death of his 300,000 friends. The boy wields his weapon. Trading blows, he fights on equal terms with the monster. Smiling, he impresses the orc with his evolution. Noticing that Kang is approaching the exit, the Guardian screams furiously that he will not let him escape again. He launches an attack that the young man barely dodges. The boy faces him, revealing that he has been thinking of something since the previous day. He slides beneath the orc. He places his foot on the monster's belly and asks if he could escape the ruins. He kicks him, sending the Guardian flying away. The orc flies towards a golden portal. As he crosses, the orc tries to understand how the portal appeared and realizes that Kang is a hero, shouting his name before disappearing. Kang looks at the portal, questioning if it really is the exit. The divinity is surprised, and the young man smiles proudly at his plan. Although he cannot level up, his focus is on the treasure. Kang moves through the ruins while the god excitedly points to the treasure. The young man asks if there is really something buried there. He approaches the shining objects but is disappointed by the quantity. The god explains that it is a sacred sword of a beginner hero, simple but full of divine energy. He wonders why they left it there, and the divinity replies that only heroes can wield it. Suddenly, the sword becomes heavy due to the hero's curse. Irritated, the young man breaks it, surprising the god. If he cannot use it, then no one will, which moves the divinity. Hansu throws all the weapons into the air and destroys them one by one with his bare hands. Irritated, he seems about to go mad as he destroys the last sword. However, he notices that this one is lighter than the others. The divinity identifies it as a defective sword, and the young man concludes that it is not affected by the curse. He thinks for a moment and decides to destroy all the other hero weapons. With an excited smile, he declares that being the last, it is no longer defective, praising the god for his logic. He chuckles lightly when the status window opens and sees that he received a rank E sacred sword curse, which irritates him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a girl calls for Kang Min, saying goodbye and promising to see him later with a saint. The boy waves, saying he is tired, and the gods encourage him to train. Happy with a new blessing, he considers it a good reward and decides to continue, even tired. The hero realizes that the attention of the gods quickly strengthens his blessings. He smiles confidently, believing he will win the tournament in the future. His goal is to obtain the sacred sword as a prize. A god suggests focusing on other things, and the boy agrees. We see someone's imagination about heroes, demons, knights, and villains, typical of the romances read by the blonde. Miyam believes that taming a demon king is risky, but fun. Stressed, she shouts, asking why she should fight. A boy tries to calm her down, but she is rude, saying she didn't talk to him. Feeling bad, the boy apologizes. She dreamed of being protected by knights, but reality is different. Her shield A is shy and silly, B is clever and selfish, and C is just an excited sycophant. Tired, she thinks of using only these boys. With a fake smile, she asks for forgiveness, and the shy one forgives her immediately. One of them asks why they are there, and she reveals that she plans to choose a hero for the academy. The boys become tense and irritated with the existence of the academy in this world. Miyeon confidently states that she will enter and start her true life. The chubby one calls her majesty and asks if anyone can enter. She explains that only the best will be chosen, 4 in total. The chubby one promises to eliminate any obstacle. One of them looks confused, and the young woman asserts that she wants all 4 to go together, making him suspicious. Miyeon smiles, assuring sincerity. The boy says he doesn't want to clean up her mess as a boyfriend. She promises that won't happen, and if it does, she will grant any wish of his, surprising him. Jang assures that the gods are watching and can confirm. One of them decides to accompany her, making the girl happy. The chubby one also agrees, promising to follow her to hell. With suspicion and pressure, the other finally agrees, and the girl celebrates. Back in the ruins, the protagonist expresses his frustration, believing he has received a curse for destroying the swords. However, Upon reading the description, he realizes it increases the blade's resistance. Questioning if it's really something bad, he thinks it might even be beneficial for his defective sword. Kang comments that he didn't expect a hero to destroy his sacred swords, leaving only one, now strengthened by the curse. He calls the god to accompany him. Upon reaching where the orc disappeared, the young man wonders how to activate the portal. Suddenly, the guardian returns running. Surprised by the change, Kang extends his arm, leaving the orc confused. The young man blocks the entrance, realizing the monster will age outside the ruins. Desperate, the guardian charges, and Kang tests his new weapon, ripping off its arm, leaving the monster furious. The orc threatens, saying his youth has a price, and quickly regenerates his arm, ignoring the dead. He attacks the young man, but Kang, even faster, decapitates the monster. The boy is astonished by the regeneration, and the guardian roars in anger. The young man uses his ability and slams him against the ground, asking what he will do now. Impressed, Kang shouts, wanting to know if he doesn't die. He remembers that if he pushes him into a corner, the orc will die. Defeated, the orc offers help, proposing to move the city entrance closer to the sacred sword, which only heroes can wield. Kang asks if his sword qualifies, and the guardian confirms, realizing the young man is also a hero. Over time, Kang asks to see his status window. The orc, calling him Sir, shows his screen and explains that the hero's curse arises from killing a hero. He claims to be immortal in the ruins, being the final test for heroes. The protagonist assumes the orc is not a human guardian, but rather a protector of the orcs. Despite this, Kang asserts that he is lost. The monster becomes frustrated. Kang acknowledges his strength and says the hero must depart. The young man wants to leave but hesitates to trust the guardian. The orc points in a direction, suggesting freeing other humans. Even tense, the orc accepts the direct request. Kang calls the humans to follow. The group talks among themselves, and he doesn't understand. The backpack is left on the ground, and only 3 humans agree to leave, thanking for the bag. Suddenly, the portal opens in front of Kang and the humans. He remembers the portal made by the goddess and fears being in danger again. The god pulls his hair, irritated. Kang asks for confirmation of safety. The little one is furious, but the young man pleads for protection, cheering up the god. The guardian and the human look at each other while the little one peeks at the portal and asserts it is safe. The protagonist asks how he can return and receives the answer that the guardian will hear him if he speaks to the sacred sword. He thinks the monster is a charlatan, but at least the god confirms. The deity reassures safety again, and the young man decides to trust, extending his hand toward the portal. He closes his eyes while crossing and opens them slowly, realizing he is in a room. He feels relieved that there is no lava. The others enter nervously. Kang tries to understand where they are until he notices a sacred sword on the wall. He then asks to open the portal again. He orders the humans to stay back, causing confusion. The deity watches, and the young man asks if the place is really safe. It is the room of a noblewoman, with a sacred sword as decoration, a sign that she is not an ordinary person. Even so, the god assures safety, irritating the young man, who suspects it will become dangerous later. The god confirms that everything will worsen afterward, worrying the boy even more. Suddenly, Kang recognizes something familiar. His backpack is there. Meanwhile, in the hunter's village, the princess guides the heroes and asks them to be careful not to disturb the villagers. The boys look at each other, and the pink-haired girl advises not to disturb the saint. In another point, an old guide takes the saint to a crime scene, and she says it is clean. The man kneels, asking for forgiveness, but the woman says it is unnecessary, as she came because of a massacre. She asks if Celebless was imprisoned there, and the man confirms, frightened. The woman asks if he knows the importance of the elder, making him tremble. She states that it is a problem for everyone, regardless of his knowledge. Observing the location, she remembers that Celebless creates powerful creatures, like the phoenix that gave her the title of Guardian of the Flame. Threatening, she asserts that interfering in the peace between humans and fairies is unacceptable, but that the person in charge has already forgiven what happened. The man thanks her emotionally. The saint asks for the name of the savior of the fairies to reward him, but the old man says he believes he is already dead. The woman shows interest in the appearance of the young man, and the mustached man reveals that the savior had short black hair, like the heroes who visited the village. The woman becomes serious. She asks for the young man's name, but the old man does not know. Before asking more, a masked figure calls the saint, and the woman tells the mustached man to show the village to the heroes. The chubby man runs off upon understanding the order. The saint asks if the spirit is what they are looking for, and the masked figure confirms, believing he survived. The woman asks if he had a blessing, but says it does not matter, as no one at level 1 would kill a null, and her heroes are proof of that. Even with an advantage, they were defeated by 2 nulls, and a level 1 boy would never face so many. Moreover, the gods were in the temple, preventing the young man from receiving blessings. Still, the woman questions if the owner of the backpack and the spirit are the same person. Although it is dangerous, the saint smiles, saying she still controls the heroes. At that moment, the goddess becomes anxious and displeased, assuring that she will not be discovered. She says that those who know the name are already dead and has proof of it. Changing the subject, the informant reports that news of the tournament has leaked, and the woman already knows but pretends to ignore it. She explains that each person interprets information differently and mentions that Jang Mi-hyun is changing a lot. The saint does not fully understand the reason for going to the academy, but states that she will do her best until the time comes. Anxious, she waits to see what the future holds for her. Suddenly, a drop falls on the armor of one of those present. Choi imagines it might be rain. Then, he notices the heavy sky and is sure that the storm will be strong. In the meantime, someone complains about the delay and the long wait. Soon after, Miun comments on the weight of her own armor, and the chubby man offers to carry it. The girl thanks him, and Choi is astonished by the consistency of her behavior, even in that place. Looking at Yu Bora, the boy realizes that she has hardly changed. At first glance, everything seems calm, so he does not worry about the tournament. Still, something ends up catching his attention. A shadow appears at the edge of the forest and approaches. He immediately alerts the group to protect the princess, as gnolls could appear at any moment. The blonde girl is startled by the possibility of encountering another monster. Meanwhile, the blue-haired boy prepares, staring at the silhouette. Soon, a familiar glow reveals the form of someone. Arya jumps at recognizing the figure. It is their former companion, the hero Oh Han-woo. Choi stiffens, analyzing the state of the newcomer. He remembers the boys saying that wounds are medals of victory. Kangmin comments on the boy's performance. Han-woo declares himself the symbol of a true battle, something none of them have experienced. The boy scoffs, calling it a stupid excuse. In response, the hero suggests they prove everything in a duel between the two. The blue-haired boy accepts the challenge and draws his sword. He wants to make clear the difference between their skills. The young man knows that the former colleague is on a higher level. Even so, he also possesses a new blessing. With his special power of vengeance, he believes the chances of defeat are minimal. Around them, people recognize the newcomer. They soon understand that Oh Han-woo will face Choi Gangmin. However, someone waves and calls the blue-haired boy. He asks what the problem is, and Arya admits she cannot prevent the fight. She remembers, worried, that Han-woo is still injured. The boy is pleased with her consideration. With a charming tone, he thanks the redhead for the warning, saying that this way he will avoid excuses later. Arya blushes, stammers, and claims it was nothing. This reaction makes the former companion even more irritated. At that moment, the saint approaches, commenting that the young man is causing a commotion again. She decides to heal the boy and asks the blue-haired one to finish the fight quickly. With his sword charged with mana, he wishes to see what kind of skill his old colleague has developed. In silence, Han-woo receives the healing. He remains, however, even more disturbed, feeling that he is being underestimated. A few days earlier, in the forest, the young man lies on the ground, reflecting on the need to act with caution. He had seen his girls crying as they were taken by Park Han-young and vowed to rescue them. Suddenly, his system window opens. Then the blessing of revenge appears, making him stronger, and he assumes it is the power given to a betrayed protagonist. Despite this, his target will not be Park, as he considers him too great to be just a target of revenge. Instead, Choi Gangmin becomes the true nemesis in his mind. With a confident smile, the young man decides that there is only one enemy worthy of his revenge. He declares that this will be his new beginning, believing himself to be the protagonist of that world. Meanwhile, a cute blue slime crawls through the forest. Han-woo jumps on the creature. However, the slime gets easily irritated. Then it charges at the young man's stomach. The boy falls to the ground, and the little monster scuttles away, grumbling. Han-woo wonders if the level of slimes has increased, and a god asks if he is okay. While recalling the hunting curse that weakens him, the young man gets annoyed for not being warned, but decides to ignore it and prepares his fire magic, stating that this is the fate of a protagonist. At that moment, an attack surprises him, followed by an explosion of flames. Back in the present, Choi notices that his colleague has improved, and Han-woo, smiling, asks if he fears his magic. Determined, the blue-haired one charges forward using his speed blessing. Han-woo casts a fireball, but the opponent dodges and is soon startled by a second explosion that hits him. Confident, Hanwoo questions what he thought of the attack, but Choi, relying on his blessings, stands firm, advances, and asks if that was all. Yubora watches everything in surprise, while the wizard, irritated, launches several fireballs that do no damage to the opponent, who continues to wear a confident smile. Choi approaches, positions his sword, and goes for the strike. The boy tries to protect himself, but his special blessing activates, releasing lightning. Kangmin is confused by the intense light and the explosion that forms. The girls are surprised, and the masked one runs to protect the saint. Some gods appear satisfied, while others are bothered by the outcome. An evil god laughs, watching the young man. The sainted in turn sighs and asks for the place to be fixed, being promptly understood by the masked one. Soon after, the young man curses and delivers a violent kick, saying he is here. Then, the protagonist merely grumbles about that fat, stupid orc sending him to such a dangerous place. Recovering from the scare, Hansu asks if the boy didn't run away, and he replies that he planned to escape the day before. The demon explains that he didn't do it because a human appeared that he should avoid, got distracted, and lost track of time. While scratching his ear, Hansu asks who this human is, wondering if it is the saint. Kogmo replies that he would already be buried if that scary thing had gone to the city. The protagonist then asks who it is, and the demon reveals that it was Prince Alsus, the third strongest warrior of the Masta Kingdom. He continues rambling, explaining that Alsus belongs to the second generation of monsters, which reminds him of the times of the Monster Queen. Hansu didn't seem very interested until Kogmo mentioned that the prince wants to see him and shout how dangerous this meeting could be for the boy. The demon clarifies that it is because the prince is a paladin blessed by the saint, and our boy concludes that, being a knight of the saint, it is better to keep him at a distance. He also states that Kogmo had said the prince didn't want to know about him, which makes the demon explode with rage, complaining that Hansu doesn't listen to anything. The little one comments that the two couldn't talk properly, and Kogmo realizes this just as Sarah and Kana appear, happy to see the hero again. The demon comments that no one called him, but he still went to look for him, and adds that the boy is quite popular among the girls. The goddess, however, shows no joy with this popularity. While having her ear pulled, Hansu comments that she must have come again to ask for a level increase. The demon observes that the hero tends to ignore others' feelings, and if he continues like this, he will never get married. The protagonist retorts that an old single demon is not exactly the best person to talk about this, leaving Kogmo hurt and teary-eyed. Sarah begins to say something to Hansu about grace, while Kana talks about a curse. Kogmo translates, explaining that the two were sad because they thought the little one had left before receiving their gratitude. He then asks what the outsider has been up to get the curse again, and the young man replies that he was just hunting. Next, the demon comments that with just the warrior's curse, entering cities will be complicated, and asks if the hero has eliminated any of them. Hansu laughs and says no. The pale one says goodbye, stating that if the two continue together, the human will end up in a coffin without getting married, which makes the young man furious, grabbing him by the neck and asking who will do the translations then. At that moment, Kogmo says he has an idea. They should find a blessed slave with language skills, and Hansu comments that he thought blessings were rare. The demon asks if there is anything that can be done without money and asserts that if the hero has earned so much, it should be enough. Our protagonist agrees, but realizes that the other was planning to flee. Kogmo admits he is thinking of leaving because the little guy is like that. The hero prepares to throw a punch when someone calls his name. Sarah seems uncomfortable, and Kana says something that the human does not understand. Hansu asks what it is about, and Kogmo calls him slow, questioning why a woman would come well-dressed to talk to a man. The hero replies that it can only be love. The pale one concludes that the innocent boy really has no idea, and the boy comments that they seem to want to play, and that he can join too. The demon observes the young man's hand and thinks that the goal of those girls is to get close to that human. Still, Kogmo warns that he does not intend to take risks while the prince is in the city, to which the outsider smiles strangely and calls him a coward. The dark-haired one becomes completely irritated, remembering that he has already warned about Hansu's slow reasoning. Meanwhile, the girls are having fun in the city, with the little guy right behind. Later, a woman approaches from behind the hero while he takes a quick shower. Then, another person takes his measurements. When afternoon arrives, a large gate guarded by soldiers appears before them. Kana calls for Hansu, and Sarah says something that ends in skirt. The young man looks simply ridiculous, realizes how uncomfortable the clothes are, and wonders what those girls have planned. Looking around, he notices that the place looks like a mansion belonging to someone important and tries to imagine what kind of residence it is. Everyone enters the property, and a maid greets him, but the young man can only notice the details of the design. Our hero spots a blonde and thinks that the guy seems interesting. The man turns and pronounces Hansu's name. The little guy gets irritated to see that the stranger is handsome, while the prince shows gratitude and explains that the nobles were eager to meet the esteemed guest. The boy is confused to realize that he can perfectly understand what the blonde is saying. Alsus clarifies that it is the blessing of language, and that a prince should be able to speak all the languages of all peoples and races. He introduces himself as Prince Alsus, from the second family of the warrior kingdom, leaving Sarah and Kana shocked by the revelation. The noble thanks Hansu for defeating the orc, for saving the two noble daughters, and the hero replies that, as a resident of fantasy, he only did what he should. Alsus claims to be curious about the ability that annihilated the great orc and asks the little guy if he can pay more attention to the sword. Our hero does not quite understand the request, but the prince appears extremely confident. The young man asks if the noble wants to discuss this right at that moment. The girls exchange words that Hansu does not comprehend. Alsus admits that he may have gotten a bit too excited about the presence of the guests. Soon after, a large and appetizing banquet is served for the two. The prince comments that they will continue the conversation during dinner, while Hansu fills his plate with steak. The outsider tells the blonde that the little guy's blessing is quite interesting. Alsus confesses to being a bit envious of the fact that the young man's stomach never gets full, no matter how much he eats. The goddess whispers in Hansu's ear, saying she is happy and asking him to learn from the prince. Then the boy makes a brief apology. The blonde comments that it is much better to eat this way than to let food go to waste. Then, Alsus asks how the outsider obtained the warrior's curse, and the young man thinks he was expecting this question. Our hero replies that he once taught a lesson to a warrior who tormented an innocent fairy. The prince asks if he remembers what the man was like, and Hansu, confused, invents that he ruined the guy's face. Alsus says it's no problem, as they can find out who it is by investigating warriors with deformed faces. Then the boy thinks that probably nothing too serious will happen, but apologizes mentally to his friends. The blonde explains that the reason he called him is that according to investigations, he is the most hunted individual by the orcs. Our protagonist then asks if he made any mistakes, and Alsus replies that for now, it is just an investigation, leaving the hero anxious. The prince recounts that all the orcs from the plains vanished as if by magic, almost as if they had been extinct. He asks if Hansu has any idea what happened, and the short one, nervous, only responds that he must have destroyed too many orcs. Alsus comments that if it were possible to eliminate orcs just by effort, they would have already dismissed the knights and captured all the monsters. Kana and Sarah nervously follow the conversation. Hansu just awkwardly laughs and agrees, while the prince remains focused on uncovering the truth. He states that the outsider is a very interesting figure, just as the girls said, and that he wishes to know him more and more. When night falls, everyone is outside, and Alsus comments that he planned to end the matter with just a thank you for saving the girls. However, he admits that he cannot control his curiosity now that he confirmed the hero is level 1, and thanks Hansu for accepting the duel. The young man thinks that perhaps he shouldn't use the holy sword, and the prince is shocked, asking if that is the fairy's blade. Our hero says it is an exaggeration to use a weapon just to show off and announces that he will fight with his finger, which begins to glow with red flames. Alsus is impressed, says that it is incredible, and comments that the other easily masters a dangerous trick, something he learned by hurting his own hand many times. Hansu replies that he went through the same thing, and the goddess punches him, stating that a certain deity did not like the lie. The prince smiles, saying that the young man is extremely skilled, even being level 1. And his maid offers a spare sword. Determined, Alsus infuses magic into the blade and warns that he will allow the protagonist to make the first strike. The young man accepts the courtesy and remembers that the opponent is the third strongest knight in the kingdom, concluding that he might as well test all his power. All the potential of the hero awakens in a red wave of flames and energy, leaving the blonde confused, wondering internally what Hansu is. Around the outsider, everything turns red in an explosion of power, and he smiles, saying that he will go all out. He charges with full force, while the prince prepares to block the attack. The wave of power hits Kana and Sarah, and Hansu realizes right away that something went wrong. He admits that this is a big problem and thinks he attacked with too much intensity unintentionally. The young man wonders what he will do if the prince is dead and glances quickly at the exit. Then, Hansu runs away as fast as he can, shouts an apology, and does not look back at any moment. However, Alsus was not destroyed. In fact, he is fine and even smiling. The blonde notes that his reaction was slow, and the sword that received the power broke very easily. Still, he smiles as he concludes that the outsider is someone absurdly strong. A trail of destruction is marked on the ground. Sarah asks if Lord Alsus is okay, and Kana wants to know if he came out unscathed. The prince simply confirms that he is, leaning on his knee to get up, and comments that the world is truly vast. Kana says she thinks Hansu was terrified, and Sarah observes that he bolted at the same instant. While wiping the sweat, the blonde admits that, due to his own weakness, he almost made the savior of the kingdom be accused of attempted royal murder. Alsus states that he wants to apologize and asks if they would help him. Sarah replies that the hero probably went to the motel. She adds that he will be back soon, and Kana says they just have to wait a little. The prince simply smiles, feeling as excited as the day he learned to wield the sword with his mother. Elsewhere, the saint asks if anyone entered her room without permission, and the servants respond that no one did, indicating that an intruder passed through. She orders them to check the footprints on the floor, and the servants warn her to be careful, as it could be an assassination attempt. The young woman questions if there are assassins who leave such obvious traces and follows the marks, determining that no one leaves until she allows it. She reaches the point where the footprints disappear and comments that something has vanished. The saint says that any other object could have been taken, as it could be bought again, but the stolen item cannot be replaced. Then we see the torn backpack of Kang Hansu, clear evidence that the lying god has disappeared. A kind god asks about all that confusion, and the saint explains that the hero's backpack was stolen. He is left speechless, and she reinforces that it was only that object taken. Next, one hears that the same benevolent god reprimands her for not having destroyed the backpack earlier, leaving the woman nervous. This merciful god appears uncomfortable and asks what she intends to do now. The saint asserts that she will let fate decide, and he questions whether that is truly the final answer, also asking if there is a way to locate the backpack. She retorts that instead of questioning her, he could look for it himself. The god becomes even more frustrated, while the young woman comments that just thinking about Kang Hansu gives her a headache. Suddenly, the saint's crystal ball shines and calls out, asking if they can appear. She replies that yes and requests that they send a message to Prince Alsus and the fairy kingdom. Soon, a maid rushes to the prince and calls him, saying that the lady is looking for him. Alsus smiles and comments that he forgot to make a report, adding that he will leave the destroyed source and the rest to her. He looks at his own crystal ball and asks if the lady was really after him. The saint inquires about the investigation into the disappearance of the orcs. The blonde prince states that he is about to report. The plans to hunt orcs with the warriors are difficult to implement, and she confirms if that is the case. He continues by saying that the number of orcs has dropped drastically and is not returning to normal, which leads the saint to ask if he knows the reason. Alsus explains that they interrogated a captured orc using the blessing of language about another orc. According to the interrogation, the creature's habitat has been taken over by a demon, and the saint carefully analyzes the information. The prince emphasizes that they have not fully confirmed this story yet, and she responds that the investigation into demons should be reinforced. Next, Alsus calls the saint and says he has a suggestion. Shortly after, someone shouts for Kogmo, telling him to gather things as quickly as possible. Hansu says it's better to run now, as if they are caught, they will be executed for attempting to assassinate the prince. Kogmo calls the young man crazy, and the boy asserts that there is no reason to worry, as he can escape easily. The demon clarifies that the real concern is for his own skin, as getting involved with the outsider is not simple. While the hero tells the orc to open the portal, Kogmo is shocked by the fourth-dimensional magic portal, saying he thought the other couldn't use magic. Hansu replies that there is no time to explain, and tells the Pale One to meet him at the north gate of the city. The boy enters the portal and warns that he won't wait long, leaving the demon stunned and frustrated. Back with the prince, the saint says she understands and comments on the warrior who attacked a fairy. Alsus admits that he doesn't know his name or appearance, only that his face is disfigured, and the saint remembers someone. She mentions Oh Hanwoo, but concludes that even for him, causing such a commotion would be difficult, so it probably isn't the boy. The prince explains that he appointed inspectors for the case, so that expelled warriors do not create problems. The saint authorizes this procedure and requests that the cursed civilians be generously rewarded. She comments that, in theory, the warrior's problem should be her responsibility, but she urgently needs to go to the fairy kingdom. Alsus understands and says that instead of punishments, he will give a reward, so that no one is disappointed, and she responds that she trusts him. The prince finds himself thinking about this reward, and concludes that if he recruited Hansu as a knight, that level of armor would not be sufficient. Elsewhere, the protagonist wonders why his ears are itching, as if someone is talking about him. Then, the scene shifts to the ruins, where Hansu throws his stuff through the portal while some people watch. A boy with an eye patch is happy to see the hero back, and the young man is surprised to find Bruce awake, as the man should be sleeping. The outsider explains that he needed people, and Bruce asks what kind, in a way that the boy can understand more or less. Our hero clarifies that he needed people to help him carry all the luggage, and the boy with the eye patch smiles, accepting. The orc appears and wants to know what all that stuff is, and Hansu warns that the people will only move everything, not destroy it. but the monster grumbles that this isn't a storage place. The little one explains that they just need to take the things out of the sword and carry them to the exit, and the orc says that being weaker than the boy irritates him. The protagonist replies that he will take that as a compliment. In the dark forest, at night, something strange happens. Kogmo is biting his own nails out of anxiety. Hansu appears behind him, and the sharp-toothed one asks where the hell the boy came from. The hero says they need to run away from there as fast as possible, and the demon insists that at least the situation should be explained. The young man replies that they both need to flee as far away from the ladies as possible, and Kogmo asks if it's because of the warrior's curse. Hansu confirms. The demon comments that if the intention is to escape as quickly as possible, the best route is north, and the boy asks what is there. Kogmo reveals that the largest slave market in the west is to the north, and that there they can find the slave they are looking for. Hansu grimaces, and the demon wants to know the reason for that expression. The boy replies that it's great he's not running, but only because the human took his things. The pale one adds that because of this, he can't even get a horse. Knights will soon appear, so it's better to hurry, and the outsider lifts him into his lap. The young man asks if everything is ready, but Kogmo hates the idea, while Hansu argues that this way they will be faster and safer. A few minutes later, our hero asks how the demon can feel hungry in a situation like this, and he retorts not to be treated like a monster. Hansu prepares his sword, and from inside the portal, 2 plates of steak jump out, making both eat with pleasure. After they eat, they throw the plates back, and the human comments that it's not as good as what he had with the prince, but it was still great. Kogmo admits he has never heard of magic that prepares plates and also washes the dishes, and the warrior announces that it's time to continue their journey. The demon warns that they are almost there, and Hansu complains that they could have eaten later, to which Kogmo tells the hero to be quiet. Sometime later, the black-haired one informs that they have finally arrived, and the human comments that the place is huge. He also says it's pretty cool, but the annoying Kogmo tells him to stop acting like an NPC and to walk already. Someone says something confusing about waiting for a person, and Hansu doesn't understand. The fool assumes the guy is security, and, not knowing what to respond, apologizes. A warrior says something that the boy also doesn't comprehend, and the young man feels embarrassed. Kogmo tells him to stop looking with that strange face. The demon explains that in overcrowded cities, problems arise if the checks are too strict, and the protagonist comments that it's a strange city. Kogmo assures that he won't run away for now, so he can receive the stuff, but the human replies that only after they find a slave with the blessing of language. Our hero orders the sword to send the old brown backpack that is at the bottom, and in an instant, the portal opens and the item is thrown out. Kogmo observes that it seems the sword is mediating everything and concludes that the boy couldn't have learned that magic alone, so the blade must be magical. The demon asks to examine it and becomes confused, as he detects no spell, appearing just to be an ordinary iron sword. At that moment, the holy sword discharges a huge shock into Kogmo. Furious, the demon asks if that is really a holy sword, and Hansu says he didn't know the theft prevention was activated. Kogmo wants to know how he dares to let a demon touch that, and claims he should have suspected when the human gave in so easily. The black-haired one asks how the hero can hold the holy sword, and the boy replies that it's a defective product. Kogmo comments that the weapon came defective just like its owner, and Hansu threatens to make him repeat the comment. The sharp-toothed one asks the young man to put the blade away. Our hero asks if the demon is okay, as he looks exhausted, and he replies if it's possible for a demon to be calm in front of a holy sword. Soon after, we see a demon girl with a chain around her neck, tired eyes, and silence on her lips. At the market, a man shouts that he sells young slaves, while another announces that his are strong. Hansu hears various conversations around and vents that this is disheartening. Kogmo wants to know what they should do then. The hero explains that he imagined the owner of the slaves mistreating everyone and a man of justice appearing to save them. The demon says he expects nothing from someone who almost eliminated the prince, but still, he could think a little more normally, which irritates the protagonist. In an alley, a huge guy argues with a girl, threatening to hit her and shouting something about being her master, while the girl desperately apologizes. Hansu says that's what he was talking about, and Kogmo states that it's a lie made to evoke pity in people, who then go there and buy the slave. The demon tells him to look at that slave and explains that her skin is too good for someone who suffers abuse. Then, Kogmo tells him not to fall for that kind of story, and just to follow him. He comments that there are 4 main types of slaves being sold in the market: humans, fairies, dwarves, and mermaids, with little price difference between the races, as the level is what really matters. Moreover, he warns that now that they have a destination, the human can go back alone later, and our hero asks since when they had a specific place to go. The demon replies that he knows some shops that only deal with high-quality slaves. Soon Hansu enters a fancy establishment, and someone welcomes the visitor. It is a very beautiful fairy, who asks something about slaves that he doesn't understand. Kogmo then announces that he is looking for a slave with the blessing of language, and she, curious, asks what level it should be. The demon explains that if the person has that specific blessing, the rest is not relevant. Hansu adds that it needs to be someone capable of accompanying him on the journey, and Kogmo questions if such a slave really exists. Still, the little guy asserts that from then on, he will ask the questions himself and threatens to say something silly. But the fairy quickly responds that she has exactly one of those available, leaving the demon dumbfounded. He comments pityingly that he feels sorry for the slave who will suffer at the hands of the little guy. The three ascend a staircase, and Hansu comments that it seems they have gathered the best slaves there, asking if no one tries to escape being kept that way. Kogmo clarifies that everyone there carries the curse of slaves, without exception, and tells him to look at the status window. He explains that whoever holds all rights over the slave has possession, and whenever the subordinate goes against the owner's command, they feel pain. The protagonist is reading the status window of one of the captives when the fairy calls the two, saying that this is the slave they are looking for. It is that girl with horns, a demon slave, and Kogmo confirms by asking if she really is a demon. The answer is yes. He finds it fascinating, as it is very rare to see a demon captured and turned into a slave by humans, and Hansu agrees, saying he already knew that. Kogmo, confused, asks what exactly that means, and the young man replies that the other asked for a slave just like himself. A demon. Furious, the little guy declares that he will buy her, but the fairy informs him that he does not have enough money. Hansu then asks the prisoner how she ended up in this situation, and she explains that there was a very valuable man to her who doubted her love, so she consented to become his slave. Our hero comments that, in the end, she was abandoned, calling it an obvious story, and the goddess observes that it is quite a boring plot. Meanwhile, Kogmo cries, saying that he finds everything very sad. The slave and the demon are left unsure how to react. The girl asks her own master to free her from that insect, who looks at her as if she were inferior, saying that she feels like tearing his eyes out. The human decides to end the scene and says that they are leaving, and she asks if everything is all right without a confirmation, hearing that yes, since both checked her status window. Her name is Dialoka, level 27, with blessings of demon, warrior, dignity, language, observation, slave, and resistance. Hansu asks why she is like that, and she comments that the slave blessing is strange, as the description says that the person feels happiness every time they obey the master. She begs him to order her to translate, stating that the only reason to obey an inferior human is to enjoy receiving orders. In response, Kogmo warns that if she is ordered to do something strange, he will not forgive Hansu. Then Dialoka glares at the Pale One with pure disgust, leaving the hero speechless. Next, she asks the outsider to give the order for her to destroy that demon. Our hero replies that it is not time to destroy him yet, while pondering if he should check other slaves, and Kogmo ends up getting beaten up. Soon after, Hansu observes people transporting all their junk. The little guy comments that he bought many because they were cheap, and Dialoka notes that everyone's level is low. In light of this, the protagonist orders them to come in one at a time. Kogmo says he has something important to say, and Hansu asks if he is leaving, but hears that he is not. The demon explains that he changed his mind and decided to accompany the boy, but at that moment, he is hit by an arrow in the neck. Dialoka comments that she was waiting for the chance to do this, but someone was faster. The demon girl then steps on Kogmo's head. Hansu observes that they are being attacked in broad daylight, dodges an arrow, and comments with shining eyes that this world is becoming more and more fascinating. Next, Dialoka throws a punch at a man's face, sending him flying away. The people around scream in panic, saying that a murder just happened. Hansu considers the chaos a problem, as the crowd will only grow while the demon continues to beat another guy. She notices that those men are slave thieves and concludes that the rumor must have spread about a level 1 guy buying several servants. 2 knights arrive asking what the hell is going on there. Our hero adds that the guards have already shown up, and Dialoka asks if she should exterminate the 2. She says that being a slave, it doesn't make a difference to her, but remembers that no one can find out that Kogmo is a demon, and questions whether she should eliminate him too. Hansu decides that it's better for them to disappear from that city as soon as possible. In the forest, he asks if anyone followed them, throws Kogmo to the ground, and tells him to pull himself together, saying he can't act like a weakling. The demon protests, claiming he's not weak, just that he had never been so close to being murdered, and, therefore, let his guard down. Dialoka questions if he lived all this time without defense, relying only on healing, and says he needs to face his own level of weakness. Kogmo responds angrily, reminding her that she's talking to a woman who lowered her level so much that she became a slave bought for money. While they argue, our boy grumbles because his shirt is dirty with blood again. Suddenly, Yahello tries to attack Hansu, but he quickly dodges. The boy grabs her wrist and asks if it seems that easy to take him down. She snarls in anger and tries to hit the boy again. But this time, the hero concentrates energy in his hand and counterattacks at the same moment. He tears and burns her hand. Furious, Kogmo screams at Hansu, while the short guy stands still, smiling like an idiot. Yahello then asks if he is really level 1. The protagonist admits that it might not be quite like that and then asks if she will also say she wasn't attacking with full force, like Kogmo. He clenches his fist, which begins to glow with red flames, and continues smiling with determination. Yahello retorts that he is just a mere human. Hansu replies that it's all right, and promises to show her the true power of a master. Several red fists emerge from the sides of Hansu's body. The demon is hit from all directions. Her clothes and skin begin to tear in several places, and the boy comments that he will throw just one more punch. However, it's as if her waist shrinks at the last moment, causing the attack to miss completely. Yahello comments that it seems he also let his guard down. Hansu smiles awkwardly and thinks that this is going to hurt a lot. Her purple punch hits his chest with all its force. Yahello states that a wound of that level is nothing for a demon and asks him to say that he is free, as she will heal him immediately. Hansu refuses, ordering her body to remain completely still. She cannot go against the master's voice. Our hero adds that Yahello's owner also doesn't fall apart because of a wound like that. The demon asks if he is really human and regenerates his torn arm in front of them. Hansu realizes that they both have regeneration abilities, and concludes that it would be better to fight until the end to see who falls first. Yahello questions if this is an order, and Kogmo calls the human a monster, saying he will help her. She casts a disdainful look at the demon, not understanding the intention. Kogmo claims that he traveled with the young man all this time, so he knows his fighting style well, and promises to provide support with magic. Soon after, the beast takes a sword strike to the forehead. Hansu comments that this guy keeps saying he knows everything, but clearly didn't expect that attack, and Yahello concludes that it's hard to be as annoying as he is. The hero runs towards the demon girl, shouting that all of this is to impress her, and delivers a full strike, but she manages to defend. Yahello retorts that she hates men who cannot be trusted. With his red fist raised, the outsider reminds her that she was the one who betrayed his trust first. The girl gathers intense purple magic and states that she is indeed a slave, but never swore she would be his slave. Hansu's red energy collides with Yahello's purple, creating a gigantic explosion. She realizes that her healing power is not keeping up with her own injuries and wonders what the hell that boy is. The protagonist laughs, saying that this is a great excuse, and shows himself extremely confident, sure of his strength. A massive colorful explosion lights up the forest surrounding the kingdom. Yahello remains with both hands covered in purple power, ready to attack the hero with everything. But Hansu is quick, easily dodging each of her strikes. Right after, he lands a violent kick to her stomach and warns her that she has no chance against him. He fires again towards the demon and lands another energy-charged kick to her face. She can barely stay on her feet but refuses to admit defeat. Hansu comments that she used to say she didn't care about her own body, yet even so, she is stronger than the orc. Yahello spreads her two wings, with claws at the upper tips. Our boy prepares the next energized punch, declaring that before she can fly, he will end everything. Still, the blow doesn't hit her because now she can lift herself in the air. The demon hangs onto his arm like a parakeet. She then gains momentum and performs a backflip. Hansu notices that, despite alternating between attack and regeneration, the girl is starting to show signs of fatigue. He activates the power of the wandering fairy and comments that she isn't as incredible as she seems. Yahello rises higher, lifts a leg, and warns that she will finish everything with a single blow. She plummets towards him with demonic eyes, her leg engulfed in purple power, and the protagonist responds that he will also put an end to this. The young man smiles, almost insane, with his hand full of energy. But something makes him stop and look confused, unable to believe what he sees. Hansu takes a strong blow to the top of his head, which must have hurt a lot. Yahello also receives a similar impact. Both were hit by powerful attacks. The human wonders if he is lost, while a certain goddess rages that this is ridiculous and says she wants to clean his brain, questioning if this kind of defeat is normal. Furious, the deity recounts everything she perceived, and the hero murmurs that it was an irresistible force. Yahello calls for the master, asking if he is conscious, and requests new clothes. Hansu mentally questions why he would have to do that, but Kogmo, still with the sword stuck in his head, says he will find clothes that look great on her. The demon responds with a punch to his own face and reminds him that food, clothing, and shelter are the master's responsibility. The protagonist finds the demand very bold, but ends up grabbing a dress from the portal. It's a blue outfit, and she comments that it was foolish to think she couldn't overload the boy because she had no idea what would happen. Yahello makes it clear that she doesn't want the possession to be transferred to that trash when she is exhausted like this. She still complains that it seems like he let himself lose in the end, which was not satisfying at all. Hansu asks if she has nothing else to say, like admitting she lost or promising to obey. The demon replies that she learned that an inferior creature is her owner, but accepting this condition was extremely difficult. She declares that all of this is a humiliation and that she will be mocked for her entire life, so this test was necessary. In return, she hears that this is her problem. The girl asserts that he is very greedy and wants to know what else he intends to extract from her. Kogmo becomes absolutely furious and warns that if the human makes absurd demands, he will never forgive him. Yahello digs her heel into the boy's forehead and asks what he plans to do if he doesn't forgive Hansu, questioning if he would have the courage to attack the demon's own master. The goddess comments that Kogmo is a demon without the slightest hope, and Hansu realizes that his vitality is absurd. The girl holds the protagonist's face with both hands. He pushes her hands away, asking what she is trying to pull this time. Yahello hugs him and says she received the reward request the right way, is exhausted because of the little guy, and therefore will leave the rest of the work to him. Hansu feels uncomfortable and complains while Kogmo screams in jealousy like a lunatic. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the prince announces to the crystal ball that he intends to offer a great prize to someone, and the saint claims to trust him. She emphasizes that the situation is serious, as the orcs of the plains have been annihilated. Someone remembers that last time, it was the numbers of gnolls that plummeted in the forest. And now, it's the orcs. The person asks if the saint summoned him to solve this problem, and she replies that it's not exactly that. Then the great elder Cerebrest appears, asking about the gnoll forests. She comments that she wonders how he is, and we see two people kissing with a phoenix standing beside them. Cerebrest explains that at the saint's request, she will try to locate the stolen items and discover the culprit. The saint wants to know if this is really possible, and the elder warns that she may not find the responsible party, but she has a method. She declares that she will try to ask for cooperation from a certain friend. The saint, curious, apologizes for the question but wants to know what kind of ability this friend possesses. The elder laughs and says that Molang is a special slime, different from all the others. The saint apologizes again, stating that she doesn't understand anything at all. In response, Cerebrest claims that she will understand when she sees Molang's power. The elder asks where the clues to find the thief are, and the saint replies that this is the crime scene. She wants them to discover the intruder who entered her room. She is horrified to learn that someone invaded her own quarters. Cerebrest asks Molang to reveal the identity of the intruder, and the strange little creature shouts, "Molang!" very loudly and starts to shine. The saint asks what Professor Molang is trying to say, and is shocked to realize that even the blessing of language cannot interpret that. The elder explains that, according to the slime, the invader escaped using the sacred sword, hanging on the wall, and the saint concludes that the culprit is the warrior. Cerebrest says she already suspected who was responsible, and the saint thanks her, asking if there is anything else she can help with. The older fairy replies that she is planning to attend a magic institute, and it would be great if she could receive help this time. The saint asks if she is asking to become a teacher at that institute. The elder confirms and says that, in the last incident, her level was lower than that of a soldier, so she couldn't do anything. She comments that she tried to level up by hunting, but realized that this kind of life doesn't suit her. Cerebrest, due to her benign nature and reluctance for wars, even after living thousands of years as a fairy, remains only at level 12. She explains that if she can obtain the title of teacher, she will be able to accumulate experience outside of battles. The saint understands and promises to do her best. In another region, a boy with spiky black hair smiles. It's Hanwoo, who comments that he tied despite the huge level difference between them, and warns Choi Kang-min that next time he will be destroyed. An evil god gives a thumbs up, and a childish god shouts that it was very cool, which fills Hanwoo with satisfaction. A muscular merchant calls out to the boy and says that here are the items he requested. The boy realizes that it is much more than he imagined. The man explains that he added some extras in gratitude to the future savior of the world, and Hanwoo admits that he still thinks it's excessive. He takes the opportunity to ask if there is any dungeon nearby that hasn't been conquered yet. The merchant replies that there isn't, but the boy insists, saying that maybe they just haven't found one, since warriors keep getting stronger. Then he notices a strange crowd and questions what is happening, bidding farewell to the merchant, who wishes him a safe journey. The gossiping boy goes to squeeze into the crowd to find out the situation. There is Cerebrest, whom he considers very beautiful, and he wonders if she is a noble. The woman apologizes for the commotion and says she is not seeking revenge. People murmur, not knowing why she is there, and Molang starts shouting non-stop. An old man with a mustache pushes some curious onlookers aside to stand in front, and the elder asks if he is the new mayor. The man confirms. She questions if the basement remains the same, and the man nods positively, pointing in the direction. Hanwoo deduces that this must be a heroic event. He tries to strike up a conversation with Carabreast, and she asks what he wants, with a small firebird perched on her head, while the boy asks if she has something to share. The boy then uses his special ability on her, but the fairy simply says that she doesn't understand the purpose of those questions. The ability fails, and Hanwoo is left confused as to why he didn't receive any sign of a heroic event. A male-looking god comments that there is another owner, and an evil god agrees, so the boy changes the subject and asks if she is married. The elder replies that she was planning something in that regard. She remembers the vision of the kiss. A guard comments that this kind of topic is inappropriate, and Sarabreast shouts for him to stop, saying that it makes her sad. She calls the mayor and tells them to move on, while a male god asks Hanwoo if the bro is okay. The boy replies that of course the fairy has reasons she couldn't explain, and that as the protagonist, he feels he should help her. The male god admires him, and the childish god fills the scene with exclamations, while Hanwoo decides that there is no reason to flee from there, since he barely knows who she is, and perhaps he should investigate further. In another setting, Alsis says that the warrior's goal is to dominate the Demon King, and to do that, they need to mobilize all possible means. The blonde explains that this time, the tournament will have the same format. In the areas marked with red lines, they left a large number of orcs free. The participants' duty is to hunt orcs and check the mark on their ankles. A blonde girl tenses up just hearing the word orc. Others behind her show fear, and a young man becomes terrified. The prince clarifies that the method used doesn't matter. The winner will simply be whoever brings back the most markings. The grand prize of the competition is the sacred sword of the warrior, a unique piece. Choi Kangmin feels frustrated upon hearing this because, to make up for being dominated by Hanwoo, he needs to win the tournament. Hanwoo comments that it would be great if there were saved points, and we see he is at level 4 with various accumulated blessings. Soon he realizes he can't enter the academy because he doesn't have the official rank of warrior, and he overhears two guards talking. One of them asks if the other was assigned as an escort, receives confirmation, and hears that the warriors are being sent to the Magic Academy. Additionally, they mention that the Elder Fairy will work there as a teacher, which lights a bulb in Hanwoo's head as he begins to imagine the teacher-student relationship. He fantasizes about a scene where the teacher approaches from behind, saying that it's wrong, reminding that they are master and disciple. Hanwoo smiles in his imagination and explains that he doesn't care about something so simple. The young man declares that he likes the teacher, and she, in the fantasy, admits to liking him. He even blushes just imagining it, but refocuses and admits that being accepted into the academy will be complicated. An evil god assures that Hanwoo will be accepted if everything goes back to normal, while a water god says he is not interested, and the boy claims he can become a warrior again. That night, in the temple, something happens. Someone comments that it's been a while since they last saw each other, and Choi turns to look. The person says that, actually, it hasn't been that long, and Jang seems completely uninterested. Alsis asks how he got there, and Hanwoo shouts that he will participate in the tournament too. The prince explains that someone who is not a warrior cannot enter and hears the young man say he will reclaim the title, that his level should be sufficient. The noble laughs and asks if the others agree, making Choi shrink back and call out Oh Hanwoo's name. Alsis notices how irritated the boy is, and comments that he heard he is considered Choi Kangmin's rival. He then remembers Kang Han-soo, declares he has suspicions about his personality, and asks if they have forgotten the incident with the fairy. Hanwoo gets nervous, questions how the prince knows this, and insists it was a misunderstanding, that he was just trying to help. The blonde is unconvinced, asking how he has the courage to make up such an obvious lie. He raises his hand to act but notices something. The saint is leaning against the wall, watching. The prince wonders if she is just waiting for something and cannot understand her intentions. Finally, Alsis agrees to let Hanwoo compete, and the boy nearly explodes with happiness. However, he imposes the condition that he must return the money received when he gave up his warrior rank. Hanwoo admits to having blown all the cash training, but promises to pay it back soon, and asks them not to worry. The blonde, however, does not seem satisfied, saying it is too early to be happy, and that he wants to see how much the warrior has grown on his own since leaving the temple. Alsis strengthens his fist with energy and says he will confirm personally. The onlookers are shocked, while Hanwoo warns that the prince will be surprised. An evil god complains that there isn't enough popcorn, and another, calmer one, watches with a satisfied expression. The young man envelops his hand in flames, saying he is ready. Something happens, but the impact itself is not shown. Choi wonders if he is still alive. Hanwoo appears upside down, embedded in the wall like a loser, but the blessing of survival prevents him from losing his life. Alsa says that was enough for confirmation, asks the participants to raise their hands, and warns that there will be no extra protection in the tournament. The candidates are frightened, questioning if they can die again. Some raise their hands, Choi too, another boy beside him, then Yu Bo-ra and Jang Mi-yeon. Another young man presents himself, while the rest remain undecided. The prince observes everything and advises the hesitant warriors not to regret it later, making it clear from the start whether they want to participate or not. The saint interrupts, saying that is enough and that the warriors' decision must be respected. She explains that those who will not compete should return to the dorms and pack their things. The audience is confused, asking what she means by packing things. The saint makes it clear that they plan to heavily sponsor the brave and determined warriors, and that this was part of the selection process. Many who had not raised their hands now want to fight. She declares that a true warrior needs courage, and that those who seek only money are no different from mere mercenaries. A girl comments that the winner has already been decided, and someone justifies that they were only facing reality, not fleeing out of cowardice. The saint, however, asserts that she does not need warriors who look too much at reality and flee from battles. Soon after, she announces that those who remained have bravely passed the first stage of the tournament, and explains that, for the second, she will ask for blessings from their gods. Meanwhile, Hanwoo remains there, glued to the wall. In another area, our hero carries the demon girl on his back and grumbles that Kogmo is a jerk, not expecting a goodbye of that kind. We see the demon shouting that he will come back stronger and more suitable to serve Miss Dialoka. A certain goddess comments that he is not like the outsider and tells the boy to abandon the demon, but Hansu asks for calm. The young man explains that only the translator has changed form. Now it is a woman. Some random god says that this is extremely uncomfortable, repeats the same complaint 1,000 times, and then simply leaves. Hansu is confused by this story of giving the foot. He calls for the goddess over and over again, with no response, and wonders if she is really taking this so seriously. Then, a certain goddess peeks in. Alsace comments that it confirms how the boy grew up practically without support. Soon, a god wanders around and checks his schedule. Then she realizes that the prize is a sacred sword and that the top-ranked will have guaranteed entry to the Hogwarts Academy of Magic. The goddess is radiant with the discovery. At another point, the protagonist throws the demon girl to the ground. He observes how beautiful she looks when she sleeps. Hansu opens his status window. The hero notes that the blessing is still active, a sign that the goddess still accompanies him. An employee asks the human for permission and says something incomprehensible to him. Then, she is horrified to see him sitting with red eyes and a grim expression while souls float around. The woman runs away in despair, and Hansu doesn't understand anything. He remembers the curse of the massacre. Friendly races begin to fear his presence, keep their distance, and may even revolt. The outsider comments that he feels a strangely pleasant tingling and states that this will become a big problem. He looks out the window and concludes that it is the perfect time for those thieves to act. He decides he needs to take revenge on all of them before leaving. A certain goddess returns home, and the young man comments that she came back earlier than he expected. She takes pride in his solitary journey and demands compliments. He praises her and asks if she wants to go somewhere, but the goddess questions if he is abandoning the demon girl. Hansu says that the demon is incapacitated, and then the goddess wants to know where he is going. The hero replies that he intends to find the thieves who attacked them, as it is only fair to say goodbye. The goddess wants to know the destination after that, and he admits that he hasn't decided yet. She insists that he go immediately to the academy, but Hansu shows no interest. He says he will only think about it after teaching the thieves a lesson, making the goddess uncomfortable to the point of lying on the ground. The divinity insists that he promise to go. Hansu states that he will reflect on it if she helps him. The goddess widens her eyes and asks if, after helping him, they will go together to the academy. He repeats that he will evaluate. The goddess's curiosity increases, and she asks what he needs help with. The young man replies that to catch a fish, he needs bait. A slave thanks the outsider, and the boy asks to take something to another place. Hansu thanks the foreign goddess for the translation. She says she is curious about why he needs more slaves and states that everything will be useful. The girl mentions children of wizards, knights, and nobles, commenting that the price is low at initial levels, whatever the job. Hansu comments that they don't seem strange, which is sad, and the goddess says that the important thing is the inner value. He agrees. Suddenly the hero feels an attack coming from behind, but he immediately defends himself and protects the slaves. Two boys celebrate having hit him and insult him for being level 1 with so many slaves. The thieves then realize that the protagonist has not been defeated. Hansu criticizes their mundane methods and asks if they are really allies of the men who attacked him earlier. One of the boys asks not to be underestimated and continues saying things that Hansu doesn't understand. Then the boss appears behind the group. Confused, the human tries to see what is happening and sees 3 more thieves emerging from the walls. Soon, even more appear. Hansu deduces that the leader has gathered several henchmen. The chief, armed with a double-headed axe, jumps from the roof to the ground. The goddess pleads for the young man to go to the academy, but the hero ignores her and asks if that is the boss. The man lands heavily. The goddess continues insisting for an answer, but Hansu apologizes and says he will do a massacre now and they can talk later. The boss glares at the boy with insane eyes and the goddess is annoyed. He orders everyone to attack. The goddess complains that the massacre is slow. The human confirms he knows. His left hand is charged with power and everything will be quick. The boss is terrified to see his power. The outsider strikes a thief's neck and the boss wonders how a level 1 can do that. Hansu comments that it's strange to crush minions with his own hands. The goddess spins and dances, telling him to massacre the bandits faster. Hansu greets the boss, who is about to wet himself in fear. He states that the bandit made the right decision by not fleeing and says he won't eliminate him. The leader tries to escape. Hansu doesn't let it slide, asks how he dares to run, and hits him with a double kick to the back. The man's spine breaks in half. He foams at the mouth and falls face first to the ground. The thieves ask how he could have done that and charge at the hero. Hansu turns quickly and the outcome doesn't seem favorable for the bandits. Later, 2 guards wonder if the thieves are alive. All are tied up and stacked, and they find it impressive. Our protagonist receives a good reward. The guard explains that the slimes clean dirt, but Hansu notices something behind him. He sees that the thieves left a bone and questions why the slimes don't clean it. The guard explains it's an embedded bone. Hansu smiles upon realizing that slimes don't devour high-quality materials. It was a special bone. Meanwhile, the goddess insists they go to the academy. She complains about being ignored, invites the human, and assures him that everything will be clarified there, but he doesn't even know where the academy is. A mustached man calls the little one and asks for a minute. The boy looks confused. The mustached man says something about his son being at the academy, and Hansu understands he might be wanted for actual attempted murder. The little one notices the man is a knight, and the goddess translates, saying he wants to buy the bone. Hansu is confused by her initiative. She says the knight wants to use the bone to make a gift for his son, repeats academy several times, and waits for the hero's response. Hansu tells the knight he wants something beyond money. He wants to go to the academy too. The goddess is delighted. The knight doesn't understand and she spins around him, happy and with a racing heart. But the man's response leaves her indignant. The hero asks what he said, and the little one becomes uncomfortable, tapping her foot. Hansu deduces the meaning from her reaction and thinks of another negotiation. Dialoka appears behind him. The hero is startled and asks how she got there. Dialoka complains that he left her alone when she was hurt, and that this has gone too far. Hansu gets irritated by her touch, and the demon asks if he is shy, while the knight prepares to speak. He shouts that Dialoka is a demon. She responds by calling him a knight. Both stare at each other, ready to draw weapons. Dialoka asks who this knight is, and Hansu asks her to translate what he says. The man talks about demons and humans, and asks if she is a slave. Dialoka warns that it's dangerous to be unprotected if she isn't. The little goddess tells the hero to negotiate quickly and says she's tired of repeating. He asks everyone to calm down and negotiate properly. The goddess can't wait and has an idea, then leaves. The little one asks where she went. The knight repeats that he won't allow Hansu to go to the academy, and the boy gets nervous. But something happens and everyone is stunned. The man doesn't understand. Hansu and Dialoka also can't remain steady and wonder what that is. Guards point to the sky, shocked. A giant monstrous hand reveals enormous claws. It's a colossal red dragon. A demonic voice, releasing smoke, declares that the despair that surpasses death has returned and will destroy everyone along with the warrior they trust. The dragon is perplexed to see that the body before him is only level 1. Hansu smiles proudly. The beast flies away in fear, trying to understand who dared to do this. The hero asks why he is surprised, and the goddess appears huge, hovering above the clouds. People panic and cry for help. The dragon lands with its monstrous paws and everyone screams in terror. Its red eyes shine and Dialoka says it's a dragon the size of a disaster-level threat. Hansu comments that, considering what she said, she seems quite calm, responding that she cannot defeat him, but she can run. The monster. roars, asking who dares to interfere at the level of that body. Hansu gathers fire and says it must be the work of the warrior. The hero comments that even that might not be enough against that clown. Meanwhile, the dragon sets several houses on fire. The knight shouts something, raises his sword, and they just watch as he promises to see Hansu next time. At the same time, the goddess is proud to finally be working again and says they need to destroy the dragon quickly. She insists that the outsider must show his skills to the knight, and the man gets excited. He raises his weapon, and Dialoka realizes it is the sacred sword. Hansu is surprised that she recognized it immediately and comments that Kogmo only noticed upon touching it. Dialoka retorts not to compare her to that trash and asks if Hansu is a warrior. He denies it and says it is a defective sword. She responds that she didn't know gods could also make mistakes. The dragon is furious, with fire in its mouth, and orders the knight to leave or the city will burn. Hansu complains that he is already leaving, but someone orders the archers to prepare. Everyone falls into formation. The dragon notices and quickly protects itself with a huge wing, calling them mere humans and lamenting its current level. It says it would prefer to be in its normal form, and launches a fireball. The knight charges and holds the sword with both hands. The blade shines blue and reflects the attack. Hansu comments that blocking that is no small feat. Dialoka asserts that it is expected of a knight defending the country. He smiles, and Dialoka says she could also block that easily, and that the dragon isn't even in normal conditions. Hansu leaps into the air. The hero jumps to the rooftop with a determined smile. The dragon prepares to strike the fearless knight. It grabs a few guards with its fingers, but the knight emerges unscathed. The beast realizes it is leveling up and gets excited about evolving its hunt. The little goddess repeats that they need to defeat it soon. Hansu thinks they need to act before it evolves even further. Dialoka flies to him and asks who he is talking to. He replies that it is with the one who resurrected the dragon, leaving the girl confused. The outsider says he needs her to distract the monster for a bit. Dialoka obeys and advances. The beast notices that she is level 27, asks what a superior demon is doing on that continent, and thinks it is perfect for gaining experience. Dialoka conjures a purple magic and launches the attack. The strike pierces the wing and hits the dragon's neck. It glares at her furiously and asks how a piece of trash like her dared. The dragon invokes the name of the Red Dragon King and declares that everything will burn. The environment turns to flames, and Dialoka protects herself with a barrier. She struggles to contain so much power. The goddess asks what he is doing and calls Hansu a frustrating outsider. He explains that he is concentrating energy and asks for silence. The goddess covers her mouth with both hands, asking if this is better. The protagonist gathers the fairy and outsider's blessing in the sacred sword and prepares to attack with full force. He leaps and says it should be enough. Dialoka continues trying to block the dragon's power. Hansu orders her to get out of the way and delivers a powerful strike. The blade opens a gigantic cut on the dragon. Dialoka is left speechless, and the goddess is astonished. Hansu smiles victoriously. The dragon roars in pain. Hansu lands easily, and the goddess praises him. He thanks her. The beast murmurs something, and Hansu wants to know how it can still talk with its neck cut. The dragon asks how it could lose to a mere level 1, and the human replies that he is also level 1. Dialoka complains that he used her as bait, and the little one confirms, since the dragon is huge, praising the demon. The knight, wounded, says something that Hansu doesn't understand, and the hero is surprised that he is still alive. Dialoka asks if the mustached one still doubts after seeing everything, or if she should rip his eyes out. Hansu asks her not to do that. The dragon says it is disgusting that the Red Dragon King was defeated by an idiot who isn't even a hero. The protagonist replies that it's okay, it happens, and there is no reason for such shame. The beast swears by its own soul that it curses him. Hansu's chest glows red. The fury of the king curse emerges. Despondent, the young man receives yet another curse. Dialoka says that dragons are proud and rarely accept defeat, cursing those who defeat them. It is the first time she has seen this. The outsider kicks the dragon's head and tells it to resurrect and remove the curse. The goddess spins and says she already knew this would happen. Hansu kneels in frustration, lamenting that he destroyed a monster that threatened civilians and all he gained was another curse. He sees that dragons will come when he is in extreme danger. The young man complains of a headache just imagining this curse ending him in a critical situation. Dialoka seems happy, and Hansu is confused, asking if she is pleased with the master's curse. She replies that she has gained a new blessing, and days like this only happen because she didn't give up. The outsider wants to know what it is. It is the dragon's fury. A dragon will protect her when she is in danger. Hansu is outraged. The knight stares at Hansu, who is stunned looking at her status. The man looks away and clears his throat, embarrassed. Hansu shouts, wanting to know if he received a blessing too, and bends over irritably, saying that everyone was blessed except him. Now on his window appears Dragon's Fury C, and the goddess praises him with a smile. The slimes continue swallowing bones. Hansu comments that they separate ingredients, which is impressive. If the slimes separated everything, there must be valuable ingredients. Then he despairs, remembering that he will have to give up the materials, as he could be caught by the kingdom and the goddess of evil. Nearby, people celebrate something about the night. Several girls shout his name, and many men too, all excited. He is on horseback in front of the dragon's body, carried by strong slaves. But he sees two figures in the distance, Hansu and Dialoka. The knight says he owes them, but the young man replies that it is nothing, and the goddess insists again about the academy. Hansu asks to speak with Dialoka and says he wants to share the prize to restore the city and help the families. She tells the human to be proud to be alive thanks to her and the master. They don't want that trash, so use it for himself and for other humans. Hansu notices the provocation, but Dialoka says it's just an impression. She only translated. If she said so, then it's fine. But Hansu sees something in the sky. Bluish clouds shine. It is the king's fury. The knight is shocked and says it is the dragon's wrath. A skeleton begins to form from the clouds. It is a dragon of bones with demonic blue eyes. It is threatening. Hansu comments on the bones, and Dialoka confirms it is a dragon. The young man notes that it is smaller than the previous one. Dialoka states that the dragon's soul, consumed by resentment, evoked a physical form. Hansu admits it is fantastic, but he won't let it go easily. If he cut a living dragon with ease, a skeleton will be no problem. At the academy, the sky is clear, and confident warriors focused on defeating the Demon King are gathered. Even among legends, someone will be the standout. Hanwoo smiles as a man presents the event. The great tournament of warriors is about to begin, and everyone is excited. The saint says that everyone has helped a lot in the growth of the warriors so far. This tournament will be the chance to prove that the effort was worth it. A mustached man asks what the colleagues think. Another replies that, by the rumors, Choi is the strongest. A woman says that Jang Mi-yeon could be the main one, and another mentions Yubora. Arya hides behind Yubora, anxious. She says that her mother is watching from the VIP area. There is the woman, very similar to Arya. Yu states that she needs to be strong, as hiding could disappoint her. Arya says she is also a strong warrior, and promises to give her best. The redhead apologizes for the sudden question, and wants to know what Yu would do if another warrior were in danger in the tournament. Yu replies that she would help without hesitation. Arya says that only a strong warrior responds like that. Yu tries to disguise it, says it is nothing, but that person must have said something similar, leaving Arya confused. The girl gets nervous and changes the subject. Arya notices something strange. The saint announces the start of the tournament. A guard raises a flag and signals the start. The warriors are disappointed with the slow start, but Choi advances without wasting time. Everyone starts to run. Suddenly, a man stops the blue-haired warrior and asks him to get into the carriage. He claims he had arranged transportation beforehand and invites everyone. A warrior thanks him. Choi thinks that information is the greatest power, leaving the idiots behind him, and the orcs will be destroyed. Arya protests, saying this is cheating, and Yu asks for calm. Yu grabs the redhead's wrist before she complains. She uses her speed blessing and throws Arya away. Everyone watches. Jang Mi-yeon notices that Choi and Yu have left. She thought she would be the fastest, so she needs to run. Several warriors are in another carriage. At the academy, someone calls the saint. The person says that last night, in the north of the Kingdom of Knights, Al-Kaiser, the Red Dragon King, appeared. The saint is shocked and asks if they are sure. The person affirms that by the shape, horns, and color of the scales, it is him. The same dragon she defeated years ago. The saint clearly remembers the battle alongside a warrior. She claims she confirmed the defeat of the Red Dragon King. The person asks if the gods could have resurrected the beast, but Santa finds it unlikely. The gods are busy with the tournament and wouldn't do that without reason. Perhaps the gods, confused about the event's location, resurrected the dragon. The person asks if they would do something like that without a warrior nearby. Santa remembers that everyone is at the tournament. Then she recalls the warrior Kang Hansu. With him is a god blocking the goddess's search. Perhaps it is his doing. Santa questions why she didn't mention it earlier. She will have to go alone to stop the dragon before it causes damage. The girl says the dragon has already been defeated. Santa is confused about who did that. The young woman claims they don't know, but perhaps a knight held it back. Santa says that then, it wasn't the Red Dragon King. It's impossible to defeat him alone. She dismisses dubious information and says they will talk later. It's better to focus on the tournament. Elsewhere, an old man complains that he has no money to enter the carriage. Another man protests that a warrior wants to enter his transport and tells him to shut up. Hanwoo is confused. He thought it was natural for civilians to help a genuine warrior. An evil god asks if he is going to give up. He replies that no, but someone calls him. Julia asks why he isn't going to the plains. The curse of clairvoyance prevents him from seeing anything. Hanwoo tries to see but can't, so he just agrees. He says that as the protagonist, he has something to do and uses his special to offer the girl a ride, even though he only has one horse. The boy celebrates and thanks her. Julia tells him to hold on tight but not to get too close, and the horse seems confused by the extra weight. Hanwoo agrees and gets excited. She says she will go as fast as possible, but he replies that he doesn't mind if it's slow. The boy thinks that riding with an Amazon is better than going with those sweaty guys, and even considers inviting her to stay. The battle of Hansu, Dialoka, the knight, and the skeletal dragon is not going well at all. Dialoka is injured and calls for her master. The bone dragon is furious. Now there are two of them, and Hansu, engulfed in flames, screams what kind of absurd situation this is. He says everything was fine until he destroyed the skeletal dragon, but now he is lying on the ground. The curse of the king's fury activates. In fact, it activates repeatedly. The bone dragon resurrects, and several others appear flying. Some emerge from the ground promising to destroy everything. Hansu notices a larger dragon, and the knight questions why there are so many. A dragon appears behind him and declares it will destroy him. Hansu turns around, and the beast hits him with its tail. The knight is thrown against the wall. The blessing emerges and presses the dragons around. The beasts advance to protect him whenever he is in danger. A bone dragon emerges from his chest and leans on his shoulders, screaming that it will protect him and calls him family. The green-eyed dragon focuses on protecting the knight at all costs. The two monsters clash with a headbutt that echoes. Meanwhile, Hansu tries to understand the chaos. They keep appearing. Dialoka tells a dragon to stop annoying her and delivers a purple strike that destroys it. The creature falls apart on the ground, and the demon girl is exhausted. Dialoka tells her master that it's strange. Some monsters want to save the knight. Others want to destroy him. She declares that she is out of energy to continue, and then an explosion happens. Her blessing awakens too, and a dragon emerges to help her. Soon the creature rises from the ground, announces it will save the demon girl, and starts shouting love, hope, and other positive things. Hansu realizes that this place will turn to ruins if this continues, so he decides it's time to put an end to this madness once and for all, driving the holy sword into the ground. He comments that there are many bodies scattered, and that the slimes are already too busy. Dialoka, exhausted, states she has never seen groups of dragons appear like this, and the hero asks if she is okay. She replies that the curse of the Dragon King shouldn't activate this way and questions if the short one knows why. The protagonist admits that, actually, he thinks he understands what is happening. He has a stolen ability called the Blessing of the Outlander, different from the gnolls who gain power by filling their bellies. In this case, the human gains strength using his own life, which always resets, so he consumes vitality all the time, and this keeps activating the curse. However, when life starts to rise again and then falls again, another dragon is born. Thus, he ends up with an infinite production of skeletal monsters. Still, he is sure that the curse should have a limit on activations, but in his case, even that resets. Hansu realizes this is going to be a problem, as he will have to control how much strength he spends. Suddenly, a slime wearing a cap catches our hero's attention. The outsider is at a loss about what to do with all that. The bones are smaller than those of a red dragon, but they are still dragon bones. He comments to Dialoka that she can keep the whole lot, and the demon confirms if it's really everything. She complains that it feels like they are throwing trash at her, but it's strange for trash to be made of luxurious ingredients worth more than she is. Soon the bones start to move, as if something is about to come out from inside. It's the knight from before. He shouts something about his son and the academy. The father insists he speaks as a responsible person, but Hansu doesn't quite understand what the mustached man is saying. Dialoka translates, explaining that the man is asking our hero to go to the academy with his little son. A certain goddess celebrates, all proud of the perfect plan. The demon girl comments that, aside from a few details, that piece of junk is actually decent. The knight declares he is inviting the protagonist in gratitude for the dragon's destruction. Our hero thinks that, in fact, he was the one who caused the destruction of the city, so Dialoka asks if he will refuse the invitation. Hansu realizes he doesn't have much choice, since the knight's pride demands that everyone receive some reward. Meanwhile, some people are screaming because of the bones and asking for help. The young man comments that if more people arrive there, everything will just get more chaotic. Dialoka, very excited, suggests they get out of there quickly. Hansu notices she seems particularly happy, and the demon responds that if that's the impression, it's fine. Then, the knight says something that the protagonist also doesn't understand. He mentions the name Kang Hansu. Our hero asks if there's a place like that around the city, and Dialoka replies that it's quite humble for a knight's home. Confused, Hansu questions if that's really humility, and comments that he considers knights better than mercenaries. The young man asks why the girl is still around, and she retorts by asking what would happen if they made a mistake without someone to translate. The outsider complains that she is belittling him and warns that he got a job with the prince. Dialoka says that's why he ran away, while someone watches from a distance. Later, some people are having dinner, and Dialoka is astonished by the hero's insatiable appetite. As he brings a forkful of spaghetti to his mouth, he starts to ask a question. He wants to know why the knight asked to accompany the older son instead of the younger one, and the translator explains that the little one already has a partner. She clarifies that the firstborn has left, but he might come back. In other words, the noble is asking for the little guy to act as a babysitter. Hansu feels like he's being sent as a plan B and asks what exactly the mustached man said. Dialoka replies that the man would like our hero to become friends with the son, as a powerful and reliable partner. He complains that the previous version didn't sound like that, and the girl responds by repeating tomato, tomato, dismissively. In the end, Hansu feels happy and states that he will fulfill that role. A certain goddess cheers with open arms. The knight cries with his wife, saying he is very happy, and continues saying things that the protagonist doesn't understand. Soon after, he fires off more incomprehensible phrases at Hansu. Dialoka translates, saying they will tame the guest with money, but the boy suspects she altered the phrase. The demon insists she only cut unnecessary details, and the outsider retorts that this is already misinterpreting. She then informs the knight that the master wants to see the shameful face of the son who is hiding from them. Hansu asks what the hell she is saying, while the girl comments that she doesn't understand why they are crying so much and praises herself for the excellent demonic translation. The young man questions why she would make them cry like that. Later, Hansu, lying in bed, complains that the translator distorts the speeches too much and that calming the couple down left him exhausted. He takes the opportunity to ask if Dialoka knows anything about the academy. She explains that it is one of the 4 academies founded by inferior humans in defiance of the gods. In those places, they teach violence and savagery, but despite all the effort, in the end, they remain just weak humans. That's why it has become a space of clicks and connections, and Hansu comments that it's going to be boring. At that moment, a man appears shouting that he is just a level 1 peasant. He says something about the father and tells the son to go all out. Dialoka asks if she needs to translate that, but the little guy says he understood perfectly. The pink-haired boy makes a horrible expression. Hansu asserts that he can't let that pass, since the father put the son in his hands. He declares that he is a good son and knows a way to turn him into a good student at the academy. Our hero decides to teach a lesson. The boy gets scared, asks him to wait, and takes a punch to the cheek to wake up to life. Then, the kid calls Hansu an idiot and says something the bully doesn't understand. He then receives another punch right in the stomach, while the outsider explains that this is for his own good, to at least take responsibility as a son. Suddenly, an explosion occurs in the room. The outsider is all wrecked, and the sword, which never got to be used, breaks. Hansu stares at the boy and remembers his words about saving the world while only worrying about his own family. He grabs the door frame, cracking the wall. The protagonist realizes he needs to care about the kid and asks if the brat is alive. Dialoka replies that the boy had a lot of fun facing a weak level 13. She wonders if a hit that size would destroy him, and the young man insists there was a misunderstanding, as his level is lower and he is sure the demon was just playing. The boy opens his eyes with a swollen cheek and a body full of bruises. He lets out a childish scream and runs away. Focused, Dialoka hits the boy with a purple power and apologizes, saying it was unintentional. Soon after, Hansu points at the scorched boy and asks what they will do from there on. Dialoka wants to know if they should separate the head from the body to make him unrecognizable. The hero denies and asks if she still has dragon bones, because he intends to send some. But the demon questions if the boy can at least walk, and then the knight appears confused while a woman asks for help. Meanwhile, the outsider laughs awkwardly as someone starts to heal the boy. Our hero notices that the treatment is quite fast. As soon as he recovers, the boy recognizes Hansu and promises to eliminate him. The young man comments that he still hasn't learned the lesson and releases a wave of power that leaves everyone disoriented. The king's fury activates again, and several dragons appear thirsty for destruction. One of them swallows Hansu. The gigantic beast stands still in front of the boy, with the hero trapped in its mouth. Then the outsider easily punches one of the teeth, which flies out, and the impact opens a small cut on the boy's cheek. He emerges from the dragon's mouth with a crazed smile, saying that now they will be friends. Meanwhile, the saint enters a room and comments that the voluntary support from sponsors cannot decrease any further, as sustaining the warriors solely with the power of the sanctuary is difficult. She throws herself on the bed, saying that, even after the era change, things remain the same, and her head is full of worries. The crystal ball asks for a moment from Lady Saint, and she asks what it is without lifting her face from the mattress. The sphere informs that Hogwarts School has been waiting for an interview since morning. Saint replies that she thought the warriors' applications had ended. The attendant says there is something the director wants to discuss in person. She admits she has no choice, and then the employee says there is good news. The saint asks to hear it. Apparently, the mutant case of the Red Dragon King has been successfully closed. The damage to the city was significant, but there were few accidents, which relieves her. Still, she decides to leave the topic for later. Saint asks to connect with the school first, and the girl from the crystal ball agrees. Soon a mysterious woman asks how the saint is doing. She replies that not very well, since they tried to contact her knowing she was busy. The woman comments that everyone can live in peace thanks to the work of humanity's protector. Saint warns that she will hang up if it's not something important, and the green-haired lady continues smoking her pipe, saying that the other is very impatient. The interlocutor decides to get straight to the point. This year, they have high expectations for several newcomers, and will open ruins for them to study with the warriors. Saint taps her finger on the table upon hearing about the underground ruins, and asks if she is referring to the labyrinth, deducing that they managed to remove the divine seal. The woman confirms and wants to know if that doesn't surprise her because it's something incredible. In the hands of the saint, even the divine seal turns into a simple slime. The protector seems a bit bothered by the comparison. The labyrinth is a special place built in the mythological era, where the gods abused their own power. Therefore, all the relics excavated from that place are imbued with an unnatural power. Along with that, there are equally strange dangers. The director of Hogwarts says that the kingdoms that realize this are on high alert, pressing to open the location soon. Santa comments that this seems like a perfect element for current warriors, who still don't have prey. The mysterious woman agrees, and Santa promises to send the details as soon as the tournament ends. She asks for this to be done as quickly as possible, coughs, and requests that the window be opened. Santa then says she will hang up, and the other pleads to continue, as she wants to gossip. The protector ends the call and buries her head in her arms, thinking about the warriors and how many will actually survive. At another point, a campfire crackles, and a girl greets Hanwoo, introducing herself as the sorceress Leisha, Julia's friend. He stares at the girl in silence, poking the fire, and then says she is welcome. Inside, he thinks that both are very beautiful, and that he now has flowers in both hands. Leisha asks Julia if this was the warrior she was talking about. Then, the sorceress confirms if the winner will be the one who collects the most markings on the orc's ankles. Hanwoo agrees and praises her intelligence, worthy of a mage. Leisha replies that the blessing of magic is defined by lineage, so it has no relation to intellect. Julia thanks her friend for being there, and says she feels honored because Leisha got the chance to meet the legendary warrior. He carries many blessings, being only level 6. That is what it means to be a chosen one of the gods. Hanwoo comments that a true warrior is amazing, but Leisha asserts she would be even more shocked if she hadn't seen him, the protagonist. The three look at the sky with 3 moons and find it strange that they haven't seen any orcs yet. Leisha points out some tracks, indicating that others passed through there before them. Julia remembers they arrived quickly via a shortcut, but that doesn't guarantee there aren't people ahead, as it took them a while to find Leisha. The sorceress looks at the slimes and comments that they are still cleaning that area, so the enemies must be nearby. Soon they find an orc full of cuts and wounds, a sign that someone with a sword passed through there. Hanwoo becomes furious and wants to know who arrived first. A loud crash echoes nearby, and the boy points in that direction. He takes off running, shouting that that prey is his and that he won't let them steal again. The 3 arrive at the scene and are left speechless. Arya and Yu are slaughtering several orcs. Yu concentrates a firepower in her hands and throws it in the face of a monster, while Arya cuts another. The orc curses Arya and prepares to attack her. Yu protects her companion by breaking the enemy's arm. She activates her equipment blessing, turning her skin into a weapon and repairing all the items she uses. The orc screams in pain as she strikes him repeatedly. Yu declares that this is the last one and hits him with fire straight to his face. The explosion sends the monster's head flying. Hanwoo shouts that she is the class president, and Yu replies that he arrived earlier than she expected. The boy complains that it should be the other way around, asking how a mediocre president can be so strong. She responds that she doesn't know what he's talking about, since a high-performing student becomes class president. Simple as that. Yu explains that the only difference now is that everything happens in a fantasy world, and he says that you can't get strong just by studying. She retorts that even in physical education, she was the best, so she doesn't understand what the warrior means. Hanwoo comments that it wasn't like that in the novels, and a certain godman shakes his head while a child god agrees. Yu states that they don't need to keep arguing because they will take another path and thus won't get in each other's way. Hanwoo says he will pray for her to come in second place. She replies that it would be great to at least achieve that and will hope the boy comes in first. The boy with dark circles is confused about the reason for so much support, but concludes that it's because he is the protagonist. And of course, the class president is the female protagonist and likes him. A god asks if he should curse him, and a goddess says her heart is racing. He celebrates, declaring that Yu is the heroine, but Julia notices something strange. It's orcs saying they smell fresh woman, and one of them tells Hanwoo to let the girls go or he will end up losing. Julia readies her sword, and Leisha begins a spell. Hanwoo responds that he would never do that and tells the two to stay behind him, raising a huge firepower and launching it at the enemies. One of the monsters goes flying from the impact. Hanwoo's hunting curse activates, making all nearby prey stronger and drastically increasing the chance of traps failing. An orc throws a punch at the warrior, promising to eliminate him. He uses the club to strike the boy. Hanwoo is thrown far away, but his survival blessing activates, ensuring there will be no funeral the next day. Leisha comments that warriors aren't that grand, quite different from someone in particular. Julia replies that that other one is special and, at level 1, took down a level 6 orc. The sorceress wonders if she will see him again, and Julia says that if he goes to the academy, that's quite likely. The two advance against the orcs, ignoring the curse. Julia shatters the monster's club into several pieces. Leisha turns the rest into barbecue. The swordswoman comments that, even strengthened by the hunting curse, the orcs are no problem for their level. But the sorceress reminds her that the important thing now is to decide what to do with the unconscious warrior. Leisha suggests that Julia carry the boy on her back. She complains that she's in pain, and the mage says she is too. The two stare at each other in silence, while an evil god laughs too much and a certain childish lord guffaws. In another area, Choi finally reaches the plains and sees a scene ahead. Jang Mi-yeon thanks the driver for driving fast, and the man says it's an honor to help a warrior like her. Choi gets irritated with the situation. Mi-yeon reminds him that he was the one who made them use the carriage first. The blue-haired boy warns that he won't forgive if they mess up his hunt. She laughs at the threat, calling him the strongest warrior of all, and smiles while he remains furious. The two groups take different paths, and Choi is determined to win. Soon an orc calls someone a skinny pig. A girl from Choi's team comments that there are two orcs, and another asks him to be careful while preparing a spell. The two unleash firepower against the monsters, while Choi covers the rear. One of the orcs turns around scared, and the blue-haired warrior strikes the creature's back with a strong blow, saying he will never give up first place. Another orc raises its club and promises to eliminate a member of Mi-yeon's team, but is thrown far away with all its strength. Even so, they are surrounded by a crowd of orcs and realize they could be crushed. One of the boys calls for Mi-yeon, who is defenseless in the middle of the circle of monsters. She wonders why everyone is coming right at her. It's because of the charm blessing, which produces a scent that attracts the hearts of any being of the opposite gender. All the orcs are in love with Mi-yeon. She screams for someone to save her, and an ally runs in her direction, but the boy ends up stepping on the foot of a fallen orc. He stumbles and falls hard to the ground, and a certain earth god is deeply disappointed. The blonde lets out another scream, while a beauty god watches everything with great interest. The boy can't do anything, sprawled on the ground, and another companion shouts Mi-yeon's name. He says they are all there because of her, and asks her to take one for the team. A colleague looks at him in shock, while Mi-yeon is left completely speechless. The boy insists that they can't lose everyone because of her, that they can all survive if she becomes bait, and that the saint is taking care of everything, so she won't succumb. A boy with glasses apologizes to the queen. She can't believe they are capable of doing this. After saying they would do anything she asked, Mi-yeon comments that if she had known it would be like this, she would have gone back to Earth with Hansu. The boy who stumbled shouts for her not to give up, assuring her that he will save her, but she pushes the orcs away. Mi-yeon says she will serve as bait and tells everyone to run. Then she activates her charm and seduction blessing. She takes off running, calling the pigs to follow her. An entire horde goes after her, and the boy who stumbled is devastated. The monsters grab her and murmur things she doesn't understand. Mi-yeon cries out for her father, then for her mother. Then she slowly opens her eyes when someone calls her name. The voice says everything is okay and that it's over. She wonders who that person is until she recognizes Baek Ilman. Mi-yeon thinks about how he managed to do all that. All the boys from the team are sprawled on the ground, drooling. The young man with light hair says he is happy she is safe and faints in her arms. Mian doesn't understand anything. An earth god is moved, a water god cries, and a fire god comments that it was incredible. An impetuous demon god is proud of the contract. In another region, a girl complains that she doesn't see any orcs, and a boy comments that it's because they have someone of the same type in the group. The girl gets furious. He laughs and says that probably those who arrived earlier already took them all. Soon someone confirms that it's true. All the orcs have been taken down. It's Yoon Nyan, and the boy finds it strange that she didn't follow Choi Gang-min. He says that the class president is different and that nothing has changed from the real world to here. Yoon agrees, saying that the president is still first in everything in this world too, and that they will have to sit and watch her victory again. But if they don't want to, she suggests giving a little help, but the two are left confused by the proposal. In the Santa's palace, she grumbles that this is the result and wonders if it's due to cultural differences. Everything went according to plan. Yu Bo-ra was supposed to come out victorious, which becomes a problem. The maid suggests telling Hero Choi about the backpack and asking for cooperation. Santa ponders whether a hero who stirs up his own friends is trustworthy and gives the maid a strange look. The girl begs for forgiveness, saying she spoke too much. Santa decides to leave the consequences to the gods and fate, remembering that all that's left in the tournament is the award ceremony, so it's better to move ahead. The warriors line up. Some smile, others tremble with nerves. Santa appears in a pink dress to announce the results, thanks everyone for being there, and says she will start revealing the winners of the hero tournament. Meanwhile, a carriage carries the knight's son, who complains about having to return to the academy. Hansu asks if he hates the place that much, because if anyone has a reason to hate, it's the outsider himself. Dialoka warns that she can't enter because her level is too high, and another comments that slaves are considered objects, so she is an exception. The protagonist complains that he will have to attend the academy while being sought by royalty, but the goddess assures him that everything is fine. The deity repeats that everything is okay, and the hero decides to trust her if she is so sure. He comments that if the goddess is so certain, she should start explaining things, but the entity says she is confused. Hansu wants to understand why she insists so much that he goes, stating that even if he doesn't like it, he doesn't intend to run away. The goddess promises that everything will be clarified when they get there. He threatens to say that if she doesn't tell him, he will go 2 days without a drawing book, and the goddess calls that a wild threat, saying she will cry. The outsider asks what is written on the bridge sign, and she replies that it is Hogwarts. The guard receives them and asks to see their student ID. Then the knight's son hands over a letter. They check it and allow entry. The boy goes crazy just being back in that place. Hansu asks the goddess what to do as soon as they arrive at the academy, but she pretends to be sleeping. The hero feels anxious and observes that this is not an ordinary school. There are guards everywhere, horses, statues, training areas. It looks more like a military city. Suddenly, someone calls Hansu. The boy says a bunch of things he doesn't quite understand, and the outsider replies that he can call him however is most comfortable. The boy comments that it feels strange to call Hansu by name and realizes he is enrolling with the identity of a young servant of a noble master. A girl approaches our hero and says she hopes they get along. She introduces herself as Salona, level 9, with a noble curse. He remembers her status as an aristocrat while adjusting his own clothes, and Hansu, all dressed up, asks if they finally arrived. Dialoka comments that that style doesn't suit him and explains that they will ignore him for being level 1, suggesting that red would look better. He, irritated, asks if it makes any sense to dye the uniform. Hansu tells the demon to stay in the dormitory and warns that she cannot go there at all. Dialoka agrees. The young man is outraged that he has to take an admission test even after being summoned to that world, but he can't escape. The examiner notes that he is level 1, but still passed all the physical tests. Then he asks if the outsider knows anything about fairies, and the short one wonders if this type of question is common in the evaluation. Hansu replies that he knows a little and that he has been hit by an arrow from one of them. The evaluator comments that it's an interesting answer. He shows interest in the fact that Hansu faced an archer fairy and observes that his blessings and curses are all mixed up. Even so, the rookie was approved. The mustached man adds that this year, there is a fairy in charge and says something about becoming a bridge. Hansu replies that he will do his best, and the man, smiling, thanks him and says that if anything happens, he should look for him. Laughing awkwardly, the protagonist agrees, as he didn't quite understand everything the mustached man said. Next, our hero leaves the room triumphantly and comments that now that it's over, he doesn't quite know what to do. Perhaps he should return to the dormitory. However, the goddess suggests they head to the statue. Soon after, Hansu questions the reason for that sudden decision, and the little one replies that she simply loved the sculpture, insisting that he accompany her there. Shortly after, standing before the colossal monument, The goddess begins to whistle calmly. At that moment, someone asks if the hero is curious about the statue of the legendary Podonicus. It's the Night Sun accompanied by Salona. The young man wants to know if the figure is famous, and the boy states that Podonicus was a warrior summoned in ancient eras. Hansu ponders this, trying to understand why the goddess reacted that way upon seeing the artwork. After all, there might be something there to investigate when no one else is around. Suddenly, another person approaches from behind and asks if the two are newcomers. It's Hyun Soo-mak, who orders them to hang up a poster. Hansu questions the veteran about what it's about, and Hyun retorts by asking if his eyes are also level 1, adding that the poster is to welcome the warriors. The boy exclaims that this is natural for such a respected academy, as everything there works differently. Meanwhile, the protagonist tries to process the information about a warrior being approved and attempts to say something to the goddess, but she asserts that everything is under control. Soon, the young man asks if he can leave now. He touches his own nose and calls the goddess an outsider. Hansu comments that when the warriors arrive, she won't seem like a stranger and asks if that would be a problem. The little one replies that there's no reason to worry as she has no other friends at that school. The protagonist realizes that when the students appear, she will meet that goddess and the other gods, so she should behave. The young man says he will trust the outsider, and she smiles excitedly, repeating how cool that statue is. Hansu says that if she is trying to convey a message, she just needs to speak, but perhaps she can't. Hyun yells for them to stop whispering and get on with what was ordered. Our hero gets irritated and admits that he doesn't quite understand what that guy is saying. Hyun scowls, grumbles, and yells that he will make him understand, ordering him to follow. Hansu laughs and replies, "Yes, sir." Then Hyun takes the hero to another location, and the two watch the scene. Salona assures that everything will be fine, and while the outsider is being led away, he hears someone begging for forgiveness. A girl slaps another, repeating that she can't even stand up. The young woman with short hair receives a hard slap on her left cheek. Hansu tries to turn back, but Hyun grabs him by the collar and asks where he thinks he's going, commenting that not even the staff approaches that place. Our hero concludes that this means there is no security there, and Hyun responds that a level 1 doesn't understand anything about the situation. Tired of this, the boy grabs the veteran by the neck and says threateningly that no matter what happens there, no one will ever know. Then, he commands his portal to bring a hammer, with a sinister smile on his face. Hyun freezes at the scene. Hansu comments that he would like to bury him properly, but he's at school, so he probably shouldn't. But when the young man releases Hyun's neck, the veteran falls to the ground and seems to have hurt himself. The protagonist laments and delivers a hammer blow to the back of his neck. The two girls nearby even stop what they are doing, shocked to see Hyun on the ground. Hansu says that the veterans are beautiful and feels a bit embarrassed to be watched like that. The girl comments that the short one is level 1 and asks if he has lost his mind. The young man retorts that maybe it's her who has lost her senses. He also says that she forgot that no one can see what is happening in that place. The veteran replies that it doesn't matter, so Hansu also grabs her by the neck. She growls, indignant, and the other student calls the girl who was being attacked. Crying, the girl asks what he wants, and Hansu simply asks them to leave them alone for a while. Soon after, he smiles in a frightening way and calls the two veterans, saying that the freshman Kang Hansu offers his welcome. The protagonist grabs the boy again, and also the young woman with pink hair. Then he smiles and says he hopes they get along very well. Sometime later, already at night, the 3 moons shine in the sky, and Dialoka is stretching in bed. She beams upon seeing Hansu, who asks how things got to that situation right after he was approved. The young man further questions that if she takes up the whole bed, where is he going to sleep? However, Dialoka assures that she was certain the human wouldn't choose the side by the window so he could stay there. Yet, the word human confuses the boy. The girl explains that she refers to the woman who was nearby earlier, and the protagonist wonders what kind of school puts boys and girls together in the same dormitory. Dialoka clarifies that everyone there is just attendants and, therefore, do not receive special treatment. Not understanding, Hansu asks where she intends to sleep, and she replies that a common slave would stay on the floor or on a blanket. But since she is not common, she will sleep near the master, and the boy screams that he will never allow that. Dialoka then says that she will have to expel the human, or he can simply leave as well. She asks if her master will abandon her to have a comfortable room all to himself. If so, she won't take responsibility if the human suffers an accident. Hansu tells her to shut up and follow him, as they have a place to go. Excited, Dialoka agrees and asks what the destination is. Our outsider announces that they will explore the school during the night. They arrive at a kind of bar, are greeted by the people, but soon realize that no one knows who they are, and also that Hansu is level 1. A drunk asks Dialoka what she is doing there. The protagonist asks for permission, and comments that he heard that Veteran is a professional in the matter. The man wants to know who sent him, and Hansu replies that he met some veterans today but cannot elaborate. Then he explains that they need to walk through the academy in silence and throws a bag of money on the table. The guy questions the reason for that payment. Before that, the man demands to know who the horned woman is. Our hero states that she is a level 27 demon and his bodyguard. The guy says he is lying because a demon like that would never help a level 1. Hansu complains to her for telling the truth but realizes that no one believes it. Dialoka admits that in fact, she is level 13 and they would only believe if the man were destroyed. The young man whispers about the consequences and she asserts that she will handle it. The drunk shouts, asking what the level 1 said and if he asked to be beaten, and also comments that he just needs to leave the bodyguard and go away and he will be forgiven. The guy mentions the money again, and Dialoka lands a kick on his nose, and the idiot goes flying. A bald man shouts that the boy has gone crazy and asks how a level 1 dares to act like that. The protagonist tries to understand why they are talking about him. Dialoka notices something behind her, then all the bald men jump on them. Hansu's eyes widen, and Dialoka delivers a series of kicks. One hits the cheek of one of the bald men, another strikes the chin of another. The outsider thinks he should stop her but is entertained watching the spectacle. In another location during the night, a hooded figure walks with a lantern. Suddenly, a wild Hansu appears to attack a girl and apologizes to the veteran. He comments that a nighttime invasion and a surprise assessment is the work of a crazy school, but luckily it was easy. However, it will get more complicated if they keep encountering opponents like this, especially since immobilizing without destroying is a torment. Dialoka asks what they were doing at the school at that hour. Hansu says he needs to investigate something at the statue, jumps the wall, and lands on the other side. Dialoka mentions that is Podonicus, the warrior of heroes, and the protagonist says he knows. She explains that, in fact, Podonicus tried to seduce another warrior's wife and was expelled. The warrior became furious, made a pact with the Queen of the Night, turned into a vampire, and managed to kidnap the woman. Hansu praises her knowledge, and she replies that someone like her knows a lot. She says that the Lord claims there is a hidden clue in the statue, and he asks if she understands what it is about. Dialoka responds that she has an idea, but doesn't know if she should tell, and he insists. She asks the protagonist to closely observe the statues of Podonicus and the kidnapped swordswoman. There is no path, but there are also no obstacles. Podonicus looks directly at the woman, but she stares at another point. It seems to be indicating a direction. Hansu asks if it is enough to follow the direction of the gaze, and Dialoka confirms. Sometime later, both seem to have found something. He sees, on the ground, a map pointing to a location, and Dialoka thinks it is an area near the lake. However, it is a vast region. It would be almost impossible to search everything. Dialoka remembers the legend of a mermaid who lived there and turned to stone, waiting eternally for Podonicus. Hansu says the story is strange, and she suggests that maybe they should position themselves as Podonicus did in the legend, and it is then that they spot the mermaid, on the other side of the statue. They realize that it is indeed a sculpture. Dialoka asks if they should break it, but Hansu says it's just a clue, and she protests that it doesn't look like a legendary fish. The statue cries, and if it's not the abandoned mermaid, they don't know why it's so sad. Her gaze points downward. At that moment, Hansu notices something. His hand is glowing. It's a classic magic ring used by wizards for marriage proposals, and the protagonist asks if that was all. Soon after, he receives the blessing of forgiveness. People confess their sins upon seeing his pleading face and hide them before his sad expression. A certain goddess claims that they have both been deceived and insists they protest immediately. Hansu celebrates finally receiving a blessing and not a curse. The goddess stamps her foot, annoyed. Immediately, several people appear around them, and a woman warns that they are in the middle of an evaluation, and only officials can enter there. She introduces herself as Kang Hansu, and the official asks who he is, but the guard comments that he is with a high-level demon. So he is not just anyone. The protagonist raises his hands and tries to explain, but is warned not to move, or he will be sent straight to his own funeral. Hansu remains still and activates his new blessing, making a sad little face. The woman orders the hero to follow the school's rules from now on. A man comments that the student seems like a newbie, so he will let him go, as he is busy preparing for the entrance ceremony. Hansu thanks him and says he will do that soon. Dialoka forbids him from using that blessing against her, and he asks why. She confesses that she will forgive him anyway. He replies that he is already using it, and she asks what sin she could have committed, then smiles and admits she only played a small prank. Meanwhile, one of the knight's sons is excited to be at Hogwarts, while the other hates being back in that hell. Someone congratulates the accepted students over the microphone. The man says that after introducing the teachers, the principal will give the instructions. Hansu notices that the crowd likes the teachers, and Dialoka comments that they are strong and famous among humans. He asks why she is there, and the young woman says she was bored in the dormitory, so she decided to watch. Besides, the uniform looks good on her. The new teacher is the guardian of fire and a great elder of the fairy kingdom. It is Lady Celebreste, accompanied by her miniature phoenix and the Malong. She declares that she hopes to get along with everyone. Hansu wonders if what is on her shoulder is really a phoenix, and he remembers a memory of kissing someone while the bird was nearby. The young man comments that his eyes met those of the phoenix, or maybe he was imagining it. A boy celebrates being able to learn from the guardian of fire, and Hansu recalls that he was irritated a minute before. The hero asks if that fairy is really that powerful, and they respond that the outsider understands nothing. The man warns that there will now be instructions from the principal. A familiar figure steps onto the stage and announces to the newcomers that this year will be special because a respected person has come to the academy. She will support the warriors and evaluate the approvals. The audience goes wild when she mentions the warriors, but the woman casts a spell that produces a loud bang. She threatens that if they don't want to be trapped, they should be quiet. Hansu says, with his eardrums hurting, that she seems quite nervous. The woman warns that they will separate the upper class from the lower class and explains, just fight until one of the two falls. She asks if they are ready, and then the chaos begins, with everyone punching each other. Some students seem lost as it starts so suddenly, but others already charge in. One guy kicks another in the back and two are fighting in the back. A girl tries to hit a big guy. Hansu comments that, being simple, something so barbaric can even be interesting, while the goddess revels in the chaos. The young man snaps his fingers, and since he has a new blessing, he will be forgiven after defeating everyone. A blonde guy beating up another boy looks in Hansu's direction. His gaze is demonic, and he explodes the group around him. The young man tells everyone to go to the lower class. Meanwhile, the little goddess prays for the peace of several strangers, and the night sun complains that it's a school of lunatics. No one there is normal. He doesn't know how much he will have to work to reach the upper class. Moreover, he prefers to stay hidden in the lower class. Soon, the teacher congratulates some students for reaching the upper class. She explains that everyone there has different levels, and if their performance is not good, they can be demoted to the intermediate class. She also says that first they will be divided into knight or wizard, according to their talents. Then, she announces that the president of the upper class will be Prince Razel. He wishes good coexistence to everyone. Hansu is not impressed and wonders what that brat is doing now. Meanwhile, in the tournament matches, the winner is the warrior Choi Gang-min. Santa congratulates him and says that the sacred sword, kept in the temple, will be given to the champion. The weapon is a symbol of the warrior and will greatly aid in his growth. Now he just needs to say he wants to become strong. Choi raises the sword and declares, "I want to become strong." It shines brightly and a portal opens. Everyone is shocked as the winner disappears. On the other side, Choi's eyes widen because he does not recognize the environment. A man with an eye patch says that he is now in Orcrolis and realizes that the boy is human. A huge orc says that the winner is in the city of the orcs. The warriors sent by the rules will be trained immediately. A strong blonde man says that Hansu is not ready to attend his class and asks what the young man needs to do. The teacher shouts that swordsman training is basic for a knight and he cannot attend the class without the warrior's blessing, and he expels him from the room. The protagonist knocks on the door trying to enter, but decides to calm down. The warrior's blessing serves to defeat enemies by blocking their path with love and justice, the blessing that everyone possesses. Then Hansu activates the fairy and outsider blessings, projects a punch, and says that this common blessing is foolish. He destroys the door and startles the teacher. The man says that the young man is not taking this seriously and needs to follow the path of the sword. Hansu replies that, no matter what, he just needs to create his own style, but the teacher insists that it won't work without a blessing. The protagonist shows his power and the teacher, frightened, lets him in. The night sun comments that Hansu uses swordsman techniques even without the blessing. Something extraordinary. Hansu asks how to learn the warrior's blessing and they say it is through drugs. He feels disgusted because they don't even try. While the teacher explains, the protagonist only thinks about getting the blessing through drugs. Then, the prince approaches him and says he saw his performance at the ceremony. If Hansu wants the blessing, he just needs to become his subordinate and will have unlimited access to the drugs, but the hero tells him to disappear. Razel is offended, but the blessing of forgiveness activates and he says he will leave, although next time it won't be so easy. A certain goddess observes and states that the blonde is the type to become class president, and she is eager for what is to come. Hansu admits that he is scared, and the teacher coughs, interrupting his mental dialogue. He comments that it would be boring to start with theory, so he prepared something special. The man raises a dragon tooth and says it was recently mastered and bought with 10 years of savings. The teacher boasts about its size and color. Hansu says he didn't expect to see that again, that the world is small, and the goddess agrees. The night sun says that many hours were wasted with the teacher showing off the item. But aside from that, the class was great. He doesn't understand why the protagonist didn't like it. Razel claims it was a good class and asks Hansu what he thought, but the outsider doesn't understand why he acts as if they are close. Then he thinks he should have sent him to the lower class earlier. The goddess finds it convenient when Hansu gave up, and he asks what she wanted him to abandon. At that moment, someone calls the protagonist and he recognizes the people. They are the idiots he sent to the lower class. The girl asks if everything is okay, and the other merely murmurs. He replies that it is, and that they can leave since it got boring. The group leaves, and the sun shines in the sky, announcing an epic fight. Before them stands a group of 6 strong fighters. One of the boys grabs the night sun by the hair and says that the two are buddies, that he even likes him. If Hansu hadn't sent them to the lower class, no one would be in that situation. The group says they will make up for the humiliation caused, and the outsider retorts by calling them all idiots, preparing his power. The little blonde is terrified to see the hero's aura, and asks if the night sun thought going to the lower class would be easy. He tells the boy to rest a bit, and Hansu comments that they picked a fight with the protected of a stubborn guy. The young man calls his portal and asks for a bone, saying it is an apology, and that he will take responsibility. The strong guy asks if the little one is going to face everyone with that, and admits he let his guard down at the ceremony, and he takes a hit to the face to learn. The subject flies far away, and Hansu says he is in a hurry, so he asks everyone to come at the same time. The blonde with the scar is terrified. With absurd strength and insane power, the prince of mercenaries defeats everyone with his heavy sword, surpassing even the prodigy blonde of the knights. Soon after, the princess of the Lake Kingdom uses her agility and sword, but is also effortlessly destroyed. The blonde doesn't understand what is happening. Hansu says he can hear them trying to plan with those hard heads. The little blonde charges forward shouting. The hero remains still, smiling, pointing the dragon bone. His massacre blessing makes friendly races fear and avoid him, while the annihilation blessing greatly increases his chances against enemies he has seen in dreams. The purple spirits say they want to go to the underworld and ask the blonde if he doesn't sleep, trying to invade his nightmares. Hansu prepares to attack with the giant bone and eliminates everyone around without mercy. Our hero wonders why the curse activated so suddenly, massacre and annihilation at the same time. The goddess says that it is broken. The little blonde murmurs that he is a demon and everyone around has been destroyed. Confused, Hansu says there is no demon there. The night sun is on the ground and the little one asks if he is awake. The boy tries to move his hand and gets up with a frown. Hansu comments that they will probably blame the boy because no one would believe that a level 1 defeated everyone, and the boy has a better ranking, so it kind of falls to him. The strong one wakes up and the protagonist says it was at the perfect moment, leans on the guy's shoulder and calls him buddy. Hansu says he will go back to class, then asks him to pick up the fallen guys and leave. He thanks because the misunderstanding was resolved and gives a pat on the boy's shoulder. A goddess watches the outsider with half-closed eyes and questions him about his concerns. The little one says it was self-defense, and he is proud. She admires his awareness. He comments that he didn't specify what he would receive and got a perfect bone. The young man hopes the orc isn't spying on him. It seemed to have life energy when he received the femur. The goddess asks for his opinion, and the hero says he would never send something used to hit others. In the end, the orc said not to touch the natives. Meanwhile, in Orkrola, the sun sets and Choi falls to the ground hard. The orc trains him and complains that controlling his own power is difficult but satisfying. He orders the young man to get up quickly. Choi coughs upon realizing how strong the monster is. The boy thinks that the orcs he faced yesterday looked like children compared to this one. But that training is to make him stronger. If he is the legendary hero, he will win. The orc states that the old training is no longer useful. This one is personalized. The winner cannot leave until he defeats him. Choi's expression changes drastically. The orc raises his hand with 4 fingers and then grabs the boy by the shoulders. Then, he crushes the warrior with force. He says he is just relaxing the boy's muscles because he learns quickly when he is beaten. Choi begs him to stop, but receives a violent headbutt. The orc explains that a winner shouldn't lose consciousness from this. Then, he grabs the boy's leg and throws him up, demanding his determination. He prepares for another blow and the poor thing has no idea what to do. In another region, in the mountains, Kogmo walks. He reflects on why Dialoka is accompanying that human-looking monster. Several goblins scream inside a cave. Their king has finally returned. The demon sighs that being home is great, but he feels something strange. Kogmo states that this energy is weird and wonders why the saint would be there in such a weak area. The goblins yell. Two boys thank their luck for being just goblins and say they will eliminate everyone quickly. But as they take a step, they fall into a thorn trap, with stakes at the bottom. The saint comments that the two were too impatient. Mion says that whether orcs or goblins, she hates green creatures. And then she prepares a gigantic fireball, promising to incinerate everyone. The blonde releases a power that explodes on the slightest contact, but it only hits the monster chief, leaving two little greens. Then the survivors advance towards the group. Arya and Yu charge into the attack and, after some effort, manage to resolve the situation. Soon, they realize they have fully entered the goblins' habitat. Still, the loss has already been great, so the hunt will be complicated. Yu states that now that they have learned that they use traps, they won't fall for that trick again. Goblins are weaker than orcs, but it's not wise to let your guard down, as they move in packs and get agitated by weapons made from dragon bones. The princess thinks for a moment and soon devises a plan. She mentions that only the warriors were supposed to go, but to make up for the reduced group, she and the others will accompany them. Even so, hunting goblins and volunteering for the good of the Magic Kingdom, while waiting for Choi, who went to train, is becoming heavy for everyone. As class president, she feels she needs to strengthen herself to protect the team, and thus decides they will teach the evil orcs a lesson. As the sun sets, this time everyone reviews the terrain for traps, but there are countless of them scattered around. Yu observes that most are poorly planned, although there are some truly dangerous ones. Mion comments that the group is short on time to level up, so it might be better to just return to the academy. However, Alsis orders the guards to prepare the camp. In the forests, though, night falls much faster than one might think. Thus, they light a campfire and organize the area to spend the night. A knight calls Prince Alsis and reports that they found footprints, as well as signs of destroyed traps being rebuilt. The blonde wonders if the marks could be from humans, since there shouldn't be demons there. He then orders to inform Santa, and the knight departs to deliver the news. Soon after, two fireballs rise into the sky and explode several goblins. The princess cheers at the result, while Mion complains that the monsters keep appearing. Yubora rushes and brings her sword down hard on a goblin. However, the creature blocks with its club. The little green monster shows sharp fangs and grins menacingly. In the next moment, it is split in two by the strike of the great Prince Alsis. The noble asks if Yu is okay, and she responds with a tired smile. Soon, the blonde notices that surprise attacks are happening every night, and this will be a problem for inexperienced warriors. Alsis then shouts for the knights to raise their weapons and protect the mages. He comments that training is good, but it's never too much to be careful. Meanwhile, Mion fights off some goblins advancing on an improvised cart. However, the enemies easily dodge her fireballs. Next, they mock the girl, who becomes furious at the taunts. A blue goblin shouts something incomprehensible to the humans, and soon the horde begins to retreat. The blonde finds the withdrawal strange, and Yu observes that he was giving orders, that one is the commander. She shouts that they can't let him escape. The blue goblin runs as fast as he can. He is, in fact, Kogmo, who is delighted to see his trap working. To strengthen his own body, the slaves conducted extensive research, something that is now bearing fruit. Kogmo holds his breath and lets out a thunderous scream all at once. The warriors cover their ears, irritated by the noise. Yu realizes that whenever she hears that sound, her head throbs with pain. Then all the goblins return en masse, this time blindly obeying Kogmo's orders. The next day, someone complains that there are no supplies left. Arya comments that the food is also about to run out. Mion wonders how many days have passed, as the little green ones keep attacking and no one can rest. Yu, with deep dark circles under her eyes, says they hunted many, so the number of enemies should have decreased significantly. Alsis explains that the number of goblins defeated so far is similar to the previous year, but that blue one is too problematic. For the honor of Louis, sacrificed there, everyone needs to find a solution. The prince feels down remembering that they lost a knight trained in something as simple as hunting goblins. At that moment, Princess Athena comes running and warns that Santa has discovered the enemy's identity. It is a demon. Mion and Yu are shocked to hear the word demon. Athena clarifies that the creature is hiding behind the Rocky Mountains. Meanwhile, Santa watches from afar on a large stone, looking troubled. Her servant comments that the message was sent to the warriors by Princess Athena herself, and the holy woman thanks her. She states that they cannot suffer more losses. She intended to level up the warriors, but they have already lost a knight. Even though it is painful, all of this will serve as experience for the group. Santa orders everyone to focus on their own safety, as dead flesh can be resurrected, but a weak mind cannot. Mion was attacked by surprise and therefore does not remember anything. Unfortunately, Yu recalls every detail of the incident, and Santa says this shows her mental strength. The two descend a long staircase. Then, Santa faces a plain of dry trees, raises her hands glowing, and unleashes her power. A small root sprouts from the ground and begins to expand. Little by little, the dried grass comes back to life. She comments that, with this, the flooding problems will be under control for now. At the same time, she realizes that it's not enough to leave the situation at this point and asks the servant to prepare the warriors to eliminate the demon. Kogmo notes that nature has been restored and grumbles that cutting off the water was a huge task. The young man with black hair feels a deep hatred for the saint and also for Kang Hansu. He says she shouldn't interfere in conflicts between children and that idiots who use power as they please should disappear. The two slaves ask if there is really a way to resolve this and if he can buy something. Kogmo tells them to be quiet, says the matter is above them, and the two apologize. He then thinks that, regardless of what they do, the goblins will end up massacred, but perhaps it's still possible to save those humans. He admits to himself that he has always put his comfort above all, and that anyone would laugh at seeing him sacrifice something for inferior humans. Soon after, he orders the slave to call the elder goblin, as he will give the next instructions. Meanwhile, Mion reaches level 13 and celebrates for having done it alone. She wonders if Yu has already reached 14 and promises to catch up with her soon, but for now, she is out of mana. Then, someone announces that it's time to retreat, as many goblins have gathered for the attack. Since Mion is exhausted, she has no means to defend herself. However, in the blink of an eye, she disappears from that place. Back at the academy, the sun sets, and Hansu comments that he will leave the cleaning to his strong friend. The colleague assures him that he will do his best. A certain goddess asks the boy to go explore the school, but the young man replies that after tomorrow's class, they can think about it. The protagonist's magic ring begins to glow, and the short one says he is following the direction indicated by the artifact, although he has no idea where he is going. Suddenly, the glow completely fades, and he wonders if the thing broke or if they have arrived at their destination. Hansu comments that there is something suspicious about that place, but he can't identify what. The goddess then warns that several spells are coming in their direction. He tries to understand what is flying and sees, in the sky, fireballs and ice daggers. Our hero runs, trying to protect himself, as the magic cast against him is devastating. A man shouts, asking if the student is trying to get himself destroyed because that is not a place for games. The blessing of forgiveness activates, and he explains that that space is the magical shooting range, therefore extremely dangerous. Hansu grumbles that if it's so risky, they should at least put up a sign. Soon after, a feminine voice calls his name, and the young man asks if he knows her. The goddess comments that he doesn't need to force his memory. The young girl introduces herself as Leia and questions whether the outsider really doesn't remember. He greets her, says it's been a while since he last saw her, but the girl corrects him and says her name is Leisha. At that moment, the protagonist realizes he has gotten himself into a delicate situation. Later, in another place, the two talk, and he barely follows the explanation. Leisha, however, asserts that the hero understands the language much better now. Hansu comments, satisfied, that he studied a lot, and the girl asks if he went to the shooting range to learn magic. He confirms, saying he can't cast spells, although in reality he just wants to find out what they are hiding there. Leisha offers to teach him, and the short one asks if that is really possible, even without having the blessing of magic. She replies that the basics are indeed possible, and that this will prepare him to face wizards in the future. The girl, excited, agrees to meet him at the same time the next day, and asks what class he is in. Hansu replies that he is in the high class. She comments that, this way, it will be easy to meet, and bids farewell with a, see you tomorrow. Soon after, a friend asks if Leisha is interested in the outsider, and the blonde denies it, all blushing. Our hero consults the goddess about what she thinks of that, and she says she finds the girl's actions quite suspicious. He clarifies that he is talking about the shooting range, and the goddess just pretends to know something until Hansu concludes that she still doesn't want to explain anything. Then, the annoying Razel appears shouting the young man's name. The blonde says he has been looking for him for a long time, and the protagonist doesn't understand why so many people are chasing him that day. Soon, the blessing of forgiveness activates. The hero asks to put that aside, and Razel extends his hand. The annoying one claims that this trick won't work this time and states that, to become one of the best at Hogwarts, Hansu will need him. The short one realizes that the boy seems to be reading a script. He wonders if Razel prepared all of this by analyzing his status window and concludes that the blessing has weaknesses. The prince insists that he is being sincere and that, if they join forces, they can easily become the strongest in the school. Hansu thinks for a moment and says that, if there are group projects, it's better to do them with someone from the same class. Then, he extends his hand and suggests that they get along from now on. The blonde hugs him, repeating the phrase while the goddess shrinks in discomfort and the outsider admits that he is too. He wonders if he should ask Dialoka how to hide his own status window. Later, in the dormitory, Hansu insists that she tell him, but the demoness explains that she won't reveal it so easily. Dialoka is sharpening a knife with the tip of a bone. She then smiles and says that if he orders, she will tell. The boy uses his master power and commands her to explain. The girl says that to snoop on someone's status window, a specific blessing is needed, and to resist that, another blessing. Hansu asks which type would be easier to obtain. She replies that the hidden truth is complicated. The justice blessing only reveals if the other also exposes something. The marriage blessing requires a matrimony, and the bluffing one is hard to maintain. The camouflage blessing requires pretending to be dead, while the humility one demands absurd patience. The protagonist asks if she is done. Dialoka says that those are all she can. Remember for now. Salona intervenes and questions if it necessarily has to be a blessing. She suggests that a curse would work, even if it is dangerous. Hansu finds the idea of blocking the curious from the status window with a curse interesting. Dialoka says that even being a mere human, Salona gave an excellent suggestion, a beneficial curse for the master. She proposes the curse of stinginess. Hansu imagines a rich frog king while reflecting on this power. The demoness explains that it is a curse that grants absolute control over one's possessions, including the status window, and the price for that would only be his life. Hansu replies with a sinister smile that that is exactly it. The goddess comments that his expression looks strange, and he pretends not to understand what she is talking about. Then, our hero and the demon girl go to look for a mission. The protagonist feels frustrated to see that this is the only one he can accept at the moment. Dialoka, for her part, asks why she was registered as a mercenary too. The young man clarifies that, to obtain the curse of stinginess, he needs to have several slaves and a lot of money, but everything he owns is stuck in the sword. So, he thought of using it. If they level it up until it becomes hard to control with his current level, it might work. She agrees, and the boy asks if she is afraid of his hunting curse. She admits that it is not a small matter. It is a power capable of making even an orc as strong as an ogre, and yet, Dialoka is stuck in rank D because of her own strength. Hansu comments that regarding the mercenary ranking, they can level up later and asks if ogres are that powerful. She confirms, saying that they are roughly at the level of the knight they recently met. Hansu simply ignores her, and the girl states that he will regret it. She emphasizes that, at the moment, it is already difficult for her to manage 3 orcs. Our hero tells her not to worry because they have only accepted missions involving goblins. Night falls, and the 3 moons shine again in the sky. A gnoll jumps on Dialoka and screams, "Female meat." She channels a purple power in her hand and strikes a cut on the monster's shoulder. However, the hunting curse activates and strengthens all her fangs. The wound regenerates quickly, and the gnoll says he felt no pain because female meat is weak. Irritated, she calls him a miserable gnoll and complains about having hurt him so little. Hansu says that's enough and commands her to retreat for now. The 3 gnolls are surprised that the meat can talk. The red one bellows that the girl's head is his. Then, the protagonist comments that he is out of time and is still trying to be nice. He then cuts all 3 in half horizontally at once, and shortly after finishes them off vertically. Dialoka is left speechless at the scene. All 3 fell with a single blow. Hansu orders her to collect their canines, but the demoness does not move. He asks if she is not listening, if the warrior's curse failed. At that moment, the girl starts to laugh loudly. Hansu insists on knowing what is happening, as it is not a time for jokes. The slimes are approaching to devour everything, and Dialoka asks him to command more clearly. Then, he shouts for her to grab the bodies, and this time she obeys. The girl beams at the order. The protagonist explains that this will serve as proof of the hunt, so nothing can be left behind. The next day, they appear again at the academy. Someone calls Hansu's name. The kid complains that, thanks to him, they will have to spend the next 15 days cleaning bathrooms. Hansu replies that the boy lost his place, but he won't need to deal with the bathrooms if he can come back. Another voice calls him. It's Leisha, commenting that he seems quite excited early in the morning. She notices that the boy is accompanied by friends. The night's sun puts his arm around Hansu's neck and calls the protagonist a common man, asking how that outsider knows Leisha. He replies that he barely has contact with her. The boy gets nervous and says she is his Leisha. The protagonist loses patience and complains, asking why everyone sees problems in everything. The young woman explains that she wants to teach magic to Hansu. He agrees, while the kid falls to the ground foaming with jealousy. The outsider thinks he doesn't need to take the lessons too seriously, but at least the girl seems sincere. Leisha smiles, says she'll see him later, and asks him not to run away this time. The people around are confused to see the popular girl getting so close to a newcomer. Hansu only now notices how popular she is. Our hero tells the kid to move on, but the poor thing is emotionally crushed. He laments, being carried, that his dreams and hopes have been crushed. Hansu leads him to a strange place. It's a very old house, reinforced with wooden planks. He comments that he thinks the low-class dormitories are pretty cool. Suddenly, the group of idiots from the other day appears again. The blonde introduces himself as Prince Alpus, from the Kingdom of Knights. Our protagonist confuses his name with Mulpus, and they all kneel. The six prostrate themselves before Hansu. He doesn't understand anything, and Alpus explains that they are noble representatives of their respective countries, so kneeling before a common man is something that shouldn't happen. Even so, they do it to show remorse. The little goddess hates the scene. Hansu comments that they said if they don't make it to the upper class in the next test, they will lose their noble titles and be cursed. He says he doesn't know if this has to do with the experience they just gained or the one they already had, but from now on, everything will get harder, so he doesn't intend to hinder the guys. Besides, he doesn't care much about leveling up, and Alpus is thrilled to receive forgiveness. Everyone thanks him, happy, commenting that the outsider is much kinder than they imagined. Hansu wonders what kind of image they had of him before. The goddess complains that mingling with that bunch is not something an outsider should do, and asserts that they can't be trusted. The protagonist insists he is innocent. Our hero stomps firmly on the ground and breathes like a furious bull. He is bothered by the fact that everyone casts sideways glances because of the kneeling nobles. Leisha comments that it seems he is always in the middle of interesting events. He changes the subject and asks where they are going. The girl says that the two of them are going to a place where no one will bother them, which leaves the goddess indignant. Hansu feels a chill and isn't sure where the goddess is talking about. Leisha explains that it's to have peace and reminds him that she worked hard as a warrior's comrade. The boy is surprised to find out that she was a companion of a hero. Leisha adds that the protagonist seems very interested in warriors and tells that she fought alongside Hanwoo, someone always full of confidence. She comments that the warrior was too much for her, making Hansu seem like an ordinary guy. He remembers that the girl said it was hard to work with Hanwoo, who hunted like a madman. The outsider asks if that guy hunts in a stranger way than he does. Thinking better, he concludes that the fact of reading fantasy comics every day gave him some prior knowledge, which makes his adaptation easier. A certain goddess lowers her head reflecting on this and lets out a giggle. Leisha announces that they have arrived, so it's time to start learning magic. Hansu sits cross-legged on his own jacket, and she says that in magic, cause and effect are well defined. She gives a strange example, saying it's like a baby being born from a man and a woman, and that it seems like something warm coming out of him. The goddess becomes extremely embarrassed by the explanation and punches Hansu. Leisha asks if the boy understood what she meant, and the boy covers his face not knowing how to respond. Then, the young woman wants to know where he got that ring, and comments that she arrived too late. Hansu doesn't understand anything. She just laughs awkwardly and asks him to stay. The human says he feels something strangely warm in his stomach, lowers his hand, and the outsider's blessing activates. Soon after, he complains that the sensation is gone. The goddess, on the other hand, is radiant, laughing non-stop. The blessing levels up and small electric shocks appear. He falls to his knees and Leisha asks if the hero is okay. Hansu realizes he is restarting too quickly and concludes that if he tries to control it all the time, he will lose balance and become exhausted. Even so, he replies that he thinks he is fine, although the veins in his hands are bulging. He says it should normalize if he keeps expending the excess energy. Our hero channels an intense red power and holds his own arm to contain the force. A gigantic wave of energy is launched into the sky. Leisha doesn't understand anything that just happened. She looks up, seeing the red trail. Hansu proclaims that he feels alive, that it was extremely invigorating. Leisha asks how he managed to cast magic, and the outsider seems to have no answer. Confused, the girl insists if he used a spell without realizing it. The protagonist fills with pride, thinking he even imitated the swordsman with the power of the nulls. He combines the outsider's blessing with that of the fairy, and realizes that magic is not something so impossible. Meanwhile, someone observes several red bolts coming from a point in the academy. It's the professor, who is left speechless. Hansu confirms that it is magic and celebrates. Leisha agrees but wants to understand how he conjured it without the magical blessing. The professor approaches furiously, shouting to know who the student is using dangerous spells on campus. Both realize and become apprehensive. He notices it's the outsider skipping sword class and breaking the school rules. The man's shirt tears with the energy, and he warns that this time, Hansu won't have anywhere to run. The protagonist activates the blessing of forgiveness and apologizes to the professor, who responds that he will forgive if he attacks first. The blessing is immediately broken, leaving Hansu in shock. The professor takes a huge leap and says he will make up for the missed classes with real training. Hansu apologizes again and tries to argue that he might have more talent for magic, conjuring a small red sphere. The man is dumbfounded by that. A wave of power explodes, tearing his clothes even more. Our protagonist just laughs, while Leisha watches, incredulous. Later, the two are in a stunning place. Hansu comments that the classroom looks like a botanical garden. He admits he didn't plan to attend more classes. Another professor arrives and sees his colleague passed out on the floor, deciding to let that slide. However, he forces the boy to attend class this time, reminding him that using magic there is totally prohibited. Hansu wonders what's the point of attending classes that create monsters if, in the end, it's the students who have to eliminate them. Soon he realizes that everyone there has a partner and doesn't see the class president. He notices Alpus isolated in a corner, calls the blonde Multus, and suggests they stick together, leaving the boy in shock. The classmate says he came there to be alone, not to hear a sermon. Hansu puts his hand on his shoulder and asks if he is refusing the offer and if he really wants to stay in the low class. The blonde, hesitant, ends up accepting, and Hansu comments that it was a great decision. Then, our hero notices the presence of that phoenix that bothers him so much. Sarah Brest greets the class, saying it's great to see them there, and states that they are the students who will carry the future of humanity. She introduces herself and explains that she will be responsible for teaching them. The elder also hopes that everyone gets along from now on. Hansu observes that, at the entrance ceremony, she seemed like a very popular fairy. The phoenix glares at the outsider with a hostile expression. The young man wonders why the bird acts as if everything the owner says is directed only at him, questioning if he did something wrong. Sarah Brest explains that everyone needs to find out why the creatures near the school are so scared and warns that classes will take place every 15 days. The protagonist concludes that they will only have class twice a month and thinks that's great. Then, for some reason, he goes back to calling Alpis Mulpus. The blonde shouts that his name is Alpus. The fairy asks for silence and reminds them that interruptions will not be tolerated. But upon noticing Hansu, she freezes and stops talking. She becomes nervous and confused upon seeing him. Sarah Brest abruptly ends the class, leaving Molang completely limp. She runs out and announces that, starting tomorrow, there will be daily classes. Hansu blames the Mulpas for this. He huffs and wonders why he only encounters strange figures wherever he goes. Meanwhile, on the battlefield against the goblins, Mi-Yan is sound asleep. She slowly opens her eyes and realizes she has no idea where she is. Kogmo calls her and says she is welcome to his cradle. Mi-Yan asks who he is. The demon wants to know if she really doesn't recognize him after looking at him and introduces himself as the 14th son of the Dark King, Kogmo. She covers her mouth, shocked to hear the title of Dark King. Mi-Yan comments that he is quite cute and has a pleasant voice. The Pale One replies that he has no idea what she is talking about. The warrior thinks that since he is still a prince, this might be the perfect chance to fulfill her dream. Mi-Yan activates her seduction and commands him to become her slave. But the spell completely fails, and she ends up being dominated. Kogmo comments that it was close, as he didn't expect a stealth attack of that kind. Mi-Yan falls to the ground, injured. The demon wonders if even people like her are considered warriors. At the same time, Kogmo receives the warrior's curse, causing him to gain less experience in hunts, and he gets irritated for having eliminated the hostage he intended to use in negotiations. He says that if he can't level up, he won't be able to save Dialoka from that idiot Kang Hansu. Like the hero, Kogmo needs to find a way to grow beyond his own level. Soon after, someone informs the demon that there is a guest. He comments that the person has finally arrived, and a huge heavy door opens. It's the warrior Yubora. She sees Mi-Yan lying on the ground and screams her friend's name loudly. Kogmo praises her, saying she followed the clues left by the goblins very well, and greets her with a welcome. He also notes that Yu arrived there alone, showing no fear. Then Alsis enters the scene and reminds them that they would never send a warrior alone. His clairvoyance activates, and the prince sees that he is at level 33, with several blessings and only one curse, the curse of massacre. The blonde asks if that guy is the demon who reigns over the Rocky Mountain. The horned one confirms that it is indeed him. Then he introduces himself as the ruler of the goblins, the demon who eliminated the warrior, Kogmo. The horned one smiles, but Alcis shows no joy. Athena comments that the traps were disgusting and that all that remains is to defeat the demon. Kogmo, for his part, says that it seems they liked the gift prepared for the group. Alcis reminds him that he eliminated the warrior and some knights. The blonde then shouts that he will make him pay for his sins. Kogmo calmly replies that the prince shouldn't be so shaken. At that moment, Eubora's eyes widen. A gigantic stone begins to float above Mion, and the demon warns that there will be no resurrection without a body. Alcis screams, trying to prevent the tragedy, and Yu uses her speed blessing. The two dash forward, determined to prevent that from happening. As they run, Kogmo says that the warrior is too naive and pulls a hidden rope. He explains that he would never let such a precious bait as a warrior's body be wasted like that. Mion's body is pulled up, and the stone ends up hovering over Yu. The prince shouts, warning that it is dangerous. The girl, however, responds that the body is moving on its own thanks to her blessing, which prevents her from slowing down or stopping before reaching her destination. Then Alcis pushes Yu out of reach, saving her companion, but in doing so, the rock is about to fall. Athena casts magic and orders Yu to continue, promising to take care of the rest. The mass of stone is reduced to shards. Alcis escapes almost unscathed, with just a few scratches. Kogmo comments that he did an excellent job. Soon after, a rain of sharp arrows flies toward the warrior, and the demon observes that he cannot stop it. Yu closes one eye, realizing that there is no way to avoid the projectiles. However, the arrows hit the ground. The warrior extends her hands and reaches Mion's body. In the end, she manages to hold her, and panting, calls for the prince. Alcis is there, with his hand outstretched. Kogmo declares that the blonde has earned the respect of a demon. The prince is pierced with arrows all over his body, and Kogmo comments that he sacrificed his own life to save that of a warrior. Athena screams Alcis's name. Then she conjures magic, swearing that she will never forgive the demon. Kogmo warns her, saying that the princess must be careful, as the body needed for resurrection could be burned and destroyed. The girl begins to cry. The demon comments that was the correct answer. Soon after, an arrow is shot, passing through Alcis's body and hitting Athena squarely in the chest. Kogmo announces that now there are two. He adds that the warrior Yu is the last one left. The blonde calls him a coward. Kogmo retorts that it was they who brought several knights just to exterminate a few goblins, and that he is now at level 22, 3 levels above them. Moreover, his blessings are weaker than those of the group. If they hadn't let their guard down, it would have been him who was dead. Then he asks if she is sure he is really a coward. Next, the demon gives her a piece of advice. Since they are enemies, one cannot be picky about means and methods when one's life is at stake. Yu thanks him for the ironic words and charges at him, brandishing her sword. She tries to strike Kogmo, but the demon's weapon blessing activates, and his flesh hardens as if it were armor. However, Yu's reflection blessing comes into play, returning part of the damage received to the attacker. Kogmo notes that this blessing is absurd, but still nothing compared to that idiot. Suddenly his coat wraps tightly around Yu's body. She tries to cut the fabric with her sword, and Kogmo comments that she doesn't even know. A basic black magic spell. The demon observes that humans only use white magic, which is only useful in wars. He then declares that Yu will be the next hostage for negotiations. The warrior cannot breathe. Her eyes are closing, and she murmurs Hansu's name. At that moment, someone says, "That's enough," and breaks through the wall. Kogmo wonders what that glow is. The newcomer states that this is not the kind of ending she wanted to see. Santa appears and declares that the demon Kogmo has crossed the line. At the academy, at another time, this same woman asks the director how that person is behaving. She wants to know the results of the classes, since the lessons during the holidays were not enough. The director replies that classes to build trust with monsters cannot be evaluated even by the status window, and that way, it may seem like there has been no progress. He has the teacher's blessing, gaining experience with each completed year, and states that, in this case, since she no longer needs to be a teacher, it will be difficult to finish the year. The woman complains that she only receives bad news, none good. She also says she managed to get the students by inflating Santa's ego, who keeps acting like a bore. The girl comments that she made great efforts to get out of last place. Finally, the director admits that, fortunately for her, there is good news. She asks if the secret labyrinth has been fully revealed. The man explains that there is a rookie with a rank C fairy blessing who will bring good results, along with a certain person. Back to Cerebrest's class. The teacher welcomes Hansu with open arms, and he calls her master. The fairy reminds him that they agreed not to use formal titles when it's just the two of them, because how they address each other is important. The protagonist laughs, somewhat embarrassed, thinking he did everything wrong. Cerebrest warns that the first lesson will be about how to deal with slimes. Hansu raises a bone, and everyone comments on how amazing he is. The teacher observes that he attracted everyone's attention using something that slimes love, and admits she didn't expect such a smart student. She decides to give special lessons just for him, but the protagonist doesn't seem very excited. This time, the boy simply calls her Cerebrest, and she states that this is much better. Then she explains that today's extra lesson will deal with his attitude when dealing with monster partners, assuming the ally is a slime. Cerebrest asks him to follow her. She sits on the grass and tells him to lie on her lap. Hansu obeys and has a blank expression. The fairy asks if she overdid it and is moving too fast. He replies that everything is under control. The boy adds that if it weren't for the outsider blessing, he would have lost everything by now. And he doesn't understand what kind of lesson this is. A certain goddess watches the scene with suspicion. Cerebrest smiles, which makes Hansu think of Salona. He wonders if this academy is completely crazy. He also remembers Leisha, and thinks that maybe it's the whole world that is off. Meanwhile, at night, something happens in the cemetery. Gnolls scream, "Female meat, soft and juicy." This time, Dialoka is not in a good mood. One of them yells for her to die quietly and prepares for a strike. She easily dodges. The demon girl grabs the gnoll's shoulder and effortlessly tears off his entire arm. The other two stare at their companion's severed limb. Shortly after, she unleashes a power that makes the entire group explode. Dialoka looks with disgust at what remains and asks how beasts like that dare to fight against her. Since that side is already clean, she starts to wonder where the master is. The young man, in turn, chases after a gnoll with a bone in hand. Hansu calls the monster a puppy, and Dialoka realizes he is having fun. The three moons illuminate the sky, and the slimes begin to clean up the mess. The protagonist comments that hunting is much more fun than attending class at the academy. Dialoka leveled up from 27 to 31, and he finds it strange that they didn't get the curse of stinginess. The girl replies that she had already warned it would be difficult. Hansu says that, at least, they had a great harvest. The mission leader pleads for them to stop bringing evidence of that kind, because with this excess, it can't be considered a complete domination according to the rules. He complains that the branch's vault is completely empty, and yet they haven't achieved good results. Dialoka says that if that's a problem, they should change the content of the request. The demoness argues that she did exactly what they asked. So what's his problem after all? Hansu comments that the man had an expression of someone who collects and brings everything as proof of domination, and the goddess agrees. The employee, cornered, says he will suggest another guaranteed rank S mission that they will certainly like. After that, our hero appears carrying a shovel, all excited, and starts digging the ground. The outsider wonders why he is doing that, thinking it would be cool, but now feels like a Tomb Raider. Dialoka comments that, at least it's more fun than the academy and the human protests telling her to help. The girl, however, says she is exhausted from hunting strengthened gnolls, so she can't move. A certain goddess, on the other hand, celebrates the fact that he is a lone wolf. The cemetery remains illuminated by the glow of the three moons. Hansu has already dug a huge hole. He comments that this is going to take a long time and that it would be better to blow everything up at once, but Dialoka warns that this could destroy important remains, possibly full of secrets. She explains that if the investigation ruins the ruins, the mission will be deemed a failure. Hansu concludes that he has no choice but to dig everything by hand, and that it would be great if there were more people to help. Then the young man remembers something and asks the orc to send help, with plenty of digging equipment. A huge portal opens, and out comes a mustached man. Soon after, several other workers appear with tools. They ask if Hansu is okay. Dialoka comments, awestruck, that it's amazing every time she sees that, and asks if it's magic created by orcs. The young man asks if she is only curious now since Kogmo asked at the same time. She is offended to be compared to such a guy, and the protagonist replies that it's mocking Kogmo himself. Meanwhile, the men dig non-stop. Hansu says this is great, that a human should always use their head. The goddess disagrees, saying that's not how an outsider should act. He retorts that even without doing the work alone, he is still an outsider. The divinity ends up seeing wisdom in his words. The protagonist notices that the number of people has increased, much more than he expected, and Dialoka remembers that last time, the human put an absurd number of slaves to work. In the middle of the night, a woman offers Hansu a snack. He swallows the sandwich almost whole in one bite. Then the young man asks if another warrior came as their guest. The girl replies that his goal there is to get stronger and that the guest is still training non-stop. Hansu thinks, worried, that he might get caught by a certain goddess and concludes that it's better to avoid the warehouse. Sometime later, he gets up. Dialoka wants to know where the master is going, and the young man comments that the day is already brightening, so he needs to go to class and leaves the demoness in charge of the workers. Someone comments that she is a demon under his command, so there is no reason to worry. At school, there is a room where monsters are constantly being created and destroyed. It's the closet room. The frequency with which the teacher of that room seeks him out increases day by day. Hansu doesn't understand anything that happens in those classes. The two just keep staring at each other. The outsider wonders if this is related to the fairy blessing, which increases the reputation he receives from a specific fairy. The young man asks what the goddess thinks about this, and she says she feels uncomfortable, that his credit is plummeting. He asks why she is acting like that again. Then another teacher calls the protagonist. She says she wants to talk about the tests, warning that he is a fixture of the upper class, regardless of the exam results. Our hero wants to know why he is receiving this special treatment, and she replies that benefits never come without a cost. The educator explains that since it is impossible to send him to the lower class and moreover he is a disciple of Cerebrest, he will have to take remedial classes to pass the midterm exam. He becomes furious that they are only discussing this now. She shouts that this is an extremely important matter, as the prestige of the academy where Cerebrest works is at stake. The woman holds his hand and says she is there on behalf of the head of the school. Hansu releases the crazy woman's hand and asserts that he will do his best. She thanks him and rushes out, saying she has other matters to attend to. The young man is left confused, convinced that everyone in that place is crazy. The goddess's eyes shine, as she thinks this is the perfect opportunity to punish the fairy teacher. The protagonist says it is not something to be happy about, since for that to happen, he also needs to humiliate himself. The goddess tries to explain that it's not quite like that, but Hansu argues that if it is humiliating not to have the ability, then the goddess who granted the blessings is also worthless. She insists that this is nonsense, and the boy states that if he is going to remedial classes, he might as well get the best results possible, as that way the midterm exams will be easy. The next day, still at the cemetery, Hansu arrives calling for Dialoka, who asks if the class was good. The young man replies that things there also seem to be going well, and the girl complains about being left alone. Soaked in magic, she says that the human is smelling like a fairy, and he tells her to stop with the nonsense and focus on the conversation. Dialoka agrees, all excited, and wants to know why they are there. The boy explains that it is to capture a powerful monster. She finds his position strange, and Hansu says he is hiding because it is easier to capture them with a surprise attack. Dialoka comments that he already has a powerful demoness like her by his side, and the boy tells her to shut up, insisting that this is a test. The goddess suggests a gigantic, aggressive, and powerful dragon. Hansu asks her to imagine something that would really serve for training. Dialoka then suggests monsters that match him, like a shadow dragon or a flying serpent. The young man asks how the hell he is going to find something like that in this place, and asks the two to suggest something that isn't a dragon. The girl thinks and says she knows the perfect creature. When he asks which, she replies, Dialoka. The boy is completely speechless, and the goddess is too. Hansu wonders if he should really dominate the demoness. The three position themselves on top of a hill, observing the area. On Earth, imaginary beings that do not exist are called monsters. In that world, monsters are divided into two categories, those that are devoured by slimes and those that escape. Suddenly, a huge animal steps on something. It looks like an armored elephant, and it is devouring the slimes. Hansu wonders if that is really an elephant. Dialoka explains that it is a Lamborghini, and the young man asks why such a bizarre name. The girl clarifies that the Lamborghini cavalry breaks enemy lines and is known as the flowers of the battlefield. The protagonist comments that the crazy teacher who loves slimes would faint if she saw that feast. A certain goddess is disappointed and irritated that he let such a good opportunity slip away. Soon after, some kind of serpent appears. It is gigantic and coils around the Lamborghini. Moreover, half of its body is female. Obviously, Hansu is left speechless. Weak, the Lamborghini collapses lifeless. The Lamia, half woman, half serpent, is satisfied with the meal. She declares that it is the day of the predator. The creature spots Hansu and becomes interested. The beast also comments that he is a very handsome man, something rare to see, and decides that she will take him with her. Dialoka just laughs, with a sinister look. Then, the demoness warns that she will handle this for her master. The Lamia, openly heterosexual, states that she does not want females. Then Dialoka, also heterosexual, grabs the woman's tail and says she was thinking the same thing. Surprised, the serpent is left without reaction. The girl begins to explain that her master is not someone that an inferior lamia can even look at. She charges at the serpent woman with everything and asks if the message was understood. The lamia receives a kick to the shoulder to learn the lesson. Soon after, Dialoka says that the creature is too cheeky for not knowing its place as a beast. She channels the power and prepares to send the other to the 5th circle of hell. But Hansu interrupts her, telling her to stop, explaining that since the thing can talk, it would be useful to train it. The demoness doesn't understand anything, while the lamia's eyes shine. Dialoka's hunting curse activates, and the lamia seizes the chance. She quickly crawls away. As she flees, she calls the other a monstrous girl, saying that for now, she'll let her live. But suddenly, the serpent notices something strange. She is crushed out of nowhere. Dialoka comments that this is exactly what the master was looking for. Before them appears a creature with light blue skin. It has sharp fangs embedded in the lamia's flesh. Hansu is left speechless, and the goddess seems satisfied. The deity explains that it is a cute dragon. The young man asks if she really calls that a dragon because it actually looks like a Pokemon. He also comments that it is totally different from the red dragon he saw the other day. Dialoka says it's another race, and the one before was a king. The reverse curse activates, stimulating nearby dragons. In other words, that is definitely a dragon. The monster runs toward them, with the lamia's tail still hanging from its mouth. Dialoka's hunting curse also activates, leaving the dragon ready to annihilate everything. Hansu wonders why everyone is so eager to eliminate him. Our hero wields the sacred sword and delivers a massive blow to the creature. He cuts off the lamia's tail before the dragon can completely devour her. The protagonist comments that it was a bite and activates the blessings of fairy, outsider, and sacred sword. He declares that it is a bite in honor of the evil goddess who brought him to this world. Then, he delivers one of the most powerful strikes we've ever seen. The poor little blue dragon is indeed cute and looks terrified. The blow hits the ground beside him and misses by a hair. Hansu looks at the dragon and announces that from now on, it is his. Our hero comments that the little creature is very cute and asks Dialoka what this type of creature eats. The animal trembles in fear, and she replies that they eat everything. The demoness adds that the problem is precisely that. By devouring anything, they even chew on metal. Hansu says that will be quite convenient. The young man calls the frightened dragon and touches its forehead, just like in How to Train Your Dragon. Then, he tells it to follow him. Hansu decides that the creature's name will be Kogmo II, and Dialoka comments that she feels sorry for the sea dragon. It's time to return to the academy. He tells Kogmo II to fly. Elsewhere, someone tries to use clairvoyance to see a girl, but the curse prevents it. It's Hanwoo, who wonders how much longer he will have to spend on adventures like that and concludes that he needs to get to the academy soon. A certain wind god says he is getting dizzy, and the boy agrees that he is too. Shortly after, at the Mercenary Guild, Hanwoo comments that the attendant looks beautiful that day, and she replies that he can check the available missions. The young man asks for something like protecting a noble or merchant on the way to the academy. The employee uses the observation blessing, which allows her to look at others' status windows, and concludes that his level is too low for that type of contract. She clarifies that they cannot make exceptions even for a legendary warrior, and Hanwoo gets irritated. He says he doesn't have time for this, but someone behind offers to help. It's Cassandra, the leader of the mercenaries and daughter of the dragon. She says the group is going to the academy and asks if he wants to join. Hanwoo replies yes, repeatedly, but soon he thinks he had a different image of the group, imagining a team full of beautiful girls led by another beautiful girl. One of the members grabs him and asks why he is alone, if he still feels strange around them. Another comments that it's time for warrior Hanwoo to get used to the team. The boy thinks that if he had known it would be like this, he would have gone alone. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupts the conversation. It's some giant, slimy monster. They are high-level trolls. A mercenary says he will leave the support magic to Hanwoo while the rest hold the creature. Another comments that it's a surprise attack from a level 19 troll and tells everyone to draw their weapons. The troll smashes the ground with a blow. With his sharp sword, one of the men slashes the monster's face. But it doesn't help. Against creatures like that, this type of attack doesn't work well. He notices an unavoidable strike. A shimmering attack hits the guy squarely. The man screams in pain, having no time to react. A mercenary orders all the injured to fall back, and a bald man declares that they will synchronize their attacks without pause. The trolls grunt something incomprehensible. The group attacks together, relentlessly, while one of them says they will hold the position until Hanwoo activates his magic. But the boy is paralyzed, unable to process anything. He wonders what he should do against an enemy like that. Cassandra is hit hard and falls. Hanwoo pleads for her to recover and get up soon. Then he realizes that the only one capable of turning the tide is him, the legendary warrior. A god of wind insists it's worth trying, but one of the men comments that, For that moment, they might not even need his magic. Another suggests it's better to watch Cassandra, the dragon's daughter. Hanwoo asks what she will do in that state, injured if they are saying they will give up. At that moment, the blessing of reversal activates, and the mercenaries smile. A skeletal dragon's skull begins to form. The troll, frightened, screams something no one understands. It's a small dragon, made of bones, but the creature is furious. Cassandra gives the order to attack, and the dragon flies straight towards the troll. Its sharp claws tear through the gelatinous skin of the monster. In the next instant, the creature has already turned into an amoeba. It strikes with its tail of sharp bones, and tears apart another slimy troll. The mercenaries celebrate, saying that this is to be expected from the dragon's daughter, and that they love their leader. Everyone shouts Cassandra's name, while Hanwoo watches, filled with envy. He just grumbles that he wants to get to the damn academy soon. And there, everything seems calm until something appears in the sky and frightens the students. It's a sea dragon, and people wonder how it ended up there. Hansu punches the poor thing and tells it to stop. The little creature gets a bump on its head and starts to cry. The teachers can't believe what they are seeing. Hansu says he found the dragon on the way and intends to take care of it. Then, he activates the blessing of forgiveness. Sometime later, he finishes chopping wood and says that should be enough. The protagonist activates the blessing of the outsider, lifts one of the trees, and throws it. He shouts for Kogmo to catch it. The creature lets out a roar and runs after the trunk, and Sarabreast comments that the dragon responds very well to the boy's commands. Hansu, with a proud expression, asks if she really thinks so. At that moment, someone catches the teacher's attention for a moment. She replies that interrupting like that is very rude, as she is conducting a very important supplementary class. The guy should come to her room after the lesson ends. The boy raises a strange pink creature and says something about a friend. He explains that this creature is his friend. The goddess clarifies that it is a rare deity, and Hansu comments that it looks like a dog toy. Sarabreast says it belongs to someone and asks the boy to go away, but the boy insists he also wants supplementary classes. He says he considers himself worthy of the lessons, and the teacher says she won't repeat. Hansu, in turn, thinks that if he acts smart, he might escape this boring class. Still, he looks grumpy. In the end, the plan to get rid of the extra class doesn't work. Hansu explains that Sarabreast didn't show interest in the baby entity, probably because she already has a phoenix and an amoeba. The teacher then asks everyone to sit down, and announces that they will start the lessons on black magic. The crazy one asks what they think about this type of spell. She states that the view that black magic is something evil is a misunderstanding caused by an ancient being, long-lived, who used this power for evil. Hansu remembers something the village chief said about this type of magic. The young man lowers his head, thoughtful. Back at the cemetery, someone calls for Dialoka. It's our hero, who says he has learned the principles of black magic and wants to know why a fairy can't use it. She explains that lesser fairies do not have as long a life as demons or angels, and can only survive for so long by stretching their own existence. Hansu is intrigued by this idea of prolonging life. Moreover, Dialoka explains that a wound that a human heals in just one day, demons take 15 to close, as they replace the corrupted vitality with extra time. On the other hand, for demons, existence is long and regeneration is fast. There's no comparison. Then, the girl whispers something about the night. The protagonist comments that the problem is the healing speed, but Dialoka doubts it. Suddenly, a loud bang interrupts the dialogue. Soon after, the men celebrate that they finally succeeded. Relieved, the young man smiles upon seeing that it's over. He and the girl descend through the hole. Hansu observes that it is deeper than he imagined, and Dialoka questions if they are going to descend now. He confirms and asks what she intends to do, and the demoness replies that she just needs to notify. Our hero tells her to go ahead, and the two jump. As soon as they hit the bottom, Dialoka lights her finger and creates a torch. The girl asks if he is okay, and Hansu says he bumped into something. They soon realize there is nothing around. However, something behind them catches their attention. It is just a troll, and the outsider wants to know what that pudding is. Dialoka asks if he really doesn't know what a troll is. Hansu doesn't waste time wielding the sacred sword. He strikes and comments that there's no shame in not knowing. The demoness protects herself from the flying green pudding chunks. When two more appear, he says that even such cute creatures would react to a poke. Then, more troll pieces scatter. The protagonist comments on how disgusting the way they explode is, and Dialoka asserts that he should have been born a demon. He starts to say something but is interrupted by the intense glow of the magic ring. Our hero gets excited seeing the ring's reaction and realizes that the mercenary spoke the truth. It's a treasure hunt. Hansu asks his companion's opinion and reminds her that they have come quite far. He states that there are only trolls, and they are not difficult, and she asks if the human does not intend to uncover the secrets of the dungeon. The protagonist says they can do that later, and she asks if it's because he discovered something. Yahello comments that the boy didn't even notice the change in the wall's style. It must be something barely perceptible to humans. She laments, saying that if she were a demon, she would be very popular, and Hansu tells her to shut up. Meanwhile, the ring shines brighter and brighter until it reaches its peak. They face a solid wall, and Hansu asks if it is there. Yahello feels that there is more space behind that structure. He agrees and notices wind coming through the cracks. Our hero activates the outsider's blessing and comments that they should clear a path before entering a room. The young man destroys the wall with a single punch. Now they see what exists beyond. The strange thing is that there are old furniture and lights on, as if it were a tomb. He asks for permission and wonders if anyone is dead there. Yahello says that every time he acts like an idiot, she feels embarrassed by those things they call human property, and the boy complains that she is exaggerating. Hansu steps forward and someone asks who they are. A hand bound in chains emerges, breaking the ground. Yahello comments that it seems to have an owner, and the protagonist apologizes for the intrusion. She says there's no need to apologize to a corpse. The creature that emerges looks like a gym monster. It is an extremely muscular bearded old man. He asks how they got there and says that this prison can only be opened by a witch. Hansu comments on his size and reminds Yahello that she said it was just a body, so she should apologize. The old man touches his head and grumbles about that witch. Then he shouts for her. Hansu thinks the man is crazy, and the demoness says that weak human minds are always like that. The old man orders them to respond and prepares a punch. Our hero wonders if all the natives only know how to attack. The outsider easily dodges. He keeps repeating about the witch. The young man comments that he has now destroyed more of the room than the bearded man. The old man charges at him. Hansu raises his sword and says it's fine if he doesn't want to talk. The blessing activates, and he strikes hard at the man's face. However, the old man blocks with his arms and only breaks the chains. Yahello trusts her master. The young man strikes his chest with the sacred sword. The body splits in half and the girl praises the elimination, saying that being a demon suits him better than being human, but the torso begins to regenerate. Hansu says he remembers that orc. He doesn't want to fall into the same trap and cuts again. The young man comments that he resolved it before it became a problem, but Yahello says the bearded man might have clues. The protagonist replies that everything can be found if she uses the observation blessing, but she explains that she cannot see the status of the dead. Then the old man rises again, and she screams asking how he is still alive. Now he is whole and runs like a maniac. Hansu tells Yahello to attack before he gets close, and the slave blessing activates. She dodges at the last moment, and kicks the old man hard, complaining about the order. The young man closes his eyes with the impact. The man's head is stuck in the ceiling, and the hero says she should have sent him further away, or he will resurrect. He comments that they don't know where the clues are, so if he comes back to life and goes insane, it will be a problem. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone awakens in a prison. It's the demon Kogmo, who realizes he is alive. Yu asks if he is conscious. She says she has a question. The warrior wants to know who the man he spoke of before was. She explains that all his slaves left after gaining freedom, and even when the curse disappeared, they tried to follow him. But upon hearing they would be executed if they insisted, they left in silence. Kogmo laments not even having said goodbye. Yu says he doesn't act like a demon. He tells her to stop insulting him and to finish it quickly. The warrior replies that this is not the goal and apologizes for the misunderstanding. Kogmo is left speechless, and she begins to say that he is, but he interrupts and says that it doesn't matter. Then he asks why she spared his life. Yu explains that she thought about it since the outsider's council in the cave, for calling him a coward. She admits that Kogmo's actions were self-defense, and if the outsider weren't a demon, they would be invaders. She then asks another question. Kogmo wants to know what it is. Yu insists, who was that man he spoke of? The demon explains that he was a human, a true monster who knows no defeat. Levels are just numbers to him. If it were the hero who invaded the dungeon, all the traps would be useless. Kogmo says his name is Kang Hansu, and poison doesn't work against him, and he never gets tired. Goblins weaker than orcs would be slaughtered in a day. The more he thinks, the fewer answers he finds. Yu asks if he knows more about Hansu, and the demon says he is a monster, and knowing more brings no advantage. She wants to know what his plans are. Kogmo says all strategies were ruined by the saint, and he can't imagine anything to do. Yu considers that a relief and invites him to be her partner. The shackles break. Kogmo asks if she wants him to betray his own and stay with the humans. She confirms. The demon thinks that even if he refused, as long as the saint exists, he will never have peace. Even if he escapes, he can't go home that way. He accepts and says that maybe he won't help much. but he will be her partner. Yu thanks him and hopes he keeps her on the right path. The two shake hands. Soon someone says they will introduce the warriors to their new companions. Alsus announces news about a dragon tamed in the east of the swordsman's kingdom and hopes they are aware. He explains that they intend to capture monsters that have left their habitats. A boy complains, and another girl says she has better things to do. Alsus states that anyone level 10 or lower must participate, and everyone complains. Kogmo finds it ridiculous that such weak warriors complain. This is Bang Cheol Su, level 7, with warrior blessings, iron wall, iron fist, and noble, only magic curse. Kogmo notes that besides being weak, they are sold nobles. It's clever of the saint to steal true warriors. Yu notices he is deep in thought. She asks if he wants to meet his friends. Kogmo says he will rest and asks to be called when the time comes. Meanwhile, Hansu opens a portal for the slaves to return. A woman says the cleaning is done. He thanks her and asks her to take care. The young man turns to Dialoka and asks how long she will continue with that. The demoness is sitting on the old man they fought. She replies that she has finished everything and asks if it's time to leave. Dialoka doesn't understand why ancient warriors fought for such a man. Hansu asks if there is such a story, and she says she read it in the ruins. She hums that the owner of the ruins was a witch, and the young man responds that she must be strong. Dialoka comments that she has powers comparable to the gods, and the goddess protests that this is absurd. The old man says he was captured by her and couldn't see his beloved and his child. Hansu asks why he reveals this lying down. It makes it less interesting. The man says he is heavy. Our hero promises a gift before leaving, as an incentive. The old man wants to know what it is. He opens the portal of the sacred sword, and a mountain of junk falls on him. The protagonist says it's to live well. Dialoka is surprised. He created a guardian just with talk and equipment. The man is amazed by the treasure, and thanks the warrior who controls a dragon. Dialoka bets he will protect the place with his life. When they have looted everything, they won't need the guild anymore. A goddess is shocked by such cleverness. Suddenly, something laughs like Michael Jackson. It's the green jellies again, and they say there is even more inside. Hansu dodges easily. Dialoka runs without hesitation. She walks on the walls over the trolls. The girl says there are many, and it will be difficult. Hansu explains that for everyone defeated, 3 appear. Something is happening with the dungeon. He says this won't work and picks Dialoka up. She asks what he is doing, takes a hit, and grumbles about translators. The outsider has an idea and knows it will be terrible. He activates the fairy and outsider blessings. Soon the reversal curse activates and several skeletal dragons appear. They seem thirsty and the curse triggers repeatedly. The dragons are confused, and they appear one after the other. Hansu shows up with a crazed expression. After a while, he comments that they are heavier than he expected and asks if Dialoka is alive. She can't respond. The girl says something died, and he wants to know what. Dialoka says her self-control ability is gone. She holds his shirt and simply kisses him. The goddess is shocked and soon furious. The ceiling cracks and the two fall to the lower floor, among the dragon bones. Dialoka asks if he knew there was another level, but the young man is still processing the kiss. He comments that at least everything is clean, but she activated massacre and annihilation for nothing. The girl says she is understanding the ruins. The destroyed ceiling begins to restore itself, a common phenomenon in mythological ruins. Hansu says it's like the prisoner and the orc. Dialoka asserts that even the saint can resurrect the dead, but not sculptures. When flesh rots, it wounds the soul. The demoness explains that she sees this through the unique blessing she possesses, and he asks if it's the outsiders, which resets everything except death. The protagonist remembers the description of flesh and soul he saw in the status. He notes it could be the influence of the curses, but he has always seen the souls around. Our hero asks if, because he has the blessing, even if eliminated, he will resurrect if the soul is not wounded. Dialoka says, theoretically yes, but she has never heard of a blessing that directly controls souls. The goddess feels uncomfortable with this topic. Hansu gets excited about the idea. The girl comments that even down there are disgusting creatures. They can't fight forever. His ring shines. The outsider says they should go before the trolls arrive. Dialoka notices he has calmed down, and he says the glow is stronger. They are close. She observes that they have arrived. A large golden door appears, and Hansu says it's a boss door. It must be the end. Dialoka notes that she leveled up a lot during the hunt, and the hero says she only finished what he almost defeated. He asks how much she leveled up. She tells him to look. Now she is level 35, she will get the curse faster than she thought. Hansu doesn't understand how she leveled up so much. Dialoka says she defeated many trolls, and the old man's body was level 38. Our hero wants to know how many times she exterminated the poor guy. The protagonist notices the door reacts to the ring. The girl says it's just basic magic. What they see on the other side leaves them speechless. An immense and beautiful waterfall. Animals sleep there, and it seems there is someone, but Hansu can't see through the mist. Dialoka didn't expect a giant waterfall. A voice calls the husband and welcomes him. The demoness doesn't like that. She says she just needs a little more to level up, and the goddess agrees. Hansu tells them to calm down. He asks why she called him husband, and the woman says it's rude to ask that. She accepted the ring he sent as an invitation. Dialoka realizes it's the witch of the Ambrora bow and is shocked she is alive. Hansu wants to know if she knows her. The girl explains that she is the woman from the story who defeated a demon king alone, without being a warrior, a true monster. Ambrora says she bet everything on her past love and did not accept defeat. She betrayed a warrior friend who was taken, and can only seek forgiveness through the end. She asks her dear husband if he can guarantee her end. Hansu comments that even the ways to die are exaggerated. 2 water dragons appear. They are like giant waves. The 2 unite and attack. Hansu holds Dialoka and says they are fast. Ambrora calls him cute. She remembers he doesn't have wings and is in the air. How will he dodge? A water explosion hits them. But Dialoka opens her wings and Hansu thanks her. She says it was nothing and he asks her to throw him. The slave blessing activates and she launches him. Our hero grabs the holy sword and activates the outsider, fairy, and holy sword blessings, advancing. The protagonist delivers a diagonal strike at the center of the woman. Something strange happens. She praises her husband while regenerating. Water ropes wrap around Hansu and squeeze him. He complains that he can't move and asks to be released, but she says she will keep him bound. Ambrora comments that warriors are simple. The outsider prepares a spell and says he doesn't have a blessing like that. She is caught off guard. Hansu casts the spell with force. Only her fishtail remains, but of course, she regenerates. Ambrora praises her husband's dark magic and hopes he falls in love with her. Hansu thinks that if she regenerates like the orc, there's no way to fight in a closed space. The woman casts a power and says, lazy men are worthless. Water dragons charge at him. The young man cuts them all and thinks this never ends. He needs space. Our hero activates the outsider, fairy, and sacred sword again and prepares for a colossal attack. He unleashes a wave of power against Ambrora. She says it doesn't work and an explosion occurs. Hansu comments that it doesn't matter. Eliminating her is not the goal. He realizes that with the ruins and the blessing, without combat experience, it would be difficult. The protagonist grabs Ambrora's tail and asks the orc to open the portal. She is thrown through it. It seems he succeeded and Hansu celebrates. Outside the ruins, she doesn't regenerate, but they said his inventory is also part of them. Dialoka says if no one complained, everything is fine. Our hero is startled by her and says he will have a heart attack, but she insists there's something more important. Hansu wants to know if it's the rewards. She replies that if what the witch sent was a blessing, then the ruins have no rewards. Thus, the ruins will cease to exist. The outsider still hasn't understood. They run out and Hansu shouts that she should have warned him earlier. Meanwhile, Choi continues training. The orc's portal opens and Ambrora's tail falls. The orc asks if he thinks the training field is a dump, but the curse of the ruins regenerates her. In seconds, she is new. Ambrora wants to know where she is, if it's another ruin, because she feels different rules. She realizes it's a training field, and this shapes her as a warrior, even though she betrayed one. The orc complains that more strange things have appeared, sitting on Choi. He wonders if he will work with a rotten fish. Choi asks if she was also sent by that warrior. She says it's almost that, and we see she is level 1 with many curses and blessings. The woman introduces herself as Ambrora, guardian of the ruins, and warns that they will see each other a lot. Choi is terrified by the word guardian. Ambrora says that along with the rude pig, he will have to defeat her to end the training. The poor guy doesn't believe it. Meanwhile, at the academy, a protest is happening. They want to open the ruins and protect the students. They demand that the adventure not be interrupted. The director says she thought it was an earthquake, and now parents and adventurers are in a panic. The vice president says it seems it went wrong to monopolize the ruins using the temple, and since they are under the academy, everyone wants to weigh in. She says warriors have disappeared and the saint is not responding. Thus, everyone will leave the academy and she will vanish. The man suggests yielding to the demands, and she agrees. The director orders to gather teachers and hold a meeting to at least make the most of something. The goddess sleeps on the dragon while Hansu says he was prepared for the midterm exam and it was cancelled. The academy is in chaos, and besides that, from the dungeon he gained the curse of meanness, which increases chances of diarrhea. He imagines the window covered in negative effects. Without the outsider's blessing, it would be terrible. The young man says he thought it was enough to create Dialoka, but he didn't expect to control the ruins. The goddess calls him greedy. Someone calls Hansu and the teacher asks for help in the lab. The protagonist, the teacher, and the goddess enter. He asks if the coffin is for a human. It's horrible. She says maybe the hero has a blessing capable of replacing the era of dark magic, and he agrees, thinking the curse is working. The teacher mentions a rumor. She asks if the outsider learned dark magic by himself. Hansu confirms and says it's thanks to Leisha from the second year. She praises his humility. The teacher says she needs to ask a favor. She explains that the ruins of the academy have problems and they cannot refuse requests. Hansu wonders if she is talking about the ruin guarded by the fish woman, and a request has come from the Imperial Duke. They must find the murderer of his wife using dark magic. The young man comments that they can resurrect the body and ask who killed her. The teacher confirms and says she will do the process and he just needs to help. Our hero agrees and says to start quickly, and the goddess supports him, even though he is unprepared. The outsider extends his hand over the body and the chest of the deceased shines, as he did with the village chief. By rejecting death, Hansu offers his vital energy. The body shines intensely, and he thinks that this feeling of having his energy drained always hurts. The teacher says it's impossible to have filled everything at once. The coffin shines much brighter, and explodes in red energy. Hansu asks if it worked, and the goddess hopes so. A hand grabs the edge of the coffin and says that this place is not the temple. The teacher marvels because he did that alone. The woman orders the suspects to respond, and activates a blessing of sacred law. She is enveloped in power, and asks why they brought her back. The two stare at the woman surrounded by flames. She is blonde and seems furious for being awakened from sleep. Hansu and the teacher remain silent. Then, the one with purple hair gives a slight cough. She congratulates Duchess Thanashtana on her resurrection, and explains that she performed the ritual by order of the Duke. Next, she introduces herself as Professor Britunis from Hogwarts, and says she understands how confusing the situation must be, but she will explain everything. Pensive, the outsider observes his own hand. He comments that he knew it hurt a little when his vital energy was drained, but thanks to the outsider's blessing, he holds up well. Suddenly, the young man hears a scream, and turning around sees Thanashtana's head in someone's hand, and the teacher thrown to the ground. A girl with cyan hair stares at him, alongside a figure with orange hair. Hansu doesn't understand anything and asks who they are. Confused, he orders everyone to identify themselves, but no one is willing to talk. The girl throws a dagger at him and the man charges forward, hitting the warrior's chest. Our hero comments that they are attacking out of nowhere, like criminals caught in the act. The guy grabs Hansu's face and says that his reaction is actually good. Soon after, he is hit by the outsider's counterattack, and the girl screams that it's dangerous, asking him to back off. Our protagonist explains that one shouldn't attack someone carelessly while piercing the man with his magic. A hole forms in the left side of the chest and the opponent falls lifeless. The girl calls him an idiot and demands that he identify himself, saying she doesn't even know if he is human. Hansu replies that he is 100% human from any angle, and, since one has been eliminated, he needs to keep the other under control somewhere. The assassin drops the Duchess's head. She comments that the scene is even funny, and shortly after, conjures a green magic. An emerald saber appears in her hand, and she claims he is only feeling confident because he got rid of one human. The girl tells him to pay attention to the power of the fourth demon queen, the one who poisoned the most warriors. Hansu warns her to be careful because she is armed with a blade. She says that is irrelevant and continues advancing, but the young man dodges all the blows. Our hero concludes that he needs to keep her alive to know what is happening behind the curtains. He lands a precise kick to her back. The impact sends the girl flying, and the goddess praises him, saying it was a really cool kick. Hansu is shocked and wonders if he eliminated her. However, he notices something and turns around. The hero cannot believe the scene and lets out a scream of pure terror. The Duchess, now awake, says that this is fascinating. In fact, only her head speaks, saying she thought the master had died. The teacher explains that the phenomenon is a result of what the outsider declared while performing the black magic, but Hansu doesn't understand. She clarifies that normally, to resurrect someone, the vital energy of at least 5 people would be needed, and she doesn't know how he is intact. The young man replies that it's because he has the best blessing of all, that of the outsider, and the goddess feels proud. Britunis comments that even being a teacher at Hogwarts, she had never heard of this. The world is truly vast. The Duchess admits that she understands the boy's contribution to her resurrection, but questions how long that will last. Soon after, her head detaches from the body. Bratunas explains, while putting the head back in place, that this will only continue as long as Hansu's vital energy lasts. He wonders if Thanashtana is receiving the outsider's blessing indirectly. The Duchess thinks she has a dragonfly's life, which can end at any moment, and realizes that, to stay in this world a little longer, she needs to protect this boy. She questions whether she will be able to, being in a state where she can do nothing even against a stealth attack. Hansu sees in the status bar the name Thanashtana, level 0, with thousands of blessings and the curse of the souls of the dead, which intrigues him. He doesn't understand how he can see her status when he doesn't even have the blessing of observation, while the blonde thinks. The hero is very active and it wouldn't be bad to live with him. The young man says he can hear her thoughts and also see the status window. Thanashtana retorts that this is absurd because no one can see her data since she has the blessing of marriage. Bratunas realizes that she was resurrected only with Hansu's life energy and concludes that she has become a familiar spirit linked to him. The Duchess becomes furious and asks if this means she is possessed by that boy. The protagonist points to himself, and she declares that the body that was once the son of the Empire, Thanashtana, is possessed. Our hero gives a mischievous smile and imagines the chaos when Dialoka finds out everything. Later, Hansu is at the window, observing the night, and comments that it's the first time he's tasting the tea of this world. And it's not bad at all. If it weren't for all the chaos, the little guy would have enjoyed it more. Salona remains unresponsive, feeling as if a dragon is fighting against a giant bear. Thanashtana says that having a demonic tribe acting in human territory is ridiculous, and asks if Dialoka is satisfied with her miserable life as a slave. The demoness questions why there are so many flies around, if something is rotting, and claims she didn't know they treated a level 0 body like a human. Bratunas informs that she will report Thanashtana's murder, and until the situation cools down, our hero must protect her. She asks him to make it seem like there's only a dead rat there. Hansu complains, saying it's a hassle because of the dark magic teacher. The two women continue to attack each other, and Salona has no idea how to intervene. The young man tells them that if they want to fight, they should do it outside, and he breaks his cup. Meanwhile, ships dock in a city, and Hanwoo celebrates their arrival. Cassandra says she needs to prepare the guild domination report so everyone can rest and then meet at headquarters. The boy comments that with free time, it almost feels like a trip, so it's better to eat something first. He buys a tasty skewer and observes that, even after hunting so many trolls, he hasn't leveled up much, still at 15. Hanwoo wonders what's so wrong with the protagonist accepting the final attack, why he needed to receive a curse. He has the curse of greed and ends up with diarrhea, puts his hands on his stomach, and complains about this stupid plague. Shortly after, we return to the Mercenary Guild, with the whole team gathered in a circle. Cassandra informs that the client for this mission is the owner of the merchant team Dialoka, Count Gerardus, who greets them and delegates the task. Hanwoo is impressed by the nobleman. The woman explains that the former owner, who took on the debts of the merchant team, was sold as a slave, so Gerardus is the current responsible party. The boy says he smells an incident coming and bets that, along with the future colleagues, a beautiful woman will appear to take care of the finances. He didn't expect to find an idiot, but accepts that this is part of gaining a new companion. A childish god asks for popcorn, and a water god shows disapproval. Sometime later, Hanwoo is around a campfire and concludes that he has gotten better at keeping the fire alive. He realizes that, throughout the entire journey to the academy, strangely there were no attacks, but the experienced mercenaries remained on alert. Then, a white dove cuts through the sky and lands on someone's arm. Hanwoo identifies Gerardus's carriage and asserts that he needs to investigate. Meanwhile, the mercenaries talk among themselves about something. The boy sneaks up to the carriage and activates his special blessing, thinking he managed to get there unnoticed. He peeks through the window and hears someone saying that the Demon King ordered to speed up the plan, receiving a response that the message will be passed to the team. The woman comments that the recent earthquakes complicated everything, and dealing with these variables is bad, but the fact is that the Demon King knows about Gerardus's invasion of the academy. This makes everything obvious, and she pets the white dove's head. Gerardus declares that the Demon King's love for his daughter makes his reputation, so it's clear they must obey to avoid problems. Hanwoo covers his mouth, almost not believing what he heard about the Demon King. He was sure it was a major event he would have missed if he had just been training. Gerardus comments that it seems there's a little rat infiltrated. Two enormous green hands emerge from the wall of the carriage to grab Hanwoo and nullify his special blessing. The next day, the boy wakes up tied up. The woman says the warrior has opened his eyes, and he tries to say something, but he is gagged. Gerardus tells the kid to calm down, and if he wonders why he hasn't been eliminated yet, to understand the reason. The man explains that it is only because the warrior is so miserable that it isn't worth the effort. Hanwoo calls them idiots and asks how they dare to underestimate the protagonist. Gerardus states that he doesn't want to hear anything more and tells his accomplice to finish him off. The woman prepares a powerful attack with her giant green hand. Hanwoo thinks it can't end there when an impatient god asks if he needs strength. The woman is startled, and the boy accepts, saying that he does need it. Meanwhile, Hansu walks over the second Kogmo and notices that today it is much noisier than usual. The knights order the people to retreat, flaunting shiny golden armor. The protagonist comments that they shine too much, and Dialoka explains that those men are the Golden Knights, the Empire's path. He finds the name strange and wants to know if they are a group of nobles. The girl clarifies that they are also known as the Massacre Knights, who do not take valuable treasures from their victims and still have a reputation. Hansu says that getting involved with these people could be problematic. She asserts that the Golden Ones are strong and selective, only moving for significant things. He asks if there is a major problem at the academy and says it can't just be because of the Duchess in the room. The Golden Knights arrive at the principal's office. The woman comments that it seems they are trying to monopolize the relic found at the academy, or she is getting old and hearing nonsense. The knight apologizes if he gave that impression and replies that he only cares about the safety of the students, the future of the empire, and the porous whole. He states that not even the Duchess noticed the flood, and now they cannot retreat. The Duke is deeply regretful. The principal retorts that just because she is a teacher doesn't mean she doesn't understand the situation. Everyone is afraid of Thanashtana's return. She asks if licking the boots of power is that good, and comments that currently, knights have no honor. The woman concludes that now she understands why the saint no longer calls that group for her missions, leaving a heavy atmosphere in the room. The knight threatens to draw his sword and asks to end it there, as both are agitated. He adds that if they cooperate with the knights, security will be guaranteed faster. If they explore the relic first, they can send help soon. The man observes that cooperation is efficient, and even though they are not part of the empire, the knights understand well what he means. The leader of the Golden Knights agrees and announces that everyone will go down first and prepare for the exploration. When the group leaves, the principal asks if they have withdrawn, and her assistant confirms, saying that everything happened because of Professor Bretunus. She questions how he can give up such a large fee, and the man explains that the order came from above. The woman admits she planned to build a new building. The advisor reveals that one of the suspicions behind the demonic invasion is the fourth demon queen, Zero Kalodi, unique among the kings, famous for black magic. The principal says it wouldn't be strange if she appeared now, as her beloved daughter was killed. The saint claimed to have captured demons strong enough to annihilate heroes. She asks when was the last time the saint participated directly in a battle, and he replies that it was about 200 years ago when the newborn demon king invaded, and he recounts that when the saint stepped forward, the king did the same. Since then, she has never fought personally again. The principal declares that, unless they are slaves, demons should not be on the human continent. This is very serious. The old man comments that if the current heroes grow up properly, they will solve the problem as has always happened. Then, in the plains, something happens. The adorable second Kogmo devours something. It is simply an entire Lamborghini, and Hansu comments that it was difficult to catch it and that the test was cancelled due to the demonic invasion. Our hero realizes he only has a few days, and the chaos is immense. He asks if that is why the goddess asked to go to the academy. A certain goddess spins in the air. Dialoka comments that it is concerning that the demons have come so far. Since she was sold, she hasn't seen anyone from her own race. Hansu asks her to at least wear a mask, but the girl refuses. Thanashtana reminds that 6 months have passed since the heroes were summoned, enough time for changes on both sides. The saint, who protected humanity and became a legend, can now do nothing, so those below her are fighting for power. Hansu says that instead of pretending indifference, she could collaborate for peace. Thanashtana responds that it is not impossible, as this incident convinced her that there is someone within the empire collaborating with demons, and she states that as long as they are not sure who it is, taking greater risks is pure foolishness. She heard that the open relic this time belongs to the most powerful witch in history, Ambrora. Using the power of this relic, Hansu could help the ancient lady return. The young man stares at the Duchess in confusion and asserts that the place was empty. Thanashtana screams indignantly, asking what he is talking about. Dialoka slaps her and says that the blonde understands nothing. She comments that resurrecting the noble and protecting her from assassins is already more than enough, calling her greedy. Thanashtana retorts that humans and demons always want to possess something. Dialoka counters that, for a human twice her age, it would be better to stay quiet, leaving the Duchess furious. The blonde finds it funny to hear this from someone of another race, saying that although power and longevity are similar, a demon does not understand humans. The short one just listens to the two arguing, not knowing what to do, while the little goddess boils with rage. Meanwhile, the Golden Knights advance through the dungeon, and one of them comments that getting in there was complicated because of the trolls and the unstable ground. He explains that if it continues like this, resources will run out quickly, so they need to find a solution soon. The leader gets irritated and says it's ridiculous for knights to be blocked by mere trolls. He raises his fist and declares that it's time to show superiority, that they don't need Tana, Shuta, or the saint. Hansu and the goddess observe all the commotion. The short one finds something suspicious about the knights, as they seem rushed to implement a strategy, which must be typical of the empire. Thanashtana explains that it's not normal, since the Golds are known for their power and have potions and healers. Such a short strategy is strange. Dialoka is completely enchanted by the protagonist, but he doesn't quite notice and asks what she is looking at. The girl says they are focused on exploring the ruins of the witch who fought alone against the Demon King, and that the fact there are no temple guys around means something. Thanashtana asserts that this is impossible, as even following different paths, they are all still citizens of the same empire. Hansu wants to know if she is saying they sent an assassin, and Dialoka observes that the power needed to kill a noble and a duchess is not common. The blonde exclaims that they need to exterminate traitors of humanity and defend justice. At that moment, Salona appears with great news. She announces that a noble from the Lake Kingdom visited Hogwarts accompanied by a hero. Hansu is surprised to hear this, and the girl adds that the visitor is very interested in heroes and champions. But Dialoka doesn't quite believe he is a true hero, as she doesn't feel the dirty aura of the temple guys, only that of the saint. Thanashtana comments that the Lake Kingdom is far from where the heroes are, and that the region is dominated by Mogrion, a black dragon known as the Nightmare of Dark Gloom, and by Pronos, the blue dragon known as Chaos. She explains that it's strange that neither the swordsman of the kingdom nor the magical archer came, only the hero from the lake. Salona says there's no reason for the nobles to lie. Hansu concludes that both have good points, and that instead of running away from the problem, it's better to face it head on. The short one peeks at the carriage through a torn newspaper and complains that he can't see anything. Dialoka suggests that since they are there, they pretend to be entering and check everything. The hero notices that the goddess is too quiet. He asks when the girl bought the skewer, and she says she didn't buy it, asking if he still speaks directly with the divine. He replies that maybe. Thanashtana peeks through the bushes and notices that the carriage is leaving. 3 familiar figures descend from it. The boy spots Hanwoo and confirms that he is definitely a true hero. He also recognizes the one with black hair and is shocked, realizing that the boy hasn't changed at all. The Duchess realizes that he is a noble from the Lake Kingdom, so the boy must be the hero they have been talking about, and Hansu explains that he was summoned by the evil goddess. Dialoka starts laughing like crazy and says she never imagined finding him there. She bolts out and declares that she will eliminate him. The protagonist shouts asking what she is doing, but the demon is already far away, approaching Hanwoo. Then, the outsider grabs Dialoka by the waist and says they can't be discovered. She tells him not to interfere. Our boy argues that they don't even know the reason for the presence of the 3 there while holding her. Hansu does a somersault with her and throws her to the ground. He tells the demon to calm down, and the girl lies there delirious on the ground. Hansu comments that he will call someone who understands the Lake Kingdom better. The goddess peeks, laughs at the evil antics, and asks for an encore, scaring the short one. Dialoka continues sprawled on the ground. The demon girl broke the entire fence, and the gang of nobles just watches, speechless. She tells them to stop looking with those crazy faces and to hurry up. Dialoka joins Hansu, Thanashtana, and the goddess. The short guy smiles at Mulpus and says he even brought some friends. Thanashtana exclaims upon realizing that there is someone from the demon tribe among the nobles of the Lake Kingdom, and wonders how the spy was placed there without her kingdom noticing. The gang of nobles remains seated, unsure of what to say. Hansu begins to talk about the fact that Gerodis belongs to the demon tribe and has a friend in his hometown. He smiles and comments that this doesn't mean every demon is evil, but he admits that since they are against humans they probably did something to Dialoka, so discovering the truth doesn't hurt. Then he asks the white-haired girl to tell everything she knows. She replies that she has no deep ties with the nobles, but she knows that Gerodis didn't fight during the war and didn't marry anyone from the royalty. Even so, he received the title of Count, being just a merchant with a recent history. After that, thanks to the lands and the businesses, they left no stone unturned. The big guy comments that he has something to say about the nobles. Count Gerodis, from the Lake Kingdom, hired many mercenaries, which is strange, since someone like him should have his own soldiers. It's not uncommon to hire strong warriors, at the level of knights or above, but that frequency is suspicious. Hansu agrees and says they just need to refuse the request. The big guy yells that there's a limit to refusing missions, otherwise they will lose a lot of experience. He comments that, being a noble, he only participated to maintain himself, but the escort revealed nothing until they reached their destination. Dialoka observes that, in that case, they will never know if the escort is from the demon tribe. Thanishtana pounds her fist on the table and says it doesn't make sense for them all to be demons. The crown must be aware of this. The blonde wonders what the crown has been doing if its mission is to protect humans. Alpus states that the warriors of this generation are motivated, but some are beyond saving. Since the loss of Jae-won, many mysteries have arisen, and it's true that he had the most problems of all. Hansu thinks that if it weren't for the evil goddess, none of this would have happened, and orders them to find the three and check how Hanwoo is doing before acting. The little goddess feels confident about the outsider's future. Night falls, and Hanwoo has no idea how he survived and ended up in that place. He activates the special and realizes that having the same number as his first rival is something obvious in a comic book. But losing a companion to Park Han-young is something he could never accept.